every show. Perforated into tiny fragments, heavy breathing your new fan club. A John Hancock with a safety off after every show. And how his pedestal fits like a glove. Such a pity I built no ladder from the roots and above. I'll be hacking off after every show. Why am I the watch you clap your hands by your stage. Let me erase you just another page in the book that your friend signed yesterday. And when I told you not to bother to holler, your telephone's the one that helped me wrap the cord around your neck. You know you're beautiful when you're dead. Why you not the
Good afternoon. Hello. Hi. Hi. How we doing? How we doing? It's we're starting very late. I do apologize. We are going to be going on Decently late though, because my partner is working. Very late. Oh, it's how it goes sometimes. But it kind of suits us because we have a couple of special features, I guess. There's a couple of fairly big things that I would like to talk about today. And I guess if we get through things quickly, I can just find whatever. But yeah, how we doing? How we doing? I haven't washed my hair. Don't pay attention to that though. That's okay. That doesn't matter. Don't forget to like the stream, etc. Super chat via Streamlabs, the link pinned in chat. Or on YouTube, you can join the channel. You can give memberships throughout chat. Many things. You can give a super sticker. Check the links in my description. I probably should update my not my Patreon. I don't need to update that. My Discord, I should probably update that. Unless I don't have to. Okay, what the fuck is it doing? It doesn't want me to do that, so if someone tries to join and has a problem, I will just have to look at it at the time. What is it doing? It's like... I'm trying to bring up like an invite link, and it says int value should be less than or equal to 604,800. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, so we had a decent response to my video I posted yesterday. I do appreciate everyone that's watched. It's the kind of thing I don't really expect to get many views from because it's surprisingly hard to get people to give much of a shit about things like censorship on YouTube. It's just a thing that I think most people have kind of, they just kind of think get over it when it comes to that. But just give me one sec. Okay, it's muted. That is good. Apologies for the noise. Yeah, so I posted a video yesterday about a censorship effort against myself by a bunch of different YouTubers. Apparently there's a lot of this kind of thing going around, not just from YouTubers to each other, but also from YouTube itself. So I have a few different things that I wanted to talk about, or kind of showcase and I guess give whatever perspective I have on. Mostly it just grinds my gears, I guess. I don't like censorship. I think free speech is extremely important. I think ultimately you should be able to go on the internet and make fun of people if you want to do that, and that not be a problem. I think you should be able to make points about other people's behavior that you don't like without them shutting your speech down. Certainly as much as there are certain people that have had a lot to say about me recently, I would never dream of censoring them because I don't like what they're saying. The answer to me is to either respond to it or not bother. But they can say what they want, and that is important in my opinion. Hang on. Bear with me. Okay. So there's this video here. We got some decent views on it for me these days. It's not amazing at the moment, but it is what it is. I kind of understand why my channel has gone on a certain trajectory, I guess. We did get my brains don't work to respond, but I don't know if I can even see it now. I've pretty much been making the point that these people are either stupid or malicious. Oh, she deleted a comment, or she replied to something. She deleted a comment. An absolute pussy-o. An absolute pussy-o. As long as it's not bullying. Well, I mean, even like bullying and stuff, it's a bit different on the internet, I would say. And that actually is a relevant point, because we're going to get onto what it is that YouTube considers bullying. And I'm not talking about like, shitter auditors and stuff like that at the moment. I'm talking about like YouTube itself. YouTube itself seems to have some interesting ideas about bullying. But we're going to get into that. I'm happy Alex didn't report your vids of her. Alex? Who's Alex? I can't think who that is, I'm so sorry. I could be having a senior moment. But yeah, they didn't even... They deleted their own comment. Is that what happened? Because I didn't delete it. It was in my notifications. These people are really, really doing everything they can to play dumb. It's gone. All I can see is like the preview. Like, so what she's saying is that fair use doesn't permit stealing footage from someone else's YouTube. I agree. It doesn't permit stealing footage. Do you know what it means to steal someone's content? Do you want to know what it means to steal someone's content? Let's say that I took one of My Brains Don't Work's videos and re-uploaded it with no changes whatsoever. Or let's say that I reacted to it, but it's like a 40-minute video and I interject about 4 times total to say basically nothing. So imagine if it was a trough stream or a Femios stream, but instead of pitching in every 10 seconds like clockwork, or 5 seconds or whatever, it's like every 10 minutes, you know, to pitch in and say absolutely nothing of value. That kind of thing is content theft. That kind of thing is uploading a full version of someone else's stuff in a way where it's like, you know, there's no point in watching their original content for people that have watched it on yours, because it's the same fucking video, basically. That is not at all what my video was. So these people are saying that I'm stealing their content. That fucking It's Only Hugo retard has been saying it. My Brains Don't Work has been saying it. It's just not fucking true. It's just not even remotely true. Oh, it was screenshots. Oh, okay, right. No one gives a shit what you say. Fair use in copyright law does not permit stealing footage from someone else's YouTube channel and repeatedly defaming them with lies. I mean, take me to fucking court then, retard. Take me to fucking court. You didn't fucking care. You didn't care when I used to react to your stuff and I was more favorable. And it took you like 2 months to try and get my video taken down, where I watched you lot harassing like TRAs at some shitty fucking protest. Oh, she blocked me? She blocked me? What a fucking pussy. What an absolute fucking melt. What a wet wipe. How embarrassing. How utterly embarrassing. Wow, there we go, wow. That's how censorious these people are, and afraid to actually talk. Like, what did I defame this person based on? What did I defame? What was defamatory about what I said? And if I did defame you, why are you whining about it on the internet? And why are you using copyright? Copyright and defamation are completely fucking different things. It's not content theft to take clips out of someone's video and use them to construct a broader narrative that comes from you. That is like your original work that just features some of theirs because it's transformative. You're not gonna watch my video about the Hannah Spencer incident and think, wow, there's no point in me watching the breaks version now because it's all here. It's not all there. About 2 minutes of it is there, maybe more. Of a, 40-odd minute video, I think it was? It's ridiculous. There was someone that left a comment being like, oh, well, you know, there's this thing that says that, oh, well, using whole works is permitted and blah, blah, blah. I didn't use any whole works. I used like bits and pieces to make my own thing. It's called being transformative. If you don't know this, why the fuck are you on YouTube? But these people are never gonna be real about it, ultimately. They've got the line that they can fucking push, and they're just gonna push it all the way home. It doesn't matter that it makes no fucking sense, because enough people are like fucking brainwashed by them that they'll just believe anything they say. But it's completely retarded. These people have no idea how this shit works. And none of them had the balls to take me to court, so they obviously don't actually believe any of this shit. They obviously don't actually believe any of this fucking shit. And I talked about it. I made clear what was going on. Where did she respond? Where I say, you didn't care before I was critical of you, you know? So they've all had a massive change of heart, and none of them care about free speech anymore, I guess. Wow, 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 wow. But yeah, that's the whole thing. I appreciate everyone that's watched this video. Check it out if you haven't. There was another thing. I don't know if I want to do it now. Maybe it makes more sense to do it now, in fact. So I might do, because this is more relevant to what I'm talking about. And then the other censorship things that I have are more to do with the platform itself. So we might recognize this YouTuber or this YouTube channel. It's like a father-son thing, I think. They've been in my chat before. I've seen bits and pieces. I quite enjoyed it. I don't get much time to watch people's streams anymore. Like even people that I've been watching for a long time, like Chud or Queeman or stuff, I barely watch anymore because I just have stuff going on. But yeah, like they seem cool. They talk about like auditors and stuff like that, this kind of thing. You know, certainly further left than me, but that isn't necessarily a problem. Apparently they did a stream yesterday and it got cut midstream because they covered an auditor. Bearing in mind, these people are all in bed together. They're all like pally with each other. Or they're pretending to be. I'll show a little thing because apparently this person is censorious, just like the rest of them. But yeah, their stream got copyright claimed by someone named DP Audits. I only had their word to go on because there is no record of this stream that's been taken down, and it makes sense as to why that would be the case. But I don't need anything because he's admitted it. He's just admitted it straight up. So we've got DP Audits. You can hazard a wild guess as to what this fucking person does. He's basically just like all the Manchester YouTubers, except he's like based in the Midlands or something. So a couple of cucks, that's a couple of Burks, that's what the channel is. A couple of cucks. Strike. Don't use my channel, you do not have... don't use my content, you do not have permission. Big up the auditors. But Jay, please leave little girls alone. Sexual deviant weirdo. I mean, no idea what this means. It's standard on the internet. You can push unfalsified and or unfalsifiable allegations about people as if they're true, and that's just normal. And people will defend to the death your right to do it. That's what it is. That's what it is. Oh, thank you, Tooling Around. Goes around being annoying. Yes, exactly. But he's based in the Midlands, so that makes him unique or something, I guess. Wow. Big up the auditors. Amazing. So he doesn't have... These people don't have permission to use your content. They don't need permission to have your content, to use your content. They don't need permission. If they want to watch your shit, as long as they are being transformative, as long as they're actually pitching in and like giving additional insight that isn't there previously, there's nothing else. Like this is completely erroneous. And my hope is that YouTube picks up on these people abusing copyright, because nothing has ever come of anyone that's like censored me using this. Nothing came of like the Heather Herbert thing or the fucking trans in the mouth thing. They're still going just fine. I'm not aware that anything has happened to My Brains Don't Work or fucking MKR or any of the other fucking dipshits that tried to censor me. And they completely lost. So I have a mental list of American auditors that are registered sex offenders. There's several British ones as well. Like AY Audits has been done for a bunch of stuff. DJE Media is a complete fucking freak. Former auditors? Oh, these people actually get cancelled over this shit. DJE Media is still fucking going. AY Audits was at the Stop the Far Right rally in London. These people still have audio. It's like fucking Destiny or Vorsh or something. They do insane shit like that and get caught for it. And then they still have audiences. People still want to hear what they have to say. You know what I mean? It's fucking insane. And they all give this much of a shit about free speech, but they don't care about other people's free speech. And that's what it comes down to. Like, I can respect anyone who sees someone that they disagree with politically, but sees them being treated in a way that's not fair and that infringes on their free speech, and fucking says something about it. I can respect anyone that does that. But plenty of people, like there'd be plenty of fucking leftists, I'm 100% sure, that see me getting like fucking targeted and my free speech revoked by these like right-wing fucking freaks. and tell me like I deserve it or whatever. I'm sure there's plenty of those people. Well, those kinds of people have no fucking principles and don't actually give a shit about any of this. Like, I don't know, man. It costs nothing, but it's very difficult. When you're like a small channel like this, or even me, really, people just don't give a fuck. No one gives a fuck. You can do what you want to these kinds of people. Who the fuck is like sticking up for like a couple of bucks or whatever? Liam Tufts did a full interview with AY Audits. Fucking hell. I might have a look at that someday. I don't know. The thing is, I'm very reticent to cover any of this fucking auditor shit because they're all censorious as fuck. They all bleat about their fucking free speech. And they're all censorious as fuck. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Let's see what the comments are like. So we got, you're right, matey, hope you're good. See you at Wolvo next week or Manchester. Black Country Audits. Oh, another auditor. Have you censored anyone? Black Country Audits. Migrant hotels. Stand up to racism. It is exactly the same content as everyone else. It's exactly the same thing. You stand in the same place as every other fucking retarded loser fucking auditor, filming the same shit, and no one watches you because they're watching the people that have got an audience that are filming the same shit as you. Like, sorry about it. It's such a fucking gay genre. It's so shit. It's your alt. Sure, okay. Who is Jay? So someone doesn't even know who the fuck they're talking about. This isn't going well, is it? Don't use it without transforming it. Your permission isn't needed. Very, very true. Very true. Oh no, another video of someone putting it on DP and his ass is falling out. And his ass falling out is pending. I don't know what that means. DP, grow up. Yep, I agree. So yeah, censorers. Censorers. I did want to show, there was a really funny clip. He was in Liverpool along with the rest of the fucking Gammon squad. He's in the Midlands, I think, usually. Like, he's one of those people, he'll follow around fucking young Bob, who is a complete fucking mong, by the way. He'll follow around young Bob, he'll like say hello to all the other fucking auditors, most of whom don't know who the fuck he is. There was a really funny bit with My Brains Don't Work, where he's like saying hi to them, and they very clearly don't give a fuck. But we're gonna have to be really careful, because he will just copyright strike me too. It'll just happen. But watch what happens when he says hello to the fucking lesbian cartel.
So yeah, we're here in Liverpool, the UKIP merch. We've got the girls here. Big up your chest.
They have no idea who the fuck he is. Hi, who are you? Go away.
The foxes.
They're just all, it's all like fucking clout chasing fucking people. They watch one of these people on YouTube. And it's like, well, I can do that too. Well, yeah, anyone can do that. If you're willing to be an asshole in public and you have a camera of sorts, you can do this. Then they all just start fucking schmoozing each other. Oh yeah, I'm on your team and shit. Like, they all want to be part of the team. It's fucking sad. Oh, Wagwan GM. I thought that was a trough reference for a sec, but apparently not. Do you know what's really sad? The trough went absolutely fucking berserk because I called him a pussy the other day. And we did talk about it. And like, you know, it is what it is. But like, it got taken down because he started watching loads of fucking copyrighted shit, quite possibly in order to get it taken down. So I can't even show it, but he like absolutely fucking exploded all this like Wagwan like yardie shit going after me. Come down to Islington. Nah, I'm okay, mate. I'm okay. Besides, I'm in okay shape. And I'm a lot stronger than I look. I'm not really scared of him, to be honest. But yeah, anyway, I daren't really show any more of this utter fucking reprobate. But it's just showing you. You can't trust these fucking people. When it comes to free speech, if these people are trying to put themselves out there as free speech advocates, they should not be doing so. They have no right to. They are like completely fucking hypocritical on this issue. So yeah, I don't need that anymore. He lives in Islington. No, he is acting like he used to be in a gang in Islington and was kicking off because I insulted him. Which I did explain what I meant when I insult. Because the thing is, I don't just say things about people. I have reasons as to why I think the things I do. But yeah, the only other thing is he called me a rape apologist, which I thought was pretty fucked. And I'm not aware that he ever retracted that one. I'm not a rape apologist. I'm nothing of the fucking sort. I just have my head screwed on when it comes to some retard saying that they did something and then also saying they didn't do something. And then the whole thing being completely, you know, unfalsifiable and ultimately uninteresting. Fireback content is fucking cool now. It all sucks. I could look at the parry thing next, seeing as we're talking about Firebat anyway. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. So like I said, we've got all these issues with like auditors, right-wing YouTubers with no principles, coming after people's free speech. Apparently YouTube is also fucking going rogue with some of this shit. So Parry, I think, is not allowed to stream on YouTube for a week. And I only found out, I feel bad. I was annoying him about the ICO conversation because I'm like that. I like annoying people, especially when it's about fucking ICO. But yeah, I didn't realize that he was going through it with YouTube. And I do want to show this because I hate all this censorship stuff, man. It needs to fucking end. And it makes me worry about my own shit ultimately. Like we'll get into it, but it makes me worry about my own shit. Someone could do this to me very easily. Someone could alert the fucking AI moderation or whatever that I'm some kind of fucking bully or like bigot or whatever. And I might end up in the same position. It's really fucking annoying. But anyway, so we're gonna watch Purple Parry Gaming here, who's gonna explain why he is banned from streaming for a week and why he has a community strike on his channel, which actually is more severe than what I dealt with. So I had 4 different strikes from 4 different right-wing YouTubers, but none of it stopped me from streaming. As soon as I appealed everything, I was allowed to stream again. It's just that those videos that they claimed weren't viewable. But he was actually like, worse consequences have come of this to this person. So we're gonna watch this. Purple Parry, friend of the show, one of the few people that made actually good content about Firebat occasionally, and he is unfortunately irrelevant to this. But we're gonna keep the Firebat mention to a minimum because I'm just not interested anymore. Anyway, let's have a look.
Hi, I'm Purple Parry Gaming. I'm like a drama and commentary live streamer and YouTuber. The reason I'm making this video today is that recently a video of mine got taken down due to a community guidelines harassment strike. And
hang on, sorry. Bad time to
due to a harassed community.
So fuck me, this is tiny. All right. So it's a harassment and cyberbullying policy. That's what the strike was over. Content that contains unwanted sexualization isn't allowed on YouTube. This includes, but is not limited to, content that describes someone in a lewd, degrading, and sexually explicit manner, shows how to distribute non-consensual sexual imagery, content that fantasizes about, threatens, or supports sexual assault. I mean, if we're talking about fantasizing about sexual assault, then this whole fucking Firebat thing should have gone down by now. But the truth is, like, this kind of shit is usually very unevenly applied. My guess is that perhaps Firebat himself even reported this, and that spurs them on to actually take a look. And then they just find whatever random shit that they strike you for. We'll see what it is that specifically tripped them. It is actually really stupid. It is fucking dumb.
Community guidelines harassment strike. And I don't think that the strike is correct. I feel like my video falls within the YouTube terms of service, and I think that the strike is errant in its nature, and so I just wanted to talk about that, make a video about it to let people know what's going on, and maybe something can be done about it, who knows. So basically I had this YouTube video about this person called Firebat, not to be confused with the Hearthstone streamer, it's someone else. So Firebat is a wife-beating rapist.
This is all alleged, by the way.
I'm not joking.
This is what I will say. I will say one thing that is a bit less in Parry's favor here, and this kind of goes for anyone, really. There's no proof of any of this. People insisting on not just fucking going to the police and doing something about it, instead just fucking going on about it endlessly on the internet. You might find that actually you're saying something about someone that you're not really in your right to say, because there's not actually proof of these allegations. So I think people should be a little more careful of that kind of thing. At the same time, that doesn't mean that I support his channel getting taken down. That doesn't mean that I agree with YouTube striking his channel. Because even if, like, that's not, as you'll find out, that's not even what he got a strike for. But these people they are kind of playing with fire by going around calling this person a rapist and shit like that. It is ultimately allegations. It is ultimately, like, the thing is, a lot of these people, I don't know about Parry quite as much. A lot of them are, like, massively audience captured. There is this huge, like, hate cult building up around this Firebat person. And in a way, I understand it, you know, in a way, I do understand it. But it means that people are now feeling pressure to, like, say the most insane shit they possibly can about this person, make him out to be like Hitler himself, you know what I mean? Even heavily pregnant, my money's on Tanya. Yeah, Tanya could beat the ever-loving shit out of Firebat if she wanted to. That is just obvious. She's ex-military. You know, when you see her on stream, like, she doesn't take shit, you know what I mean? She's never afraid to, like, stand up for herself. But yeah, I think people should be careful of that kind of thing, personally. I think people should be careful that they're not saying things because it's appealing to a certain audience. It's far too late. For someone like the Trough, it's far too late. He is completely audience captured. Because it's the first audience he's ever really had. His chat used to be Mischief and me and, like, 2 of his now mods. And now he's smelt a bit of success and people are donating. For what reason, I don't know, but fair enough. Listen, that's what you want to do with your money, go ahead. But yeah, that's my sole kind of criticism here. But we'll see what it was actually about. And ultimately, this whole thing is bullshit.
I'm serious. This is like this YouTuber person that vlogs about their life. They have shown in their videos, as well as spoken about, all the terrible things they've done, including but not limited to beating their wife, blaming their wife for having to beat them.
We'll be having our arguments and fighting and bickering like married couple do. But I made a mistake during the fight where I made fun of her high squeak voice, like, because I was getting really pissed. And so she responded and jumped into my face. And of course, I ended up punching her arm in response. Yeah.
Allegedly
raping one of their ex-girlfriends, threatening that said ex-girlfriend with coming to their house and beating them up for daring to speak out against them.
This friendship with Sarah Faye is over. I am never, ever, ever allowing that bitch near me again. Because if I ever see that bitch's face...
Muted. This is a really nuts clip, to be clear. Again, like, you can't... It's not about, like, avowing this kind of shit. Of course I don't. It's fucking disgusting. This person is not right in the head. This person has extremely poor control over their emotions. And the fact that this all is playing out on the internet with this utter spastic, rather than being done the right way,
Why am I dancing with that trans person?
Thank you, Lauren T8935, for becoming a member. Thank you so much. These words can get thrown out without any thought. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. It's a whole situation, this whole Firebat thing, and I'm fucking so done talking about it. I made some content about this person getting on for like 2 months back. I think the last thing I made was. The last thing I think I posted as like a segment, bearing in mind no one makes segments because Firebat content sucks. And they all have different excuses why they don't make segments, but it's because it sucks. If it was good, whatever excuse you're coming up with as to why you're not editing down any of this, doesn't fucking matter. You just do it because it's like, shit, I need to make this as fucking content. This is good, you know what I mean? So the only segments coming out of anyone is me making fun of his trolls at this point because his trolls are actually even more embarrassing than he is. And that's saying something. That's really saying something, trust me. But yeah.
Face. I'm going to punch the living shit out of her until she bleeds through her nose.
Oh, no, hang on. There was one other thing about Firebat that I wanted to mention. Someone made some kind of like 2.5 hour like video essay, like retrospective kind of thing about Firebat. I watched bits and pieces. It was pretty dumb, to be honest. The section about me was just about my interview with him, so that was all fine. There was no getting involved in like the behind the scenes shit, and that's probably for the best. I don't blame anyone for kind of just sticking to the main kind of story beats when it comes to Firebat on the internet. But they this person that made this video, they mentioned like the knife stream, if you know what I'm talking about with that. When he like sui baited, putting like a knife to his throat, pretending he was gonna like, you know, And bear in mind, that was aimed at me as well. He was playing my fucking stream at the time. And it freaked me the fuck out. They mentioned that they did not even remotely like allude to why it was that he did that. They mentioned nothing about the Trough showing his fucking driving offenses. That the Trough went to lengths to get, and that set him off on a fucking spiral. And then he'd watch my stream the next day, which wasn't even about him. It was taking the piss out of the Trough because he fucked it with his new friend and was acting like a fucking bitch about it, you know? I've said what I've said about that. If he wants to go fucking yardy on me again, he can do so. I don't give a shit. This person made no fucking effort. It's like the biggest fucking sweep job ever. I don't know who is impressed by the kinds of people that are fucking hating on Firebat. It's just as preposterous as anyone that's impressed by Firebat himself, quite frankly. The ship has sailed, it's shit content now. It was funny because he was a weirdo on the internet. Now it's this fucking serious thing about fucking rape and stuff. I just don't want to know. I don't know what the truth is. Maybe he has done a rape. Maybe he is a fucking terrible person. I don't fucking know. I don't care. It was funny and now it's not. That's how it is. Anyway, let's watch the video.
Nose, in her ears, if I ever see her again. Or his sister, or her mom. Because I'm tired of those fucking snakes. I hate her. I absolutely hate her.
You know, as hopefully I've made clear.
But yeah, ridiculous behavior. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Except that he's fucking nuts, you know?
Is quite the interesting and... I mean, they're a terrible person, but they're quite the interesting person. That's why I want to talk about them. And so in one of my earlier videos on this Firebat person, wherein I was watching an interview of them that was conducted by this other YouTuber, Mary True.
Hello, it's me. Hey, wow. I'm involved. How nice. I love being involved. I love being involved. What's important here is that the video he's talking about that got this strike is from like months ago. When was my interview? Like 3 months ago, something like that, when I talked to Firebat the first time? Or the second time, technically, but you know, just us. So it's insane. It can happen retroactively. Someone could dig up something I made like a year and a half ago or some shit and decide that is worth fucking AI giving me a strike over. It really is quite ridiculous.
This Firebat person spoke about one of their sexual predilections, one of their sexual fetishes. So there's this thing called forced feminization. Is this like fetish that wherein men will get off to the idea of being sexually degraded and sort of forced into dressing like a woman and, you know, like sucking dick or whatever. And so during this interview, this Firebat person was speaking about their, you know, I guess, yes, their sissy pornography interests. And just to be clear, I just want to make this exceedingly clear. I have no issue with somebody having, you know, sexual predilections. You know, people can do whatever they want as long as everyone consents and it's in the privacy of their bedroom and whatever. And I guess you'll have to take my word for it, but, you know, throughout my video, I never really made any degrading jokes with regards to their, sexual predilections or interests or anything like that.
Needless to say, I'm not watching his entire fucking video to determine whether I think that technically YouTube had a point. I just think that's ridiculous. This guy it's jokes, you know, it's jokes.
Really, all I was doing is poking fun at it the way that you might poke fun at somebody with a foot fetish or something like that, right? Because it's obviously inherently quite a silly thing. And so, and this is going to take a bit of explaining. It's a bit esoteric, but if you'll bear with me, what I ended up saying on hearing about this Firebat person describing how they were extremely enticed by this, forced feminization pornography.
Gonna be honest with you, I've never smoked isopropyl. I don't intend to. I
did a bit of a bit, which is going to need more explanation. So, as you can see on screen, on the shelf of this Firebat person, they have this mask from the movie Spider-Man, as worn by the character the Green Goblin. So, in the movie Spider-Man, directed by Sam Raimi, there's this villain called the Green Goblin. This character, played by Willem Dafoe, Norman Osborn, runs this company, and he experiments on himself because he's on the way out. Company, they're, you know, how could you do this to me? They're trying to push him out. And so he injects himself with this thing called the Goblin Serum. And it causes him to have the split personality. And he has the split personality of the Green Goblin. And the mask sort of like represents this Green Goblin character. And it calls to him. It calls to him and gets him to do these terrible, terrible deeds and also hunt Spider-Man. And so I see this mask of the Green Goblin on their shelf, and I make this funny joke. I play the Green Goblin sound.
Dude, you know what the worst thing is? This shit was actually quite funny. There's not much funny content about Firebat. Most of it fucking blows. one of the few bits of content about him that's actually kind of funny. One of the few jokes someone made about Firebat that's actually like kind of good. That's what you get fucking struck for. That's what you get struck for.
Soundtrack from the movie Spider-Man, and I start essentially acting as the Green Goblin, speaking to Firebat, trying to convince them the way...
Yeah, sorry, the movie Spider-Man has now been spoiled for anyone that's not seen it yet. I'm so sorry.
In the movie, the Green Goblin mask tries to convince Norman. I, as the Green Goblin, I tried to convince this Firebat person to get addicted to sissy pornography. And the joke is basically that, and I hate explaining my own jokes. Obviously, I don't really have I'm trying to explain to YouTube why this is clearly not harassment. But the joke is that this Firebat person immediately gives in. They immediately give in. You know, in the movie, there's like a tension where the Green Goblin, or Norman is trying to resist the Green Goblin's urges. But this Firebat person, they're immediately saying, "Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I'll dress like a girl or whatever." That's the joke I'm doing here. I'll play the clip. This is the timestamp that was given to me by YouTube as being the terms of service violating content.
Yeah, sexualizing. What was it? Unwanted sexualization. Bearing in mind, unwanted sexualization from someone that like is very much not shy of like sexualizing themselves. That being Firebat, someone who I had a conversation with, and I got to hear about some of his like fetish shit. Where he's like asking me about stuff as if it's perfectly normal that I would know what fucking sissy hypno and shit is all about. Or like hypnotube. Was it hypnotube? Is that what he said? Just asking me, oh yeah, you know about that shit, right? And I'm like, no, no, I fucking don't. So it just doesn't make any sense.
To give you an idea.
Oh, it's so fucked. The porn says, you're a little sissy F slur. And then fucking Violet's like, oh, okay, I guess I am, all right. I thought I was straight, but I guess I'm trans. I guess I'm a sissy or whatever.
In combination with Hypnotube, it became a cycle where I'd be like, it feels great, it'd be awesome, and I would overdo it, then I would purge and throw it away, and I'd buy another one later on, and then there's this cycle. On top of that,
the straightest Sarah on the planet, and he watches like a video called "You're a Girl." He watches a video called
Jam So Tasty 6. Hi, hope you good.
"You're a Girl," and he's like, oh, I guess I'm a girl then. You're a little whore too. Oh, I guess I'm a little whore. I guess so. Wait, hold on. You are a girl. You are a little sissy. You're not a man. I mean, you really? Oh, okay then. You've always been a girl. You're a little sissy whore, aren't you?
Am I gonna get a copyright claim for like the music or anything doing this?
I mean, I if you say so. I mean, all right, yeah, sure. You suck black penis and get addicted to poppers. Well, I don't see why not. I mean, if you say so.
Hey everyone, this is me in post. Just want to quickly clarify a part of this clip here. You might think that I'm just making stuff up about this Firebat person. No, they really did cheat on their wife with a black man for paupers. Here's the proof of that. Just want to make sure you guys don't think I'm just making stuff up in a homophobic way. No, this is all actual references to real things that this Firebat person has done.
I cheated on my wife, I cheated on all my partners. So I mean,
oh, whose video might this be? Whose video might this be? If I was my brains don't work, this would be flagrant copyright theft, and I would be campaigning for X to take it down.
An ad on Grindr saying, hey, who wants to mess around and find out? I hurt someone that I love more than anything in life. I was desperate for poppers.
I guess. Wait.
You see what I mean though? Remember when the Firebat shit was funny? It sucks. It sucks how it turned out. But hey, listen.
Wait, that's it? You're just gonna wait, really? That's all? That's it? You're already gonna do it? Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, if you say so. I guess I'm a little sissy whore, aren't I? I guess I'm a wait. Well, you're supposed to resist. What? You. All right, I guess. All right, I guess dress like a girl or whatever. Yeah, all right, man. All right. All right, you really take the thrill out of this for me. It's like, it's so fucked. He is literally getting Green Goblins, guys. It's so fucked up.
At someone that does identify as a trans woman, but also struggles with the sissy beta comp meta.
The jokes here aren't at the expense of the sexuality of this person. It's kind of just...
You're not familiar with Firebat? If that's the case, then good. Thank God by name and never look into any of this. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
It's like an absurdist bit that I'm doing.
Here's the thing. The Firebat thing, if you were around like a few months ago, then fair enough. At this point, anyone that asks, it's like, just don't even bother, man. Just don't even bother. It's like become like cursed. The time has come and gone, unfortunately. He's not going to be the next Chris Chan. The Trough is not going to get famous because he was one of the first. That's just how it is. I'm sorry.
I guess you'd say it's high concept. With that in mind, I'd also like to bring up this page here, which is the YouTube Terms of Service with regards to harassment and cyberbullying policy. In the YouTube harassment and cyberbullying policy, there's a clear exemption for performances, right? It gives examples of like stand-up or scripted performances. I don't know how much clearer a performance can be.
You don't want to know? Yes, exactly. There we go. There we go. We need more of that attitude in the world, to be honest.
In this case, I'm literally doing like a Green Goblin voice, right? It is very clear that this isn't just...
Yeah, it's obviously a joke. Like the fact that this has had any like consequence on this person is just fucking ridiculous. Like, I'm sorry. I do actually just fucking hate like censorship in this way and in lots of other ways. And it doesn't really matter who it is. Like, I'm okay with parry as far as I know. If something like this happened to Femios, I would still be able to say, yeah, it's wrong that this happened. Even if that person is, you know, what I think they are. To me. At the same time, there are certain things that people are saying about this person. If that is what you got in trouble for, like calling someone a rapist when you have no proof and stuff like that, I think I would have like limited sympathy. But clearly that's not the case here, you know? It is jokes. It is jokes. Why the fuck would you want people on your platform to feel like they can't make fucking jokes anymore? Jokes at other people's expenses. Like that's just what fucking happens, you know?
Just me insulting and demeaning the person, but it's me acting as this Green Goblin mask character. And beyond that, the joke isn't even like at the expense of the sexuality of this person.
I wonder if Trough gets on Kiwi Farms for bat. I would not be surprised. I would not be even remotely surprised if that happened.
It's if anything, the joke's at the expense of the Green Goblin, because you know they wanted to try and corrupt this Firebat character, but they were more than willing to engage in this the forced fertilization. So it's like
you know what the worst thing? It would be the easiest thing in the world to do exactly the same thing to someone like the Trough as he does to Firebat. It would be like the easiest thing in the world. But it would be utter fucking dogshit content, even in excess of what these people are doing. It's funny shit happens now and then. I cover it like that. That's literally it, though. There's no need to like try and astroturf someone as the next Chris Chan, or like there's new lol cow that everyone needs to like watch and take the piss of. There's really no need for that kind of shit, you know. It's just dogshit content. And like ultimately, I care about stuff that's like some way meaningful or interesting. I care about people being silenced for making jokes or for daring to criticize the wrong people, you know? You seem incredibly angry. Well, I mean, you've been shown, like, just clips where they've been angry, so, like, you know.
There's no way, really. You could not in any way perceive this as hateful towards this Firebat person's sexuality. Hopefully that's clear. And yeah, I guess I just wanted to lay this all out so that, people who watch me know why I'm unable to stream basically for a week on YouTube, which is really unfortunate. Maybe, hopefully, somebody at Team YouTube will see this video and they'll give this another look. I sincerely do feel like if...
Yeah, lolcow experts. There's a reason why certain people become lolcow experts. You know, it's because they're not capable of anything better. And pretty much everything is better than being a lolcow expert. The other thing is, often it takes one to know one. So most of the people that go on about fucking Firebat are insane lolcows themselves. I think the only one that isn't really an embarrassing loser in their own right is that Malcolm person. All the rest of them, like, I don't know. I can at least muster up a bit of respect for someone like him. Pretty much all the rest of them, they're just the most embarrassing fucking losers out there. I'm sorry, man. It is what it is.
If there is a human that looks at this, they should clearly be able to say that there's not...
I should say, listen. I'm not necessarily talking about the Trough. I know he and I are cool. He doesn't like me insulting him on stream and shit like that. I'm not saying that you're a loser, trust me, like, fucking hell, man.
Harassment that is happening in this timestamp in this video. But yeah, guys, I'm not going to be able to stream on YouTube for a week, so just so you know, I will continue to be live streaming on Kick. I'm going to be on kick.com/purpleparrotgaming, where I will be saying also...
The other thing is, this is just going to drive more people to, like, rival platforms. The only way, really, is to be as free speech oriented as possible. I don't really hold it against YouTube for what's happened to me, because I do understand why their copyright system is the way it is, because they want as little involvement ultimately in it, in copyright disputes as possible. And I get that. I don't think it's fair for me personally to think that YouTube is the problem when it comes to my issues, when it comes to people like coming after my shit, because they're just like covering their own backs or whatever. With stuff like this, it's like they are literally gonna screw themselves over if this is what's gonna keep happening to people.
All sorts of stuff. But yeah, that's it for me, guys. Thank you for listening to this, and looking forward to hearing what Team YouTube has to say on this matter.
There you go, there you go. Fuck censorship. He got banned from streaming for a week. Did I see that Femios discussed gender with President Sunday? What, recently or a while ago? I didn't see. I know that, what was I going to say? I know President Sunday saw a bit of my Katie Neves video, possibly, but that's next on the agenda. We are going to talk about Katie Neves, trust me. These people want me to double down on my so-called transphobia. Well, I'm not going to double down, I'm going to explain why I feel the way I do. And there's really not their fucking place to get offended. So yeah, they're going to have a look. They're going to have a look into it. There's a lot of people that like Brandon Buckingham, and he memed quite heavily on Brandon Buckingham being in hospital. I have a certain amount, like, I mean, I found it funny for one thing, I guess, but like, I have a certain amount of sympathy for his position, because I think it's really quite fucking weird when you're like a God knows how many millions subs YouTuber like Buckingham, like money grubbing from your audience because of like medical stuff. It's like, how the fuck you're not making enough to cover your own ends? I don't know. And I don't know. I like you'd wanna watch like Parry if you wanna get the gist of his shit with Brandon Buckingham, but it means that he's got quite a few people that really don't like him. But yeah, how nice, how nice. Don't know what this you support rape thing is, but wow. Is the Ico convo still happening? I don't know. So here's, like, I will end up talking about it later anyway, because I'm going to talk about Ico as well. I'm going to talk about all that shit because it's been ridiculous. And there's actually so much that I need to show you people about the person that these people are sticking up for. But it's Parry that's organizing it, and he's kind of got a lot on his plate at the moment. And I didn't even realize. I was like annoying the shit out of him, like, you know, complaining that I'm not being told what it's even about and stuff like that. And that was when I found out that he's been being fucked with by YouTube. They did suggest yesterday, and I kind of, quite short notice, admittedly, said that I can't do it yesterday because I had stuff going on yesterday. I did have stuff going on yesterday. You can check. I did not stream. I finished my video that I posted yesterday and uploaded it, and then I spent some time with my family. So that's how that is. I'm being told off for my conduct by someone that admits they don't know much about Femios. Yeah, these people are idiots. That's the problem. These people are fucking idiots. These people don't look at all sides and actually think about anything. They just look at something once, believe that they have the fucking intuition of fucking God himself, and just know what the take is. But the problem is they don't know what the take is. The problem is their intuition is largely fucking terrible. So yeah, that's about it for the Parry stuff. I think it's insane. Apparently it's not just Parry that is being fucked with by YouTube though. We have someone else. We know who Chad Logic is, don't we? We know Chad Logic, friend of the show. It's been a good while since I've spoken to him. I sent him a message earlier because I saw his thing on Kick about Parry and about, you know, the Firebat stuff. But it's been a while. But I enjoy his streams when I rarely get to see anything of one. And apparently he's also having problems with YouTube's automated fucking community guidelines shit. that is getting people, that people are falling afoul of, shall we say. So we're going to watch this as well. Remember what Femios did to Elena. Yeah. Well, I mean, remember what Femios did to fucking me. Remember the first time I came across Femios in my chats and I disagreed with them on something. And their response was to make loads of alt channels and harass the ever-loving fuck out of me for like an hour afterwards. But these people don't give a fuck about that. It's fucking insane. But yeah, so apparently Chud has his own story about YouTube bullshit. Oh, there's no comments about it. But we'll just see what he's saying here. Like I said, this is all about censorship. It's getting insane. It needs to stop. And it makes me worry about my own future, to be honest. But yeah, let's have a look.
Okay, let's talk about YouTube. Let's talk about YouTube, okay? So, YouTube are fucking dreadful. They're a dreadful platform, and I'm really annoyed with them at the moment, okay? Absolutely gaped by YouTube's moderation. So, I got a warning on my channel, on my main channel, okay, for sex and nudity policy. Now, some of you are probably going to enjoy to hear what it's about because some of you are moaning about this particular segment, okay? But you know what I got a warning for? It was the Frog Tony stuff. The Frog Tony stuff got me...
Yeah, Elena was cool. I talked to Elena. I watched a couple of her videos and I'm like, shit, this is someone actually sensible that's talking about trans things. This is fucking gold dust. And then they get chased off the internet by utter retards like Femios who no one should listen to on anything ever. It sucks. And then idiots like Aiko will go to bat for these people, having absolutely no idea who the fuck this person actually is and what they spend their time doing. But then Aiko's a fucking freak in her own right, so they probably do know. She probably does know. And is fine with it, because she's the same fucking person. Just older, and her tits are... Well, they grew at some point. They're probably fake, but, you know, whatever. Whatever. Titty streamers, it is what it is. Though it is, I will say, it is hilarious being a titty streamer that never made it, you know. But hey, whatever. That's the next section. That's the next section.
A fucking warning, dude. Can you believe it? Now, there was some salacious information in that, okay? But the thing that apparently, because they sent me the timestamp of when I broke this rule, okay? And the timestamp, the only possible thing that it could be... The only possible thing is me calling Frog Tony a perverted little rapist. That's it. That's the timestamp. That's the only thing within a few minutes of...
Oh, hi, Bex. I talked about you a bit earlier. I mentioned the DP audits thing because he admitted to it in his own post, which is rather insane. Hope you're good.
That timestamp. Me calling Frog Tony a perverted little rapist. That's it. That's the timestamp. That's the only thing within a few...
And by the way, I said earlier, calling people rapists unduly. I don't know about this Frog Tony person. It's possible there's way more evidence to say that. Or it's possible he's saying this as a joke. I don't... You know, it is what it is. Like, ultimately, he's being brought up on, like, sex and nudity and stuff. So that's not even about, like, false allegations of rape anyway. It's about something else.
Few minutes of that timestamp of anything that could even be considered to be of a sexual nature. So calling someone a perverted little rapist, apparently, I'm guessing it's that, is too much for YouTube to bear. Yes, I'm serious. I'm serious, yes. And
all I did was goatee on cam. That's probably fine, to be honest. You can goatee on cam, just don't talk about another person who sexualizes themselves.
Maybe there's other stuff they saw, I don't know, but that was the timestamp I was given. Okay? So now I'm in a bit of an unfortunate position with YouTube in that on both channels, I've now got a warning for the child safety policy, which, as you probably know, is an absolute fucking disaster of a policy. And it just seems to be broad, non-specific.
Child safety policy? That's like nuts. Like... Do you not just upload videos and say this is not meant for kids? And surely that kind of shit shouldn't apply. At a certain point, There's a lot of adult content on YouTube. Like, how are you supposed to, like, I don't know, I'll hear the details, I guess. Just from the off, it sounds ridiculous. I mean, who the fuck, what children are watching fucking Child Logic? More to the point, whose parents are letting them fucking watch someone like Child Logic, you know?
Specific, and it could be for literally anything. The original thing that kicked it off was a Mutar video where the topic of lolicons came up. So
what kids are watching fucking Chud Logic talk about Mutahar? It's just bizarre.
Fucking knows. I don't know how I'm going to cover this chibi review shit, but I'll do my best. And then obviously the Vosh stuff triggered a week-long suspension from YouTube. And there was then an old Cine Bear video that got triggered off of the child safety policy. And then on top of that, you got the sex and nudity warning now, which is linked to the Frog Tony stuff. And so there's a warning for both. So next time there's a violation of either of those policies, child safety or sex and nudity, it's a strike.
He's on the same precipice. He's on the same precipice that Parry has already been put on. He's on the precipice of the same situation, should I say. He hasn't got a strike yet, but it's like next time. I do wonder. I don't know. Like, Parry didn't mention that he'd had previous warnings, so I don't know if he did or not. I do wonder why he was treated worse, especially when we've seen what the clip was that it was for. It really is quite mystifying. And when it's like, when it makes this little sense, aren't people just going to watch this and be like, well, that's just going to fucking happen to me? I might as well just jump ship. I might as well just fucking go on Kick or some shit instead.
It's a strike. It's a strike.
They have a word list that AI adheres to. Well, yeah, there has to be more to it, though, because people say shit all the time. People say crazy shit on YouTube all the time. There has to be... I don't know if there's people that are reporting things, like maybe that Firebat person reported Parry's video. I can't remember if that was confirmed or not. And if so, that's really ridiculous. I can't keep saying that I actually think that most of Firebat's behavior is fucking ridiculous. You know, because I'm going to get told I'm sweeping regardless, and anyone that uses the word sweeping at this point, I'm pretty sure is just a fucking mongoloid, so I don't care anymore. But, like, surely there has to be something else than just it's picking up that people are saying words. Someone has to, like, point them in that direction or something. So someone must be, like, reporting shit, surely. Oh, my window is off. I'm so sorry. I'll fix this right real quickly. Oh, if I do this. Nope, it's still off. I do apologize. I'm OCDing really badly right now. That'll do. Okay.
So that's good. And then on the second channel, exactly the same problem. Got a warning for the sex and nudity policy and for child safety. Okay. And I can't actually remember what that's for. Let me see. Let's have a little look. So one is for, let's see. Okay. One is for the VTuber video where we spoke about that VTuber. That's a child safety policy. That's the VTuber video. Okay. And the other one, and I take the L on this one, and DK shares that too. He said as much to me. But you remember that video, and it was of a trans person. I think it was fake, but it looked like a trans person was jerking off in the toilet stall. DK ended up putting that on the second channel. And so that got a sex and nudity, which, you know, I'll take the L on. That was a risky fucking one. And, you know, in hindsight, DK probably shouldn't have put it up. So 1 out of 4, I'll take the L on. Okay. But, like, what the fuck, YouTube? Why are you trying to fucking censor me so fucking hard right now? It's like, it's too much, dude. And I don't know whether they're just more onerous now, or alternatively, it's something to do with this AI moderation shit. I don't fucking know, dude. But I'm just getting fucking raped from every angle, it feels.
I gotta say, AI moderation sounds like a terrible idea.
It's like, when it comes to, like, YouTube moderation. And now I'm on this precipice.
You imagine you've got something, like, how much does AI understand tone? How much does AI try and determine what's a joke and what isn't a joke? You know what I mean? How does it make those kind of differentiations? And it's always like poorly understood as fuck. Explained, sorry. It's always poorly explained as fuck how any of this shit works. Most shit on YouTube, no one has any idea how any of it works. You just try and work with it the best you can. But then it starts working against you, you know?
And now I'm on this precipice where if I break either of those rules on YouTube, okay, it's a fucking week off YouTube and it just fucks it up further. And you move further towards your channel getting deleted. So very frustrating to deal with. So with that in mind, I am making a change to something, okay?
He's going to talk about his schedule. I can't remember if there's anything else interesting here.
I don't want to stop multi-streaming. You know, I'll figure it out. I'll try and find a way of doing it so I don't feel like I'm at massive risk, okay?
I'm just going to see if there's anything else about this particular situation. But jeez. Fucking Christ.
At the weekend, I'm now to be the dregs of the weekends, not have to worry about TOS or normally. So gaming streams are now on Kick exclusively. Not today, but probably tomorrow.
I think that's probably it for this. Yeah, I don't know, man. This kind of thing seems to come up every so often. And it just makes it incredibly annoying trying to do what you're doing on YouTube. Because you just never know. You never know. And it concerns the fuck out of me. It's bad enough when it's other people misusing the platform to like fuck with other people. And like cut their free speech, which no one should have the power to do. But I understand why the copyright system works that way. And you know, you just have to fucking give your address and shit like that out to anyone that decided that you're stealing their content, even though they don't know what the meaning of the phrase content theft is. But it's quite another when it's like the platform itself. And it's worrying to me because there's a lot of people that really fucking hate me at the moment, and I'm fine with that because these are the kind of people I'm fine with them hating me. These are the kind of people I wouldn't care what they think about anything in the first place. So that's neither here nor there. But it only takes one of those people. It only takes one person potentially to go around and find me saying something a bit out of pocket or a bit extreme or whatever. Because you know I fuck around, I joke, I say like extreme shit sometimes. You know, there's a certain element of exaggeration and, you know, comedic value from overstating things or whatever. It only takes one person to find some instances of that and like report them, and maybe I'm gonna face the same issue, and it's really not good. And I mean, you know, I've already got, because we might as well kind of dovetail this into the next thing that I want to talk about, which is hopefully gonna be quite a lot of the stream, to be honest. You know, I've got someone at the moment who has been running around. They watched some video of me watching this degenerate weirdo named Katie Neves, who I'm going to talk about in much more detail today, and I'm going to hope that people understand. Even if maybe I went too far in my video, I'm not sure. You know, even videos from a few months ago, I'm like, well, I don't know. Maybe there's stuff I disagree with. You know, my worldview and my understanding of shit kind of updates quite quickly. But yeah, I've got someone running around sending this fucking video I did to other streamers, getting them all to watch it, and like, oh my god, look how transphobic this person is. You know, it would be nothing for anyone involved to take things one step further. And it's concerning, and I hate censorship, and whenever I get the chance to, and whenever I see it happening, I want to speak out against it. Even if it's about people that would never say the same fucking thing for me. Even if it's about people that will look at my video that I made yesterday and shrug their shoulders and be like, okay, well, you deserve it for X, Y, or Z reason, you know? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I'm on some fool's errand, sticking up for people that don't give the slightest fuck about someone like me in return. That's fine, I don't mind. I just hate censorship. That's the end of it. But yeah, so make sure you like the stream, first of all. Make sure you like the stream. Consider super chatting, if you want to stream, if you want to, fuck me, dude. If you want to support the stream further, you can use the pinned chat in Streamlabs. Streamlabs, that's the one. You can use the pinned Streamlabs link, or you can use YouTube. One of them might have a new noise, which is very fun, very fun. Someone's going to have to test it out, I'm afraid. What was I saying? Yep, you can join the channel, you can gift memberships, you can... lots of things. You can check the links in my description. I have Discord, which might not be the right link, but if it's not, someone tell me. And I have music, I have Patreon, other stuff, lots of stuff, all the stuff. So yeah, like I said, I have got someone that's been running around sending other streamers a video of mine. I do need to add a couple more things, bear with me. Let me just do this. Let me just do this pretty quickly. I need to get a few of my ducks in a row, just bear with me. How's the weather? How's the weather where you all are? How's the weather? Is the weather good? Which fucking one was it? Was it this one? I'm just trying to find various places where my insanely hateful rhetoric has apparently come up. I don't even know. President Sunday mentioned it, I think, briefly, but apparently he wasn't super impressed by any of it. I can't remember. I'll have another quick look. And the only other thing I need to do is bring up the actual video itself that we're talking about. And then we will get going, I promise. I'm sorry this is boring. I'm sorry this is boring. Where is it? Here we go. Katie Neves. We're gonna talk a fair amount about Katie Neves. Don't worry about that. If you don't understand why I don't like this person very much and why this person really actually bothers me, hopefully you will by the end of today. Hopefully you will. So if you don't recognize this person, if you don't recognize this very charming person with this insane graphic design going on, what is any of this? This is fucking strange. If you don't recognize this person, they're called Ico Rules. So this person, what this person is doing is going around watching this video by me, Mary Wu. Wow, comparing me to Brianna Wu, how nice. Sending this video that she was so affronted by to other people to get them to react to it. Ico here does not like me very much because I happen to think for myself about things. What happened was, I thought it was weird that shitters like Femioz and Troff and other people were doing all this virtue signaling about Firebat being a rapist and getting his ex-girlfriend to call in and tell all these stories about how he's a rapist, which no one is ever going to prove either way. All of which happened 10 years ago. Maybe he is a rapist, or maybe he is a terrible person. I'm more than happy to say that might be the case. I don't really fucking care anymore. I'm so fucking over it. To be honest, I'm so fucking over it. I don't care. Go to the fucking police. Do something about it and shut the fuck up, quite frankly. But yeah, so I kind of expressed my reservations. Certainly wasn't me saying that actually this person is vindicated and this person is absolutely fine the way that he is behaving. I don't even think so. I'm just capable of seeing more nuance than that. I'm capable of not seeing the world in black and white. But this person didn't like it very much. We had 2 conversations. I didn't even know who the fuck this person was, to be quite honest. I'd heard the name a handful of times. I watched them once woke scolding Chud Logic, who you saw earlier, for being transphobic. I thought that entire stream of her doing so was really quite stupid. For one thing, it was completely unwatchable because it takes this fucking person forever to formulate any fucking thought whatsoever. Yeah, I think it's one of those deals where it's like, you know, some kind of psychotic symptoms or something being managed with THC, which is a stupid thing to do, and you shouldn't do it. But it's cool when people like this do it, apparently. So I don't know. What was I saying? Yeah, so woke scolding Chud Logic. I thought that whole thing was fucking ridiculous. It was unwatchable. I don't know which trans people are asking someone like this to go over some of Chud Logic's fucking videos and make out that he's like a transphobe and like woke scold him. I don't know why anyone gives a fuck about that kind of thing. If you want to talk about like harm to trans people, then take on actual harmful shits. You know, actually get involved in real conversations instead of just like clout chasing whatever shit. Going for like fucking commentary, fucking, what's the word? Like contrarian points. By calling this person a transphobe, as if they give a shit, you know, as if it matters to anyone. So yeah, I'm desperate to be a trans ally, I'm guessing. Bearing in mind, I don't know this person, I don't claim to. They've done multiple 9+ hour streams about me. Let me just move this. So we've got Mary Wu's transphobic content, almost 10 hours just going on and on about me. 10 hours. That's like bizarre. I've never done 10 hours, let alone on the same fucking person. Got another one. Am I the only moral Firebat A-log? Well, I'm not a Firebat A-log. First off, you're like A-logs of Firebat and I'm not. Do you know what an A-log is? An A-log is someone who hates on someone who they are similar to or on a similar level in how much of a fucking shitter they are. A-log was a Chris Chan hater. A-log was like autistic as fuck, embarrassing as fuck, talked about his fetishes on the internet, made dog shit fucking react videos where he'd play like some of Chris Chan's video and do all this kind of, well, at least I don't do this. At least I'm like better than this guy in this way. It's the same shit you all do with Firebat. You just point at this fucking wretched person who you aren't actually all that different from, to be quite fucking honest. You point at this wretched person. This is why I'm better than that person. That's what A-logging is. So I resent the label, to be honest, because I was never a fucking A-log, okay? I'm just not that much like that person. I'm just not on that kind of level where I need to point at that person and say I'm better than them. I was interested for a while. I reacted to some stuff. Most of it was dog shit. What wasn't dog shit got made into seggies. How many fucking seggies has this person made on Firebat? I'm going to bet none. None of them ever make fucking seggies on Firebat. Like, where are they? Where are they? We can fucking go on about fucking Chud Logic. The sexting with a trans... How old is this now? How old is this now? Did this person used to be more successful than this and they're like living in the past? Because from what I know, they get like similar viewership numbers to me and I fucked off most of my audience. They've been going way longer than me and they've got fewer subscribers. I watched this thing. Apparently she used to, yeah, look at this, like 5 years ago. They did this, like, they did all the Twitch poll stuff. I saw them have a conversation with Destiny where she couldn't even form a coherent fucking sentence. I saw this thing where apparently she'd been like messaging Nick Diorio like hundreds of times in a row. Because this is the thing. She's like trying to hate on Chud Logic now. She did the same thing. So many of these like Twitch poll shitters, they didn't make it in Twitch poll. And then Destiny got banned off Twitch and the whole thing fell apart. And then Chud Logic's like, I don't really want to do like politics shit anymore. I want to do like more like drama stuff. And started doing that. And then everyone else started following suit. So this person is a trend hopper. They saw Destiny getting big doing the debate shit, and they joined in. That whole thing fell apart. Someone like Chud finds some kind of success, going off onto a different kind of genre. And they follow suit. They're just following fucking suit. No originality, nothing interesting about them. All the same shit. They see some other shit that got someone else somewhere. They see Trough getting a few extra viewers, watching Firebat. Now they want to watch Firebat. Wow, amazing, amazing. But Firebat doesn't even fucking know nor care who this person is. So that's embarrassing. And yeah, multiple long-ass streams about me. They specifically were not happy, or she was not happy about this video. This video here. So I made a video about this Katie Neves person, AGP liar, LGBTQ role model. It's possible if I watch this video back, I would think, maybe I'm being harsh Or maybe maybe it's not very clear as to why I hate this person. Maybe just watching this video is not going to be super clear. This isn't the first time I've talked about this person. There's been several times that I've seen them engaging in like ridiculous behavior that I'm not down with. And they put themselves out there as this advocate. And I don't like it. I don't like that people like this are going out there advocating for trans people, trying to educate people on what it is to be trans. This is a very specific kind of trans person. This is the kind that has had a successful career doing whatever, probably has their own kids, started very late, but at a time, you know, at the point in their life where they can afford to get everything done very quickly, so that they can pass as much as they can, which is still not very much, by the way. This person looks like shit. You know, they transition and then they become someone who goes around talking about how they transitioned. The massive grift. It's utterly embarrassing. They get these like diversity awards positive role model thing. We're going to see several instances of why this person should not be seen as a positive role model. We're going to get into various instances of why, as a trans person myself, the idea of someone like this going around like telling people what it is to be trans, like educating people on like how to be around trans people and stuff, it disgusts me. It's disgusting to me. And if people find it offensive that I don't like another trans person and don't think that they should be fucking representation, that's fine, but like, at least understand where I'm coming from. But these people don't understand where I'm coming from. They just hear me say shit about another trans person and they're like, oh, that person's transphobic. Okay, wow, you're brain dead, you're stupid. Congratulations. Aiko is not even trans. Aiko is a so-called cisgender person. Maybe she goes around pretending to be queer or whatever, probably actually just fucking straight, or 99% with a bit of bi mixed in. Probably the case. I don't know. I don't care, to be honest. I'm sure she used to go by like she, they pronouns, which that's like the ultimate sign. If you're a cisgender, mostly straight woman and you go by she, they pronouns, you just want to be part of the club. You just want to be queer like everyone else. Well, just call yourself queer then. That's all there is to it. It's meaningless. So yeah, we're gonna get into this person. So yeah, they watched this video about me. I don't know how much to show of this utter brain dead retard's fucking content. It is fundamentally unwatchable. And they really, really fucking hate me, despite us never really having a normal conversation. We spoke twice. We spoke on Parry's stream, we spoke on Trought's stream, both on the same day. They were a complete fucking patronizing asshat towards me. They didn't want to actually understand what my points were. They just wanted to tell me, oh, you're just doing this. Oh, you're just doing that. Oh, this is how you think. You don't know how I fucking think. There are a lot of people that make the mistake of telling me how I think, and they're all wrong. None of them know. I'm not a normal person. You can't just consider your experiences with other people and apply them to me, because I'm probably just not very much like the other people that you know. Like, that's just very possible, you know? Let me see. When do they get to, like, the Neve stuff? Here's the other thing they do. They love reviewing their own interactions. This person loves watching back their own conversations. They watched back my conversation with her. She watched back my conversation with her because she wanted to know what kind of person I was or something. Instead of just like talking to me, instead of just sending me a message like, hey, what do you want to talk about this sometime? as if I make it hard to get hold of me, like ever. And she knows how to get hold of me on Discord. She's like seen me. But yeah, likes watching her own interactions. She's presumably talking about how I was mean to her in Trought's chat because she's a fucking moron. Covered this whole thing. Don't know what this is. We've got the Katie Neves thing. Listen, what is this? Oh, she looked at my Steve video for like 2 seconds. Yeah, because what happened was, oh my god, my name's in red. She has one of those gay as fuck, like, was it Shinigami eyes or whatever? For like queers to like avoid channels and like Twitter profiles and shit that are occasionally vaguely critical of like trans shit. It's so fucking gay. Like, Parry was like, oh, send me a video that you should watch. Send me a video that you should watch. That she should watch to understand your trans takes. So I went with this one, because there's some trans takes in this one. It's probably not the best, but there isn't really a comprehensive one anywhere. All right, we'll watch for a bit. We'll just see what this person's shoe derangement syndrome looks like. Bear with me, bear with me, bear with me. Okay, okay.
Looking at 4 hours.
This is a voice changer, by the way. When you hear this person's voice, this is not what their voice sounds like. This woman is 40, I think, 40 or 41, using a weird voice changer. All this shit on the screen, which is it's a complete eyesore, by the way. Just have the video there. Just have the video there. What is all this? It's horrendous. Anyway.
Selves in this video. Katie Neves, AGP, liar, and quote-unquote LGBTQ role model, which is based on, where is it? Did I close it? God damn it, I need to stop doing this. I need like a fucking carer.
I agree with that.
Let's see. Fresh. So
okay, so this article, even the fucking Trough, I talked to the Trough the other day. He's like, oh, that article was like mean and shit. It's like, well, okay, sure, it was mean. Some of the stuff was gratuitous. But what they're saying apparently happened. There's like leaks from this Katie Neves person's seminars where she goes to like employment, like she goes to like jobs, she goes to like employment things to like lecture about trans people and like trans inclusion in employment and shit like that. This article is obviously very biased against trans people, but my understanding is what they're describing that I take exception to happened. Talking about like wearing his sister's underwear and shit happened. You know what I asked Trough? I asked him if he's ever worn his sister's underwear or if he ever wants to. He wouldn't fucking answer my question, surprisingly.
Is the article that we'll go over from this like conservative propaganda website, thecritic.co.uk. Transgender awareness seminars push sexist ideology disguised as progress, and it talks about, you know, it's very bad. And I looked for anything that was like,
it's bad. Hey guys, this is a bad article. It's bad. Just accept my framing of things.
Like controversial about this person. Couldn't find, and I looked for anything that was like controversial about this person. Couldn't find anything.
Do you know what's funny about this? I looked for something controversial, couldn't find anything. What is this highlighted? Recounting feel of excitement, shame, and something else, being caught wearing his sister's underwear. What do you think is, like, imagine this. Imagine that this is true. Imagine you've got someone who tries on their sister's underwear and starts feeling these, like, this like, excitement and, like, shame and, like, all this other shit that he's wearing his, like, sister's underwear. Doesn't that just sound like fetish shit? Doesn't that just sound like someone who's kind of getting off on this in some way? But you couldn't find anything controversial. Well, do some fucking research, retard. Do some research. Actually look into it. Or, I don't know, ask. Ask what my problem is. It's not difficult. Don't worry. We're gonna cover plenty of things. Plenty of fucking things that highlight what my problems are with this person. Was it the Capitol? I thought it was in the UK where Katie Neves, like they did this like dancing shit in the women's toilets. If it was in the UK, that's fucking retarded because the UK hasn't even banned any like trans women from women's bathrooms. That's not even happened.
So I thought that this would be interesting. Perry had asked if he could moderate a debate between me and Mary. And I was like, sure, why not? And I said, I need a video so I can have an idea of what her takes are.
So what this is going to be is, well, they sent me this video, but here's why I want to watch this one instead. And the reason she wants to watch this one instead is because she can use this to spin me as like some transphobic like horror or something. It's insanely bad faith. I don't even know what the fuck this person hates about me so much. I don't even know what her problem is. Like, sorry I thought for myself on fucking Firebat. Sorry I'm not a fucking cultoid like you. Sorry I'm less susceptible to groupthink than you. I know it's very offensive to groupthinkers when someone steps out of line. Sorry, I made good fucking Fireback content and yours was dog shit. Sorry, you're a fucking Johnny come lately. You know what I mean?
And so Perry sent me this and said, they said this is a good example of what their content is. This.
No, it's a good example of my trans takes, but I don't expect this person to be capable of reading. And it's possible that Parry did like word things differently between the both of us.
Debunking Edge of the Matrix, a field guide, is a video that is literally just about like how to push back on insane anti-trans protesters on the street very calmly. Like, you know, that kind of optics
What's wrong with that?
policing.
Optics policing? You're a fucking retard. She does not understand this video. Did you even watch it? Did you like take the transcript, run it through AI, or just put the video through AI and get a fucking thing that you can twist? How dumb are you? What I said in this video is, I would love to confront this guy, but I can't. Here's the kind of things I wish other people would say to him, because I think it would make him look a bit stupid. Yes, I said be calm. What's the alternative? Throwing beans all over him? That's not a good thing to do. That just fuels the narrative, fuels the victim fucking complex. And I've watched a lot of his content, and most of the pushback he gets isn't very good. And part of the reason the pushback that he gets is not very good is because most people don't know very much about him. Because even though he's got like 70 odd K subscribers, he is still fundamentally a nobody. He's just the guy that stands with the fucking sign. So I think it would be fucking hilarious if someone took some examples of like actual fucked up behavior of his from his videos and confronted him with it. That's the kind of thing. And more than anything, it's not just about telling people that they should do optics or whatever. More than anything, it's a way of me getting my opinions across about this person. It's a way of me being able to sum up a bunch of stuff as to why I think this person is like a bad actor and stuff. Maybe it's obvious to some people. Oh, he stands with a billboard, of course he's bad. But that's not a video. That's not a video. A video is, here are his points in a way that he can't possibly refute and say that I'm misrepresenting them. This is why these are bad. This is what can be pushed back against pretty easily if you want to make him look silly and you're not prepared to just walk off. Because that was what I said. That was what I said. The ultimate goal would be that no one ever talks to him again and you just starve his fucking content farm. But I understand that's not going to happen. It's not human nature. It's not human nature for everyone to just walk by. And sometimes when people talk to him, they do well. Like, do you remember that old man? Do you remember that old man in London? Do you remember that old man in London that like talked to him for a while and just ran rings around him? Like that kind of thing is good. I want to see more of that. I even showed that guy in my video. Like you probably can't hear it. But retards like this, they don't realize some of the stuff that I'm showing as I'm speaking is contextual. And some people have done well and others can too. And people can do better if they're pointed in the right direction rather than just calling him a whatever, you know, transphobe, all this kind of shit.
That, you know, very 2021. I don't know if Mary said never, when I asked if she was going to, she's like, you will find out. And I don't know what that means. But so.
You don't know what you will find out means. Hey, do you want to talk to me? I'll let you know. Well, you'll find out. I'll confirm. That's what that means. It's not difficult. You're 40. You're 40 years old. You understand English because you can speak English. Not fucking difficult.
So, I'm like, interesting that she would send me this very measured, also very vague video.
What's vague about it? What the fuck does that mean?
So I found this video just like scrolling through her YouTube page.
So instead of watching the one that I said, we want to watch one that you find offensive so that you can put out there that I'm offensive. It's so fucking transparent what you're doing, man.
I'm like, this seems like this, it's about what I was looking for.
What I was looking for. It's so transparent. It's so transparent how dishonest this person is. It's so you were looking for something to be offended by. What do you think happens when you look for things to get offended by? you will end up getting offended. If you go looking for the most offensive video I've ever made, you are going to get offended. And if you're stupid like this person, you're not going to sit and think, well, maybe this is like a more extreme example. Maybe this person has seen things that I haven't. No, they don't think that way because these people are always right. These people are always right. It's like ultimate Dunning-Kruger, this person.
I mean, the Married to video.
Does she use a voice changer to sound like a child? Yes. Yes, 100%.
This is awful. I mean, the Married to video. Was it what you will find out too about if she was gonna talk to me, have a moderated talk with me. And so, but basically another thing with this is like,
there's no such thing as
it's like, I'm not going to debate 2021 like trans women in sports.
2021 trans women in women's. What do you mean 2021? Trans women in sports has been a very, very pertinent thing now, recently. Super fucking recently, you dumb fuck. Do you know why? Because the IOC decided they don't want trans women in women's sports. It's been constantly coming up. It's been constantly coming up. Far past 2021. Like, what the fuck are you talking? Oh, she calls herself neurospicy. Neurospicy. It's embarrassing. You're 40. You're fucking 40. Why aren't you married yet? Why haven't you got any kids? What the fuck are you doing?
Kink at Pride discourse. I'm not doing that. I don't care. We did that. We fucking looped on that for
Who's we?
years. Every Pride month for years. In Twitch poll.
Yeah, no one cares about Twitch poll. Twitch poll died because it completely hinged on fucking Destiny. So all of that is irrelevant. No one knows who the fuck you were in Twitch poll. No one knows who the fuck you are now. Stop making fucking excuses. You don't want to watch the video. Watch something else, sure. But why go looking for the worst thing you can find? Because that's what you care. You just want to find some grievances. That's what it's all about. You just want to find some fucking grievances that you can hammer people on. Well, you said this and I thought that was offensive. I don't care what you find offensive. You offend me just as a person. You are just offensive in your existence. You know what I mean? Do you care that much that I think that? You probably don't, no. So why not just listen to what I'm saying my positions are and tell me what you think of them? All this like 2021 shit, it's excuses. You know you'd lose. You know you'd get your fucking ass kicked, metaphorically, if you engaged with me on this video. That's what it is. You know that I'm right about this shit.
My Twitch poll people know how fucking ridiculous and exhausting that was. I don't care.
You're exhausted. You're fucking cis, bro. You're fucking cis. No one cares. No one cares how exhausted a cis person got when it comes to like debating trans topics. No one gives a fuck. Some of us have to live this shit, man. Some of us have to live this shit. For someone like me, it doesn't stay in 2021. Do you know why? Because I'm still trans and it's still an issue. It's okay for you. You can fuck it off anytime you want. Because you ain't fucking trans. It's not your fucking problem. You can just use this to virtue signal whenever it's fucking convenient to you. Some of us live this shit, man.
If
you know who doesn't live this shit? Fucking Femios. Never leaves her house looking like a woman. Or her little friend here, fucking Lucy whatever, who she's taking the piss out of, by the way. Are you listening, Lucy Hayes? You're getting the piss taken out of you. You're getting the piss taken out of you. Covering a transphobe was requested by ICO Rules. I say something sarcastically at the start of the video and this fucking dipshit doesn't even understand it. You're getting the piss taken out of you. She just wants people to carry the flag for her because she's annoyed at me personally because I criticized a stupid fucking genre of YouTube that she belongs to. She doesn't give a fuck about you. She doesn't give a fuck about trans people. She doesn't care that you watched my video, understood basically none of it, and made a twat out of yourself. She's trying to make a twat out of you because you're a bit fucking special needs, and she knows that because she knows who you are. Oh yeah, let's get these fucking, let's pit these trans people against each other. You're fucking stupid for doing this, man. You're fucking stupid. Here's another person, never leaves their house looking how they supposedly want to, but apparently wants to wear like mini skirts and shit. This person ain't gonna fucking pull off a mini skirt. I don't pull off mini skirt. I don't fucking go out dressed like a fucking toddler. And we go on, oh well, I live in Poland to get stabbed here. Well, what's your dress sense? How do you want to look? What's you as a woman? Do you know what I mean? You're getting manipulated and you're letting it happen. And you try and tell these people, they just don't listen. They just don't listen because they're gullible. It's easy. It's easy to wrap someone like this around your finger. And that's what Aiko preys on. She only talks about people that are completely fucking retarded, or uses people that are retarded to go after people that she doesn't like, that aren't retarded. She tried to get President Sunday looking at this. I can't even fucking find it. Apparently he wasn't blown away by all the firebat shit. I can't really remember. He sent me a message, actually. He sent me a message. It was something like, oh, you've angered the Ico Dragon or something. I was like, yeah, I disagreed with her on firebat. It's terrible, right? That's all I heard. I don't really have a problem with President Sunday. I can't find whatever coverage his was, and it's not the end of the world. So, I don't know. Where do we get to the actual video? Oh no, we're going to go on to the trough. What the fuck is this? Are we going on to chat again? We're going to like talk about like me being mean in chat again. Is that what we're going to do? Pussy-o. You talk all this shit when you're an insecure little child. Little boy. Oh yeah. She's offended. She's offended that I called Femios a little boy. She's offended on Femios' behalf that I gave Femios a taste of her own medicine. Do you want to know some shit about Femios? And if you're watching, please react to this, Aiko. Please react to this and play this uninterrupted, okay? Shut the fuck up for 10 seconds. Understand some shit about your little friend that you're sticking up for. Do you know who Alec Gunter is? Do you know who fucking Alec Gunter is? So he's someone I've talked to before, a couple of times. And, you know, I have my misgivings about his beliefs. I don't think he's very knowledgeable about trans and talks about it anyway as another cis person. But I don't, you know, I have a certain amount of respect for him, to be honest. I also know his brother. His brother was in my Discord, and might be again. One time his brother joined voice chat whilst Femios was in there. And Femios said the nastiest fucking shit about him. I wish I had it recorded. Talking about how ugly he is and he should kill himself and stuff like that. He was like fucking upset by that shit, and anyone would be. It was disgusting, the things that she was saying to this person. But what about me? What about the shit that I've dealt with on this person's behalf? So when I first came across her, she decided to show up in my chat and like try and debate bro me, like using these like outdated as fuck fucking Vorsh arguments about like prescriptive and descriptive language as to why this person's a woman when they won't even leave their house looking the way they want to. So they're not even really a trans person, they're a crossy. All you do is play dress up at home. That isn't trans. I don't take my fucking costume off, okay? I went out earlier looking like this. In fact, I didn't look like this. I had no makeup on. I still look the way I do. It doesn't change my fucking appearance that much. Because it's not a costume. It's not a fucking costume. You don't take it off. Unless it's not you. It's not a persona that you imbibe when you want to. It is you. You are that person now. Like, Mary is not my crossy alter ego. I am that person all the time, and have been for fucking over a decade. You know? Let's take someone like Goddammit Malcolm. Do you think Goddammit Malcolm refuses to leave his house as himself? No, of course he fucking leaves his house. Do you think he puts his fucking tits back on, fucking puts a long wig or takes his short wig off to reveal a longer fucking hair, peels off his fucking facial hair, and that's how he goes out, hiding the fact that he's trans lest he gets fucking murdered? No, of course he doesn't. He just goes out as himself because he is that person all the time. When you're trans, that's how it is. You don't just pick and choose when you are yourself. You just are yourself. Femios won't even do that. Femios is incredibly insecure, yet constantly fucking goes after other people. Constantly fucking bullies other people. Often about their looks. When they're incredibly scared of other people telling them that they don't look good. They constantly used to attention seek in my Discord and do it in others. About how they're so ugly and they need all these different fucking facial surgeries. And if they were any uglier, or if they were as ugly as this person or that person, they would kill themselves, which is a disgusting thing to say about anyone. And isn't very far off the kind of suicide bait shit that you all virtue signal about that Firebat fucking did. It's not actually all that different, believe it or not. Doesn't fucking matter what any fucking retards say. It's not all that different. And that person does it more often as well. So yeah, anyway, they show up in my chat. They're doing all this debate bro shit because I disagree with a lot of their perspectives. So then they bring a whole bunch of different alts. They just start logging in as like alt accounts and just start harassing the fuck out of me, saying all this like nasty shit to me. Again, I don't know if I have it saved anywhere. There's probably a VOD somewhere that I could find. And maybe I don't really want to have to do that because there's no point. If you're stupid enough to believe in someone like Famios, then you deserve whatever happens eventually because of it. More than anything, you deserve that no one's going to take you seriously because no one fucking likes that person. No one fucking likes that person. What else? What else? I might as well. This person did this really shitty fucking bully video, complete with like the most unflattering thumbnail they could think of, about this Elena person. This person did nothing. This person did nothing to deserve this. I've spoken to her. This is another trans person. I always found her perspectives like sensible. We had a conversation. It was good. This video, I watched like maybe 30 seconds of it. It's the most dogshit fucking argumentation I've ever seen in my life. It fundamentally is, here's a trans person that actually thinks for her fucking self, and I'm gonna like shove her down. You know what I mean? Anytime a trans person tries to climb over the fucking parapet, climb out of the fucking gutter, it's people like Femios grabbing onto their fucking bottoms, their trousers, their legs, whatever. It's people like that doing that and trying to pull them down again. That's the kind of shit here. This person ended up like stopping bothering with like YouTube. I don't know if this was because of it, but it kind of helped. And this was a dog shit video. Why are you standing up for this person? You think that I fucking bully other trans people? What about what fucking Femios does? That who was it? Alex's brother is a detransitioner. I am trans. Elena is trans. You know what I mean? You're picking a side. You don't know anything about Femios. You don't know anything about me. You don't actually know anything about this whole Katie Neves thing. You just watched that one video and took massive offense to it. You're a cis person, butt the fuck out. That's got nothing to do with you. Let trans people fucking fight their own battles. Let trans people have their own disagreements. And maybe think about whether you think it's a good thing when there is diversity of thought in a community. Because I'm telling you something, it is not a good thing for any one minority to get this single-minded the way that trans seems to be becoming. To the point where when someone like me expresses my opinions, idiots like this are like chomping at the bit to fucking go after me. You know what I mean? And people like Femios are chomping at the bit to grab people who try and fucking lift themselves out of our fucking mind prisons that some of us are fucking in and try and pull them the fuck back down with the most dogshit argumentation possible, resorting to fucking bullying the fuck out of people if possible, when they're insanely fucking insecure about their own looks, insecure about their own personality. The fact that they just fucking sit at home all day. The fact that they so-called boy mode when they go out. That's crossy shit. That's crossy shit. Sorry. Anyway, what is worth even watching? Like, this is like 10 hours long. 10 hours. How long does it take to get through the Katie Neves video? I'm serious. So, still on it. 8:07. We were still on it 3:59. We were still on it 2:07. That's 6 hours. It took you 6 hours to watch my video? My video that was like 45 minutes long? This is what I mean. These people are unwatchable. They suck. They suck. It's actually a compliment, to be quite honest, that people like you don't like me. Because you're fucking idiots. Fucking crossy.
Whoa.
That's what you
Whoa.
are.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't care about this bit. We wanna watch back our own conversations because we're a fucking narcissist. Oh, it's so offensive what she said about Femios. What about what Femios says about other people?
I get it, but it has to stop. Medication. That's the question. What is
Aiko isn't very smart. I mean, that is the biggest understatement I've ever heard. Oh yeah, talking of bullying. Apparently Aiko once told someone that she fucked his mum, and then he was like, oh, my mum's dead. And then she just carried on. Just carried on going on about how she fucked this guy's mom. Oh no, she's still alive. She's with me right now. I fucked her. But you're gonna talk about me bullying others? I've never disrespected someone else's mom. I wouldn't take that if someone disrespected my mom. And I sure as fuck don't want to say that about other people's. Like, your mum is irrelevant to all this. I don't know anything about her. I would never say anything. Because I'm not that kind of person, whereas you are. So I don't know, man. Glass houses. Are crossies transvestites? Yes. Transvestite means crossdresser. Cross-dressing is when you're a man and you know you're a man and you live as a man. But once in a while at home, you like to like dress up and get a bit fruity and, you know, dress up as your alter ego fucking Susan or whatever fucking shit.
Did I take my medication? That's the question. What did Ah do? Ah is defending. I understand. Ah wants to defend themselves, and also if they see something and they don't think that it's a fair statement, they'll stick with it. I get it, but it has to stop. It needs to. Fuck it, while we're at it. Med check. Okay.
God, this is pain. When do things happen? I can see on the timeline. Oh, and now we stop for a bit. Wow, amazing. Is that her right now? Wait, is this the dick slap song? Hang on, let's see if we can get the dick slap song. Years old, by the way. 40 or 41.
Smacking dicks. All I wanna do is smack dicks. The dicks are smacked with other dicks. Are smacking against each other.
What if a man made a song that was all I want to do is smack cunts, smack vaginas? Would it come across the same way? I wonder.
Smack some dicks. We're smacking dicks on each other.
Irish national anthem. This is gonna get funny anytime now, I promise. It's gonna get funny saying the same thing over and over. It's definitely gonna be funny soon, I promise.
Smacking dicks together forever, ever. Smacking.
They've actually seen more than 5 real ones in her life. I would imagine it's either less than 5 or more than 500, but hey, that's her life. That's up to her what she wants to do.
Dicks all around the world. We're smacking dicks on each other. But don't smack dicks if they're taking a nap, if they're resting or peeing or engaging in sensual acts of penetrative or non
Kanye did it better. Listen, Kanye's singing about giving his cousin head is great. This is just fucking dog shit. I'm not Irish. I don't have to do that. If you are Irish, you have to stand up for this, though, I guess.
Those things. I don't remember what I just said. Okay.
Oh my god, I'm so stoned. It's so funny. Oh my god, I smoked like so much weed just now. Oh my god, I just smoked so much weed and I made this song and it's like so funny, you guys. Oh my god. Anyway, I'm gonna cry about someone who I think is a transphobe. Article. Don't really care about the article. Where do we get to the part? Oh no, we have to keep referring back to me telling Femio she's a retard. That's totally necessary. I just want to get like a snapshot and I want to move on because this person's content is like actually dog shit.
But this is incredibly flagrant. Access to help and information and whatever. I goes brave as fuck for talking about vulnerable shit. I don't know. I've been the same for a while. Because it's just true. And if I'm wrong about something, I'm like, okay, I'm fine with
I don't believe a word of this.
You know, adjusting my perspective. But this is incredibly flagrant and obvious, so there's not really any.
I skipped fucking half a minute back and that was just still the take, like on and on. Fuck me. And now it's loading again. Okay.
The way that you have conducted yourself in front of other people. And so if she did grow, that's just more people that will eventually, you know, find out, because it's not about like
Oh my god, actually say literally anything. Fuck me, I can't keep skipping. And we're just saying nothing. And we're just trying to work out how to say the most basic fucking sentence. Oh my god, bro, this is painful. This is fucking painful. Maybe I'll come back and see if this person actually formulates a fucking sentence. What the fuck are you doing watching me, bro? You're too stupid. You're too stupid to watch my content, so just don't. That's really, really simple to do. Actually reached out to me, not personally, because this person's a coward. Purple Parry Gaming wants us to have a debate because he thinks there's going to be content. It's going to be dog shit. If this person actually presents something that I think is worth talking about, then I'll try and have a conversation, because believe it or not, I actually like talking to people about trans ideas and stuff. Even people that are like hostile to my worldview. Potentially, I could be down with that because I care about these issues. I don't think this person cares about these issues. I don't think you can say that you care about these issues whilst putting on a fucking pedophilic sounding cartoon voice. Talking about smacking dicks every fucking however many fucking intermissions you need for that shit. But there's like graphic of you pissing on someone. You don't seem like you really actually care about this kind of shit that much, or you're trying to represent this pro-trans shit in the most cartoonishly ridiculous way possible, in which case congratulations. You're like the archetypal trans ally. I think she's like half Japanese, not Chinese. It's important that we're not racist here. She's already called me racist, but I have no idea where it is, and I'm not looking, because to find any like complete sentence that this person formulates requires sitting here for fucking ages. People just watch people like this because they get their tits out, and people can imagine, oh, it's like I'm hanging out with her and she's like my girlfriend and stuff. I would rather die. Yeah, so Katie Neves. So what these people are upset about is that I read this article about this Katie Neves person. I will be honest, this article is very like sensationalized. Yeah, no, I do plan on, if it's not going to be an interesting conversation, I'm just going to ask a bunch of meme questions and then hang up, because I don't care. I don't want to be there for more than about 15 minutes if it's not going to actually be a real conversation. I don't think it is going to be a real conversation. So I'll ask her if it's true that she sent Nick Diorio hundreds of messages in a row. I'll ask her if she psychodials people. What else did I have? Actually, no, what else did I have? I have a whole list of like questions that I'm interested in knowing the answers to. There's quite a few fun ones. I do definitely what I need to know. Definitely what is very important that we know when I talk to Aiko is why it is that she's focusing on me when she's so concerned about rape. Is there no rapes going on? There's no rapes to deal with right now? You're dealing with my ass? What, because there's no rapes? You demonize me and treat me the same way as you treat someone that you think is a rapist? What fucking rapes have I done? Which partners have I beaten? What the fuck are you talking about? But yeah, I'm not saying it makes sense. Of course it doesn't. Take her 15 minutes to get a sentence out. Well, if she can't ask a question in under a minute, then I'm just going to cut her off. I'm going to cut her off. Oh, you can't ask a question quickly enough. Okay. So is Firebat a woman? Why don't you explain Firebat's womanhood to me? What do you think jokes are? Do you know what a joke is? You know when I called you overweight? Do you know what a joke is? You know? What about when you cried because Destiny went for fucking chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? What are you saying? What are you saying? You made a vid. What did you say? If you fucking said on your fucking video that I reached out to you, I am actually gonna... I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna fucking block you if that's the case, because I just don't talk about me. Just don't talk about me. I have had enough with the utter freaks that watch people like Aiko and people like Troff and everyone else. Don't make things worse for me. I'm actually trying to help, believe it or not, by telling you the same thing I've been telling you for fucking forever, which is just be a father and stop bothering with these utter retards. Anyway, yeah, so this article is what people were upset about me reading. It is very sensationalized. You've got some quite crazy takes, but some of this is real. The thing is, if this is describing some real shit, then the way that I deal with articles like this is I skip through all the pronouns can act like rehypnol and shit like this, because I don't know what the fuck we're talking about here. I'm interested in what they're describing that this person does. So when we're talking about someone going out there, being a representative for trans people, doing seminars where they tell people that work for this company or that company about their trans experience and what it means to be trans and help them understand trans people better. When someone is going out saying that they felt excitement, shame, and humiliation being caught wearing their sister's underwear or trying on their sister's underwear, wearing clothes of family members and girlfriends and stuff, that to me is bad representation. I don't want that happening. I don't want someone to have seen something like this and to then see me and think that I'm like that because they saw some seminar which was supposed to be about them understanding trans better. Okay, I understand trans. It's when you try your sister's knickers on and then decide you like it and want to do the woman thing full time. That's not what it's about, not for most of us anyway. I think that AGP exists, and I think that fetishistic trans people exist. But I don't think that that is what trans is. I think that's just a way that you can end up trans. And if I were working for a company and a person like this showed up to tell other people how they should look at trans people and how they should integrate trans people and what trans people are like, if I was in the audience listening to this shit, I would fucking complain. Because people will know that I'm trans. It's just kind of obvious. And that's what people are hearing someone else describe it. Because I'm probably haven't explained it to anyone, you know what I mean? I'm just there to work or whatever. And this is what they're hearing. Are they going to start thinking that I'm like this? I don't know. I just don't want this shit. I think it's gross. And that's my fucking right to have that opinion. If this person can't understand it or wants to write me off as a transphobe, that's up to them. I think they're the transphobe. You know why? Because I'm a trans person with opinions about trans issues. I actually live this shit. This person doesn't. So I just don't care. If you want to fucking tone police me and opinion police me about my own issues, that's you being a transphobe. Because what you're saying is trans people need to have a worldview about their own issues that is acceptable to you, or you're gonna fucking shame them. That's transphobia, bro. That's transphobia. Ain't nothing I'm saying that's transphobic in the way that you're fucking transphobic. Anyway. So yeah, I'm trying to think, was there anything else? Claiming to be part of an oppressed, marginalized minority. I mean, very doubtful, but whatever. I don't think this person is oppressed. I think this person probably has a very comfortable life, has probably been quite successful in their day-to-day life. You know what I mean? It sounds more like a fetish, not being trans. Well, both can coexist. I don't think that trans is a fetish. I don't think trans is generally based on a fetish. I think that AGP exists, but I don't think it's like everywhere. I think it just does describe well some trans people. And also plenty of like cross-dressers and shit like that. So apparently they said, it felt so right, but then those feelings of feeling right were quickly overtaken by feelings of guilt and shame and self-loathing. So what I was doing is wrong. It was dirty, it was naughty. Like, the guilt, if it's anything like someone like food shops, then the guilt can be part of the fetish. The fact that you're doing something you shouldn't be, that can be part of what turns you on. So it does sound like this person on some level was aroused by wearing like their sister's underwear. I think that's gross, and I don't want trans people going around there educating other people on what trans is by describing this kind of shit. That's weird. That's gross. And like, this person is an ambassador. This person is supposedly an ambassador. Do you know what being an ambassador means? It means being professional all the time. It means being measured. Trans ambassador. It means being professional. It means being measured. It means you're probably going to talk to people occasionally who have different ideas of what trans is, different ideas of what men and women are to you. And if you're going to put yourself out there as a trans ambassador, it is vital that you stay professional. It is vital that you handle that shit the right way. Let's see if this person handles this shit the right way. Because this is something this fucking Ico freak doesn't know about. This is something that fucking Lucy Hayes, or whatever the fuck their name is, their fucking dipshit fucking stooge, doesn't know about. So here's a video by someone called Knots Online. Now let me be very, very clear in what I'm saying. I don't like this Knots Online person. This Knots Online person is a fucking mega rightoid who constantly posts about every single crime that a brown person does. Constantly bangs on about Muslims as if no one else is fucking doing this. I don't like this kind of thing. It's not something that I would want any part of. It comes across like we only care about crime when certain kinds of people do it. Which is just ridiculous. But I mean, at the same time, it is this person's right to go around saying what they're saying. But I don't like this person. I don't think this is cool. When I first watched this video, I think I was a bit more receptive to some of this stuff. There are certainly these people that kind of show up to these kind of things and like play dumb and just kind of, you know, potentially they are agitating and not being honest with the fact that they're agitating. I'm more than willing to bet that that's at least a possibility. But what's going to happen is this guy claims that he didn't even know there was a trans march going on. He's going to run into Katie Neves, who was at this trans rally, and they're going to have a conversation, and it's not going to go super well. So yeah, trans ambassador, bear in mind. Trans ambassador. If I'm putting myself out there as an ambassador, my number one goal is staying calm, staying professional, dealing with these conversations the best I can, because I'm going to experience hostility. You know what I mean? That is going to happen. I am saying that I am someone that can put myself out there and handle that. This person can't. Anyway.
Hello.
Yeah.
All right. What are we doing here today?
Oh, so this is a trans rights protest today, just against the Supreme Court ruling this week.
The Supreme Court ruling was what?
Basically, there were 5 cisgender, so that's non-trans judges, made a judgment to say that the definition of sex purely within the Equality Act 2010 was defined by the sex one is assigned at birth, and so it rides roughshod over all trans people, particularly trans women.
Not true. What has actually happened since then? Basically nothing. There's not even any guidance about things like toilets and so on. Trans women can still use women's toilets. I think some trans people are fine using other toilets, you know what I mean? I think if you pass enough as a woman and you're not going to make women uncomfortable, I don't see a problem with it. Nothing has happened. It's been almost a year now. It's been almost a year since the Supreme Court decision. What has actually happened? What rights have we lost because of it? I haven't seen any.
But what it also does, they said that sex was binary, which is actually biologically wrong, because then that ignores...
Not a biologist. I mean, to say, listen, the sex binary is ultimately a human categorization of what sex is. But it is, like, the binary model is very accurate. It's just not 100% accurate. Like, human sex is binary, and then there's an asterisk that you're going to get the odd person that kind of confounds it. That doesn't mean that typically you won't see a man and you won't see a woman, and you'll just know which is which almost every single time. You know what I mean? This person is saying things that are not factual. It's not really is or isn't sex a binary. It's that binary is a very good categorization of sex and applies to almost everyone. Maybe there's a better one, but no one's presenting one. So, like, I don't know, man. This person isn't a biologist. We're constantly harping on about someone like Helen Joyce, who's a mathematician. What the fuck does she know about anything? What the fuck does this person know about biology? Yet they still weigh in. It's factually inaccurate. It's a binary. Well, no. It's a human categorization. It's how accurate is it? And that accuracy is like 99 point something %, you know? So instead of talking bollocks, why not come up with a better model and present it? Make that your life's work instead of making trans people look stupid.
Ignored all intersex people, and 1.7% of people in the UK, all over the world, are intersex.
Not even true. People with PCOS aren't intersex. People with Klinefelter's or Swire syndrome or Turner syndrome aren't intersex. They have DSDs. To me, intersex means that it is genuinely actually somewhat nebulous as to which sex you are. Because your genitalia might be abnormal, you might have bits of both, you might have like chimerism or something. We're including things like fucking PCOS. What does the O stand for? Ovarian. So that person has ovaries. So they're probably female then. And like, I'll say something else. I'll say something else just quickly. There's a video that I made. I kind of mentioned how I think that genitalia kind of does define sex. I don't really think that's true anymore. I think a better way of putting it is, like, something like gametes is probably the best indication of what someone's sex is. If you know what kind of gametes they produce, it's going to be one or the other, and so they are male or female. So it's a very good indicator. It's just that you can't use that on everyone because not everyone produces gametes or something. So you'll go with like genitalia. And then maybe the genitalia is ambiguous. But if it's not ambiguous, then again, you know your answer. So it's like there's things that are like very good indicators. And by the time you've crossed off gametes and genitalia, that's like most people. That's like almost everyone. So yeah, it really is about, you just need enough kind of stuff to say, well, this person clearly should have been female or was supposed to develop female but for problems or whatever. By the time you get past all that kind of shit, you're at the point where you're talking about like minuscule differences in a rather small amount of people.
And so it was actually, completely wrong.
Completely wrong.
Yes, totally. Yeah. Where are you from, by the way?
I'm from Knots Online.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So,
sorry.
Yeah.
No. You just signed up.
No, of course, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, if there are issues with people, not recognising people's rights to define themselves however they want, that's understandable because people do matter, whether you're trans or anything at all.
Absolutely.
I think that the ruling was in retrospect to the women's spaces, because obviously, when somebody decides to be another gender, okay.
Nobody decides that.
Well, some people do.
No, you do. You ultimately decide that that's what you want to do with your life. Gender is not innate. I think there's like psychological factors. There are things that predispose you to coming to that kind of decision that you must be trans and that being best for you. But gender isn't really innate. That's what sex is.
No, they don't. They don't decide that.
How do you know?
No, you're born. How do you know? Are you a man? Are you a man?
We're getting very, very angry very quickly. You can hear it. There's a sudden shift. We can't hack it. What are we doing calling ourselves a trans ambassador? when you're this defensive.
Okay.
Nobody decides that.
Well, some people do.
No.
And that's all it takes. He said that people decide to be trans. Well, you do decide to be trans. It's not just, think I'm going to be trans now for shits and giggles. You make those kind of decisions based on feelings and, you know, life experiences that have probably been, like, going on for a long time. It's probably after a long period of feeling like shit is different and wrong and feeling at odds with something. And that's kind of, you decide that you're best off transitioning and that'll make you happy. And with some people it does. But there's not really anything wrong with saying you decided to transition, you know? It does take like a conscious effort to use gender to try and kind of cross the sex divide. It does take a conscious effort. So it's not even like we're starting to get testy over something like big, you know? It's an okay thing to say. And you shouldn't expect someone like this to come at you and say all the woke shit and all the correct things straight away. It's just bizarre what's going on here.
No, they don't. They don't decide that.
Well, how do you know?
No, you're born. How do you know? Are you a man? Are you a man?
Why are you asking me
No,
that?
no. Are you a man?
Why do I have to quantify what I am?
No. You're asking me questions. You decided up to me.
But you haven't answered them.
No. All right. Well,
it took no time at all. How angry this person is getting. Ambassador. Representative. I don't want it. But I'm a transphobe because I speak up against it.
It's an innate. You know, it's a feeling inside you that you know how how male or how female.
I don't even think cis people always have this. I don't think cis people, like, I think a lot of them it's just, well, that's my sex. I bet loads of them just don't even think about it. That's why I don't think that to say that everyone has a gender identity is accurate, beyond everyone knows what sex they are. Okay, well, I know what race I am, so is that my race identity? Could my race identity be different from my skin assigned at birth, you know? Knowing what you are is just the most basic fucking thing ever. And if, how do I put this? Yeah, if it is about what you know yourself to be, and that can be something different from what you actually are, then aren't you basically saying that trans is delusional? I don't think trans people are necessarily delusional. I think you probably get some. You get delusional people of all sorts. But I don't, like, the identity thing more than anything, it suggests to me that this person, they know they're something else to what they are. Well, no, they can't know that they're something else to what they are, because that's very subjective. They think they are. So you go straight back to the always men who think they're women. I don't think that's a good framing. I don't like that. I don't think that works. I don't think I'm a woman. I don't think I'm female. I wish I was. I'd rather be. I don't identify as anything. To say that all people have a gender identity, I don't think I do. I don't think I do have a gender identity. I know that I'm male. And I do this regardless, because this is what I want to do. It's not about how I identify, it's about how I feel inside. And identity is just a word for that. But people can be wrong about stuff. People can mislabel themselves. People can feel different ways on different days. Or feel like something for a while and then change. So yeah.
But how do you quantify that?
But how do you know that you're I'm assuming you're a man because you're asking this.
Please
how
don't
do you
assume
know
my gender?
Okay.
Please do not assume my gender, first of all.
Okay, how do you know
Why
what
did
gender...
you assume my gender?
No, but how... Okay.
Why did
This guy's being a dick, to be clear, this Knots Online guy. But it's not like this person wasn't getting funny first, you know?
you assume my gender?
Okay, because you're asking these questions and you're being very defensive about this. So
I'm not being defensive.
Okay,
I'm
so
asking you a question.
how do you know
Why
what
did you
gender...
assume my gender,
okay,
please?
So how do you know what gender you are?
By my genitalia.
By your genitalia?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. So, but that's not actually right. So,
in your opinion,
what if someone does base their identity as a man around their genitalia? Isn't that valid? Isn't that fine to do? What are you talking about?
Why are you forcing it upon me, though?
I'm not forcing it on you.
Can I not define my own version of a gender? I'm asking you.
No.
Can I not enforce my
How are you not handling this? What is happening here?
own version of genderism?
No.
Why not?
Look, it's something.
Why can't I?
Right,
Why can't I define what I am?
It's something.
But you can define what you are.
It's in something that's inside you that you just know, okay? And I tried to be the man that I thought society wanted me to be. For 48 years, I tried to be it, and I fought against it. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't live like that any longer.
Born, how did you define yourself?
When I was born, I didn't define myself as anything because I was a baby and I didn't know. And it's only as I grew up that, right from my earliest memories, age 3 or 4, I've always felt female. But I fought against it.
What does that even mean?
Because of what society told me. And I had something called gender dysphoria.
What's society telling you?
Which is a mismatch between how you feel in your head and the heart.
No, of course.
You know?
I understand.
That's not what gender dysphoria means. Gender dysphoria means you're unhappy with the sex that you were assigned at birth or observed at birth or whatever. You're unhappy with who you are in relation to your sex. Or you're okay with your sex, but you don't like the kind of gender shit that comes along with it. You're male and you guess you accept that, but you don't want to have short hair and you don't want to wear the kind of clothes that a man would wear. And that's difficult because in society, people aren't always very nice to you over it, you know?
I understand you completely.
No, well, you don't. You don't.
You can't tell me what I understand. But,
because you're being very hostile.
No, I'm not being hostile.
You are.
Ambassador.
I'm not. You are. I don't.
This person was hostile first. This guy's a knob. And he actually seems quite stupid. Like, this should be the easiest conversation in the fucking world. But it's just acceptable to act like a fucking bellend because you've decided you're marginalized now. That doesn't work. That's how you get yourself marginalized further, if anything.
I don't believe you're from Knots Online, frankly.
I am. I honestly am.
No, I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
I am honestly.
You're being very hostile.
I'm not.
You are.
You're in a public place. Basically, so what I'm trying to ask you is that obviously your personal journey, I appreciate that you've been through whatever you've been through to get to where you are now. In terms of women's spaces, that's irrelevant to their rights, isn't it?
So what do you think is going to happen now? How do you think these women's spaces are going to be policed? Just tell me how they can be policed.
Well, it's not going to even be legislated, let alone policed. So it's not going to be policed. And this Supreme Court decision has not informed any kind of change. So what you're protesting here is something that didn't matter, hasn't meant shit so far. Women have a right to like single sex spaces. So women have a bit more grounds to complain. If a male person uses a space and they're not happy about it and they spoke to the owner of the space and the owner of the space didn't want to accommodate them, that's a thing that can happen. They have to actually know that you're male. They have to actually clock you. If you know that you look like a male, you should probably just use the fucking men's, to be honest. I don't think I look very male. I still use the men's. Or I use a third space. Because I don't want to make anyone comfortable, you know? I don't have enough faith in my own passing. But, like, we're acting like this was the most, like, shocking, like, oppressive fucking thing that's ever happened. And it just amounted to nothing. It amounted to fucking nothing.
Police.
Why do they need to be policed?
No, how? So if you're saying you're protecting,
I do not want you to have any discomfort in public if you need the bathroom.
Okay.
I don't want you to feel.
Do you know what the worst thing about all this like? Do you know what the worst thing about all this like freaking out about the Supreme Court thing was? They literally are like feeding into like the TERF fucking celebration and shit. They literally are feeding into that shit. When I'm pretty sure they literally said, this isn't like some kind of win for people that want single-sex spaces. It's just a clarification to the Equality Act, you know?
Okay,
like you have to explain yourself.
Okay.
But unfortunately,
so where do you
people
think...
also have rights. You're not the only person in the world who has rights.
Okay, so where do you think I should go to pee?
Pardon?
Where do you think I should go to go to the loo?
Wherever you feel comfortable.
Okay, I feel comfortable.
Legal.
I feel comfortable using the ladies' loos.
Okay. And would you...
Do other women feel comfortable you using the loo? I don't know what this person looks like next to women. I don't know what they look like IRL. I guess I've seen less passing trans people, although the hair is the hair is a giveaway, the voice is a giveaway. We don't know how tall this person is, what kind of bone structure. I guess their shoulders don't look super broad. You know, I've seen worse, but I don't know, man. Personally, I don't want to make women uncomfortable, but that's me.
Mind if it made other people feel uncomfortable? Would you care about those other people?
Well, it doesn't make other people feel uncomfortable.
How do you know?
Because
won't answer.
Because whenever I've gone to the loo,
if there was somebody there who's uncomfortable with you doing it, would you then do something to accommodate their feelings?
I would just go into a cubicle. Basically, there's cubicles in ladies' loos.
If somebody felt, sorry to interrupt you. If somebody felt like you were, offending them in any kind of way, or you were upsetting them, or they felt that they were, they felt threatened in any kind of way by you or me. If it was me going into the toilet, just the way I am, if I went into a female toilet, okay, and somebody questioned me, I would not mind them questioning me, because you know,
Okay.
of their own needs, because they have rights. If somebody questions you, would you take it offensively?
Okay. What about trans men? There are lots of trans men who look very similar to you, very similar to you.
Of course.
And where do you think they should go to have a pee?
It's a great question.
Yeah, where should they go?
We do need to find a solution.
And
the solution needs to have flexibility.
And what about?
Where's the flexibility on your side?
I mean, the solution to have flexibility, I think that's fair enough. I think passing trans men should certainly use the men. Or certainly shouldn't use the women's, because you have the same problem. If it's about women's comfort, you're going to have a trans man that passes well enough that women are going to think they're a man. They're not going to want that person in their toilet. And if you say, oh no, I'm actually a trans man, what if they just don't believe you? What if they think you're just making that up to say, oh no, I'm female, actually I can't be in here? What if they just don't believe you? But it's like he's not even taking like the retarded fucking hardline stance of no, everyone goes in like their sex-based toilet. He's not even doing that. That's the worst thing. This person is so fucking angry now, so fucking like worked up because someone dared to have another opinion. It's like insane to me. And again, I don't even like this person. This should be a knockout, easy as fuck conversation. Easy as fuck conversation. For someone like me, it would be. These kind of people are easy to fucking deal with. I've had conversations like this, and it never goes this way. Because it's actually quite easy.
What about cisgender?
I'm asking you a question. Do you have any flexibility?
Let me answer the question then.
What is the question?
Okay.
What's the question?
So, what about, there are lots of cisgender, so that's non-trans women, who have got a very masculine appearance, such as butch lesbians. There are lots of them, okay? And what we're finding now is that they are being questioned when they use the ladies' loos.
Ladies' loos? Oh,
yes, when they use, and this is going to happen. This is going to.
I don't know, does this even happen really in this country? You hear the odd thing from America. It shouldn't happen. Unfortunately, it is going to happen. If you are gender non-conforming and you use your sex toilet, there probably is going to be the odd person that gets confused. And they might not like your answer regardless. And that's not good. But on a certain level, at the same time as we don't police toilets in terms of who should go where, that means that shit like that is also going to happen occasionally. And we take that risk because it's the more free way to be. It's much more free to be able to just go to the fucking toilet and just sort yourself out as to which one you should be in. So that's just how it is, unfortunately. You're going to get someone in there that you're not going to like in there, and you might say something, and you might mistake something for someone else. Because no one is sorting all these people and saying, oh no, this person should be there, they're a woman. It goes both ways. Like, this unfortunately is just going to happen. And I think most gender non-conforming people understand what they look like. I think most gender non-conforming people probably go in knowing that they might get shit. And are adult enough to handle it when it does. And if it gets violent, then yeah, that's bad. And if the police get called because someone's that affronted that someone's in the wrong bathroom even though they're not, then yeah, that's bad. But like, what are we saying here?
This is going to happen more. So basically, it's being policed by.
Has this happened more since the Supreme Court ruling? I'm not aware of it. But okay. Wasn't happening until the trans movement. I have very strong doubts about that. I don't think that's the case at all. I think as long as people have been not conforming to gender norms, I bet there's been people that have been hassled in public toilets. The trans movement isn't responsible for that at all, I don't think.
It's the look police, okay? What's wrong with just having gender-neutral loos everywhere because they're just cubicles? Excuse me, let me finish.
This is not going to happen. I don't know that this is even a bad idea. It seems like certain cultures, like places in Scandinavia and stuff, where a lot of things aren't sexed. Maybe it works there, but does that mean that it would work in Britain? Does that mean that British women are going to be happy sharing their spaces with like men? I don't think that's the case.
As long as the cubicles, right, the partitions and the doors go from floor to ceiling, and the locks work, I agree. Yes. Then you're just in a safe place. 100%. And the only place that you're someone of a different gender is when you wash your hands. How many times have you washed your hands next to somebody of different gender?
That's a great point. That is a great point, sir. Madam, sorry.
Madam, thank you very much.
I'll put that out, madam. Yeah.
Okay. I still don't believe you're from
Knots Online. I am. No, I am.
Okay. What this person hears Knots Online and assumes it's like a reputable source. No, his channel is called Knots Online. He's from Knots Online. It's just that all it is some shitter on YouTube.
No, but you make some very great points though. I'm here to engage with you. And your point about the butch lesbians being questioned when they go into a male toilet, that is a great point, because appearances can vary between males and females, whether they're transgendered or not. You can still look feminine as a man. You can still look butch as a female.
Absolutely.
So, what is the practical solution to this problem?
And that's the practical.
It seems to me that sorry to interrupt you, but it seems to me that rightfully or not, the way that you expressed this issue, or in the past when
I think the practical solution is problems are pretty fucking rare. We're not going to start policing these toilets, so it probably is just going to continue on the way it's been. I don't know, man. I'm very tired of the toilet conversation, to be honest.
these issues have been expressed by by transgender movements, it seems to be that they're rather aggressive about it. That's all.
Well, it's only because of the people such as you who are being very aggressive towards us, and we're just...
I would not be aggressive towards this person, and we would have a very different conversation. It'd be much more productive than this. Just saying. Just saying. It doesn't have to be this way. You can tell that this person's temper was like rising very quickly. It took like literally about a minute of like something not being expressed the right way, and this person started getting angry. Ambassador once again. Ambassador. Ambassador, yeah. Trans ambassador. This person is representing me. This person is going out there on my behalf. I don't want it. I don't fucking want it. That's my right. That don't make me a fucking transphobe. And to tell me that I shouldn't think that kind of way, that is transphobia. But then probably this person, this fucking ICO dipshit, her problem with me is probably that I called this person a he or something. I don't care about fucking misgendering. I don't care about misgendering. And it's impossible to misgender me. More people should become unmisgenderable, okay? More people should just accept whatever fucking pronouns they get and not give so much of a fuck, because it's words. It just doesn't fucking matter. Why would the men's toilet not have a door? Well, it does. You get like the urinals, and then you get the cubicles generally, because you can't shit in a urinal. Not that that stopped certain people from trying, but you know.
We just want to be happy. Trans people aren't a threat to anyone.
But you just want to be happy. That's why you go around telling businesses how to deal with trans people. If you want to be happy, just live your life. Do whatever your job was before this.
If people,
are you happy to accommodate people who aren't comfortable with your lifestyle?
Can I just explain something about trans women? So, obviously, trans women who have had lower surgery, well, they've got vaginas anyway, and so you're saying that you define...
Well, technically, they haven't.
No, I don't have a vagina. I've had surgery. It's not really a vagina, but, you know, it's kind of shaped like one, I guess.
Yes, they have. They have. Okay. So they've got vaginas anyway. So you're saying that you define yourself by being a man because you've got a penis.
Yeah.
Okay. So therefore, trans women...
It's not just that. Every single cell in my body is male. I'm a male chromosome all over.
And with cross-sex hormones and blockers...
We shouldn't discuss biology with this conversation. This is not about...
What we're saying here is cross-sex hormones changes your chromosomes. That is not true. I don't think your chromosomes being in every cell is generally what anyone's looking for when they want to ascertain which sex you are, which gender you are. But they don't change. They are going to be the same. I don't have XX chromosomes now because I've been on HRT for 10 years. That's just not the case.
Biological conversation, because you will lose. You will lose biologically. Please do not try and justify it biologically. It's impossible.
This just shows how hostile you
No, there is science and there's genderism. There's two different subjects, in my opinion.
I just
Am I
think...
allowed to have an opinion?
Well, you're allowed to have your opinion. I'm allowed to have my opinion.
Of course. I'm not preventing you from yours.
But what I'm saying is the other thing is that for trans women who haven't yet had lower surgery, yes, they're the owners of a penis. Doesn't mean to say they want it, and doesn't mean to say it works. It doesn't work sexually.
How do you know?
It doesn't work.
No,
let me finish the point. If you ask
never
me,
stop.
Look, if you don't want to hear my answers, then I think you need to just go away. I finished. Bye.
I know you have. Because the question is...
There we go. Ambassador. You have to understand something. If I seem a bit one-sided, I have zero expectations of this Knots Online guy, because this Knots Online guy is some fucking rightoid loser who goes on about Muslims 24/7. Probably attends fucking hotel protests and shit. I mean, that's your right. Do what you want. But it means that I really don't have expectations. I'm expecting this guy to be a dick, and he is kind of a dick. This person is a fucking trans ambassador. This person is a representative. And they put themselves out there as such. They get paid. They get paid to go around and do inspirational speaking, which is basically just talking about them being trans. Inspirational speaking, like showreel. It's like crazy to me. So how are you going to act that way? How are you going to not be able to keep your cool and handle a conversation like that? You have to be able to keep your cool. Like, I'm sure progressive fucking morons like Aiko here are impressed when anytime anyone says anything remotely not to your liking as a trans person, you start fucking screaming at them. But most of us are adults. Most of us act our age. Most of us think in line with being people with actual fucking life experience. You know? You do have to keep your cool. Like, this person will do this, like, oh, it's like 2021, like, optics shit. No. It is for you because you stopped being interested in this shit after 2021 because you're actually a fucking transphobe. To someone like me, it's my life. To someone like me, it never stops. To someone like me, having to keep my cool when people are fucking disgusting towards me because I'm trans is my life. Having to think about all this kind of trans sports and trans kids and all this shit, that ain't 2021 shit for me. That's my life because I'm trans and this shit affects me. And when we push for things that are extremely unpopular politically, like trans women and women's sports, and which don't make any fucking sense anyway, and just shouldn't be allowed, that affects things. That turns people against trans people because we're pushing for things that are unpopular and don't make any sense. And even plenty of trans people don't think it makes sense. So it beggars belief as to why people are still pushing it. The only real answer I've got that makes, that at least, you know, that at least means something, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to give it too much credit. But people will say stuff like, oh, well, we need to preserve trans women in women's sports, and women athletes just have to be fucking sacrificial lambs. Otherwise, they'll start taking other rights of ours away, which doesn't make any sense. Because any government can put anything up for fucking debate that they want. Anyone can raise some bill attacking any kind of trans right. They don't need trans women in women's sports to be banned before they can do other stuff. They can just do that. So to me, it makes sense to take the L on the retarded as fuck positions and focus on the shit that actually matters. Focus on ways of getting the fucking NHS waiting times down. Bearing in mind we're broke as fuck. And we're not going to pour more money into it because, you know, the NHS has a lot of other problems. And there's a lot of other shit that pertains to far more people that they probably want to fix first, you know? But yeah, it's insane to me the way these people talk about this shit. And it's so obvious they know nothing about it. But they've spoken to some progressives. They've spoken to some, like, progressive trans people. And they think that that's the experience that they should take on. That's the experience that informs them as to what trans is about. No. Trans is not a monolith. You need to understand a whole bunch of different perspectives to truly understand trans. You need to understand people that not only believe in AGP, but actually see it as, like, pertinent to themselves. You need to understand those people and stop telling them that they're wrong about everything and they're transphobic for even saying that this is a thing that exists and actually makes sense to me, you know? You have to stop doing that. You have to start listening to people from all over the fucking political aisle. You might not like Blair White. I don't like Blair White very much. What I will say is that she probably reaches fucking conservative people. She probably reaches conservative people and gets them to kind of moderate a little bit on their trans stances. Their trans stances probably still aren't great. They're probably still like fucking Trump supporters or whatever. But it's probably better than it was because it takes different people to reach different people. But these people want to erase any kind of trans people that aren't, you know, fucking whatever the progressive fucking loser trans person is that everyone likes at the moment. I don't know. They all suck. So I don't know. I don't know what this fucking person wants, to be quite honest. They have no right to talk to me about trans issues, to be quite honest. Oh, thank you, Theo. Thanks for watching. But yeah, so they've had the conversation. This isn't actually over. This isn't actually over. We're going to see how professional this person really is.
Obviously, the question is how do you tell somebody's sexual preference?
Also, this guy needs to shut the fuck up. They say they don't want to talk anymore. Just shut the fuck up. Also, Katie, brush your fucking hair. You don't have much of it. Take care of what you have, please.
Very difficult. Very
All right, there we go.
difficult. Hello, everybody.
Okay,
Hello.
people here, if I'm trans people, don't talk to this person. He's really hostile. You've just done a really hostile interview, so don't talk to him, okay? Okay? Okay?
This gentleman has just assumed my gender. Don't assume my gender. Do
As I said, this guy is a wanker.
not assume my gender.
But this kind of activity doesn't justify what is going to happen. Just keep watching.
Person assumed my gender, yes or no?
Have you fixed your microphone?
This person assumed my gender, yes or no? How do you know my gender? Excuse me, how do you know my gender?
Don't engage.
Please do not assume my gender.
I told you I finished with you. You're very hostile, and I finished
No,
with you.
I think you've been very hostile towards me. I was very polite.
Have a lovely day.
I was very polite.
No, I don't. Absolutely.
Okay, someone else having to tell the ambassador to calm the fuck down. Wow, that's a good sign, isn't it?
I'm not trying to prevent it. I'm not trying to prevent it.
Thing is, no one
Don't think you're helping.
Look, can you move up my personal space, please, Vicar? Thank you very much.
Not a threat. Not a threat.
Would you like to discuss why you came that close?
Well, no, I just. Well,
So why would you come and engage me if you don't want to engage me?
I didn't. I just walked.
Your foot was almost touching mine. Why, sir? Why, sir?
Well, because I like.
Are you a vicar?
Yes, I am.
Okay, for which ministry, please?
Simon, don't talk to him.
Simon, thank you very much. Thanks, Simon.
I've got nothing. I've got nothing to hide, my friend.
Well, you have. Where do you preach? The Lord of God. Where do you preach?
No.
In the name of Jesus Christ, where do you preach?
Where do I preach? Where do I preach? I don't. Preach.
Where do you pray?
I pray. Well, I pray everywhere.
Where do you preach?
I'm a
Where's your ministry?
I'm licensed within the church.
You know what else is really like? This guy is not helping. You've got this guy's name, and now you're asking him where he preaches. Are you a fucking data collector? Are you a fucking data controller? Registered? You probably aren't. Listen. You really have to open your mind a bit to understand what I'm saying, because it takes an open mind. And you guarantee someone like this is not open-minded. But what this Katie Neves person is going to do is not acceptable, no matter how much of an annoying dickhead this guy is being. I'm sorry.
Why did you come so close to me then?
Because I wanted to talk to you.
Okay, let's talk. What do you want to talk about?
No. Well, I didn't want to talk. What I wanted to say was.
So you didn't want to talk?
Well, I didn't. I just.
Why did you come that close to me?
Must be incredibly loud. I'm surprised that this does not count as assault, quite frankly. And quite possibly it does. I turned it down because it is incredibly loud. I can't remember. I don't know how close. Like sometimes when these people do this kind of thing, they like literally will put it in someone's ear and do that. I've seen that kind of thing before, and it's disgusting. I've seen rightoids do it to like leftoids and stuff, and it's not okay. It doesn't matter. But it's like you get that irritated in a conversation that as an ambassador you should be able to handle it in your sleep. And then you start blaring a fucking siren, which can't be helpful for the people around. There's a fucking road right fucking there as well. That's what I mean. Ultimately, we've learned a lot watching all these like auditor dickheads. These people do in fact have a right to go around being assholes and having conversations that people don't want to have. Like, it's just not good. I don't want this kind of representation. And I can say that while saying that this guy is a fucking loser, okay? I can do that. Like, if they're that hostile and you're that offended, then just don't fucking be around them. Yeah, it's not difficult. I can't remember. They're still doing it there. How it kind of goes on. Like, no regard. You hurt someone's ears. You cause someone a health problem with that kind of shit. You don't give a shit. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, that's the kind of thing this person will do if an argument doesn't go their way. What to me amounts to assault, to be quite honest. So that was that. Was there anything else here? Supposedly this Katie Neves person is with the Beaumont Society and is a Freemason, which are male-only organization. Or the Beaumont might not be anymore. It certainly used to be a male-only organization. So I don't know how much they've actually left their sex behind. And listen, showing that, listen, I'm not expecting someone like this to give a shit. Someone like this probably thinks it's cool to do that kind of thing. But someone like this thinks it's cool to sing songs about slapping dicks and have gifs of her peeing on something. So, hey, listen. Yeah, that was it for this one. So this is the ambassador, yeah? This is the professional representation, you know what I mean? You're potentially causing harm. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's actually what I mean. Like, yeah, he's a fucking wanker. He's a fucking loser. He's going there pretending that he's, you know, objective or whatever, but clearly that's not the case. So then you handle that shit. You're a fucking trans ambassador. You handle that shit. You don't, like, blare a siren in someone's ears, potentially causing them harm. That's nuts. Anyway, was there anything else here? I don't think so. Diagnosing with AGP. I mean, whatever. Was there anything else? There was a huge article that I want to go through. There was a big article I actually wanted to go through. This is not important anymore. So, inspirational speaking. This was what was interesting to me, because what was suggested to me by the Trough when I spoke to him, because he was like, oh yeah, I was offended by your shitty video as well. Okay, wow, I didn't ask. You're cisgender. I don't give a fuck what you think. But he said it anyway. And it's like, oh, did you read that article? It's so, like, sensationalized. Yeah, it is sensationalized. But what if the shit they're talking about actually happened? Then will you consider my points, or will you find another way to avoid the question? Because whenever I've argued him about trans stuff, he just always avoids the questions. And I'm sure Aiko is exactly the same. It's not actually about what points I'm making. It's, oh, well, you made them in a mean kind of way, which I look forward to having that conversation and calling her a retard for 10 minutes and then hanging up. That's probably what's going to happen. Don't blame me when it's not actually epic content and it is just completely stupid. But hey, I might make her cry, and who could pass up that opportunity? That's called a joke, by the way. That's called a joke. Like when I called you fat, it's called a joke. So yeah, this isn't working, the podcast. Again, you know, I'm sure all of you will attack the source. That's absolutely fine. You can do so. But here is where there's some, like, actually quite interesting information. So this is kind of the crux of it, I guess. So HR's fuck me, dude. HR's dirty laundry. Trans training knickers scandal rocks CIPD. Let me just remind myself what CIPD is quickly. It'll be someone that hired this person to do talks. Professional body for HR and L&D. So yeah. Presumably they would have hired this person to do talks. So if you work somewhere in some kind of office, and one day this Katie Neves person shows up to tell you about his sister's knickers, you know who might be to blame? Katie called the cops? I don't know what this is. There was also something about the Sun newspaper. We'll get to that as well. We'll get to that. Don't worry. It's a slow burn. You people want to understand why I don't like this person very much. You can say that I went too far, that's fine. You can say that you're offended by something I said, that's fine. I don't care, ultimately. I don't care. But it's not like it's coming from nothing. How did HR get trans inclusion so wrong? The reckoning starts today as we expose deep ideological capture at the Chartered Institute of Personnel Development and its CEO's friendship with the trans activist Katie Neves. Yeah, she's in with some people. Probably quite a lucrative partnership. Probably quite good for money. Probably quite good as a way of making money. Being in with a CEO like this. We asked whether the CIPD was fit to create the trans inclusion guidance that thousands of UK employers, including government departments in the NHS, have baked into their HR policies in the last few years. We also reveal why police were called to investigate a hate crime after a sexualized internal training session went catastrophically wrong. Can I recap what I'm talking about? Someone called Katie Neves, who this ICO dipshit thinks that I was transphobic towards. I'm explaining why I don't like this person. We just started this article and this is the main thrust of it, so you haven't really missed much. All we had was this Katie Neves assaulted someone by blaring a siren down his ear because he was a bit of a dickhead. And apparently he used to wear his sister's underwear, which is gross. Okay, what is happening? Today we reveal that dozens of employees... Sorry. Like this fucking tab thing is like actually going to be the death of me. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, what is happening? Let's start again. What is happening? Hang on. I'd feel very embarrassed as a trans person if me and my colleagues were forced to do some HR stuff and this person was explaining to colleagues how they used to steal my neck. Exactly. Oh my God. Like trans people actually get it. You know what I mean? You don't want to hear some version of trans being told to all your colleagues that doesn't resemble you at all and sounds actually quite fucking gross and creepy. And then people are gonna look at you and think, oh, are you like that? Oh, did you try on your sister's knickers? I ain't fucking never worn my sister's knickers, okay? Disgusting. I would never do that. I don't want to fucking do that. I don't want anyone thinking that I'm that kind of person because they've been taught by some other trans person that that's what trans people might do. It's, oh God, it drives me insane. And the fact that I'm being woke scolded on this shit by fucking cis people is fucking maddening. But anyway. I fully agree with you. Today we revealed that dozens of employees at the UK's HR industry body were told that they faced a police investigation for a hate crime after complaining about an internal training webinar in which transgender activist Katie Neves said wearing girls' clothes felt dirty and naughty. That's fetish shit. That's fetish stuff. I'm sorry. I ain't never said any of that. I've never felt dirty wearing women's clothes. I've never felt naughty. I just like them better. I just feel a bit more kind of comfortable, you know? You're saying it's perfectly normal for boys to try on sisters' knickers and you're wrong and for sexualizing children. Is that what Aiko said? Okay, fair enough. Well, we'll get to it. We'll get to what this person actually said and then we can kind of come back round because this has clips, this has video. There's evidence here. You know what I mean? It's not just some shitty article calling a person an AGP. Anyway. So transgender activist Katie Neves said wearing girls' clothes felt dirty and naughty, that trying on her sister's knickers for age 4 felt so right. Sorry, I can't read very well. Peter Cheese, the 300k a year chief executive of the CIPD, is understood to have seemed friendly with Neves at the time of the incident, February 2022, and appears to have sympathised with the trainer, a biological male who transitioned age 48, over his female employees who said the content was inappropriate. It is unclear how close Cheese and Neves are, or where and when they first met, but both spoke at the MAD World Summit in 2021, whatever that is. Not familiar. Whilst Neves' training session attracted some press coverage at the time, this is the first time it has been revealed it was for the CIPD. The police investigation has also been hushed up until now. Who is Katie Neves? Katie Neves is the founder of a gender diversity training consultancy, Cool to Be Trans, wow, and one of UK's best-known trans inclusion trainers. Neves, who is open about previously being known as Martin, is also a prominent trans activist and has been often seen campaigning for trans rights and for puberty blockers for gender-confused children. Listen, this is all their words, I'm just reading it verbatim. I don't care. More recently, Neves has been protesting against the recent Supreme Court ruling which states that trans women, biological males like Neves, should not enter single-sex space. When did it say that? Okay, this article, I'm not averse to criticizing this article as well, Jesus Christ. The Supreme Court ruling stated that woman in the Equality Act means female. It specifically didn't mean trans women should not enter women's single-sex spaces. It did also mean that women should be guaranteed certain single-sex spaces. But there's been no guidance to say that trans women should not use women's single-sex spaces. This is just factually untrue. Just so we're clear. Oh wow, it's almost like I criticize both sides. Congratulations. Despite taking a strong stance on contentious political issues, Neve's clients have included Deliveroo, Waterstones, Aviva, National Grid, Ofcom, NHS Business Services Authority, Virgin Media O2, BP, Facebook, the Crown Prosecution Service, so various police forces. So that your tax money has gone to this person. Like, it's so gross. Sorry, there's so much noise going on. Fucking hell. Okay, there's going to be loads of background noise. We're just going to get fucking through this. Jesus Christ. Neves regularly appears at LGBTQ+ awards events, has co-hosted 2 series of BBC podcasts, Time for Some LGBT, yikes, and was accepted as a UN Women UK delegate to the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women in 2024. Those who are not familiar with Neve's work might recognise the name and face from J.K. Rowling's infamous April Fool's thread on X, in which she deliberately misgendered 10 well-known UK-based biological males who present themselves as trans women. Neves appeared at number 9. The purpose was to test the response of Police Scotland, who had suggested that misgendering would become a criminal offence from 1st of April 2024. Don't think this happened if it didn't happen. Thank fuck, okay? Jesus Christ. Misgendering should never become a criminal offence. I'm sorry. If it is done in a way that is harassment, then it should be dealt with as harassment. If it's done in a way that could count as hate speech, then that should be the thing. Misgendering itself, that's fucking nuts. That's fucking insane. Also listed with a model, Munro Bergdorf, TV presenter India Willoughby, who is an utter fucking freak, by the way, and Scottish rapist Isla Bryson. Neves was not happy and published a long open letter to J.K. Rowling in response. Strangely enough, Rowling's tweet makes reference to a leaked 2022 webinar, but it seems unlikely she knew it would turn out to be so significant. Yeah, it's this person here, you can see this. UN Women Delegate somehow has used this fucking trans thing to land pretty impressive gigs, speaking, but can't handle a conversation with some right-wing freak with a fucking camera. Can't handle a conversation that kind of goes against some of their beliefs. It's amazing. It's amazing. The email that shocked us. This email was sent to the 30 to 40 CIPD employees who attended Neve's training session in February 2022 from a senior DEI manager at the organisation. Don't forget, the CIPD is meant to guide other UK employers on how to manage difficult staffing issues and incidents. Please read, follow up on the session with Katie Neves in February. Dear all, you're receiving this as you attended the session, joined Katie Neves to hear about her trans journey. In February, by the way, turning our narcissism into a fucking speaking gig, how nice. How nice. Maybe I should just tell my story to a bunch of people and make a bunch of money from it. I kind of wish I did. I'm just not that way inclined. In February, as part of LGBT+ History Month. Please note this message has been sent to all attendees of the session. As you may be aware, which we shared at the time, one of the attendees filmed the session and posted excerpts and comments about it on various social media platforms. The police have been in touch to notify us that these posts have been reported as a hate crime. I mean, it wouldn't really depend on what the posts are saying, right? The police officer leading the investigation has asked us to provide a list of all the people who attended the session. The police will determine how they will conduct their investigation. However, it is possible they will contact you directly using your work email address initially, in order to investigate further. As is a police matter, you are of course required to cooperate fully, and please don't discuss your involvement in the investigation with anyone else, sorry, this is so terribly written, but do contact George Howell, head of people, or me if you have any concerns or questions about this or need any support at all. God, absolutely dreadfully written email. Who the fuck? Anyway. Why this story matters. In April 2025, a ruling by the UK Supreme Court exposed the fact that many organisations have misunderstood the Equality Act 2010 for the last 15 years. As the judges made clear, sex, female, and male refer to biological sex. Self-reported gender identity or holding a GRC are irrelevant. Gender recognition certificate, you can apply to a panel and be recognized legally as the other sex to what you are. That's what that means. I don't even have one because I don't care what the government thinks I am, but that's me. I'm legally male. I am fine with that. Why are so many organizations running a sort of self-ID policy with or without a GRC, apparently unaware that this was unlawful? Who advised them or confused them? Reporting by This Isn't Working, including dozens of conversations with HR professionals, some at director level, find that all roads lead back to the CIPD. Its members, including HR teams within corporations, most of the UK government's departments, and the NHS, relied on the CIPD for unbiased, legally accurate guidance to help them create policies tailored to their own organisation. Having failed to provide any guidance in this area until September 2023, the CIPD finally published a 32-page document that was oddly framed and full of flaws. You can read it here. We're not going to spend long on this, don't worry. So this is a document. I might get in trouble for looking at this live, maybe. I don't know. Transgender and non-binary inclusion at work. We're good people. Wow. Asking focus groups. Hey, trans women, what do you want to be called? Okay, wow. Stuff about dead naming, gender critical. Interesting that gender critical is in here. Wow. Transgender, blah blah blah. Where's Katie Neve? I don't know if I can see it. Oh, Stephen Whittle. I know. Okay. There's some right fucking crazy fucking freaks on here. Oh my god. We've got Stephen Whittle, Spurgs out on Twitter all the time. Robin Moira White, we know who that person is. Transactual, one of those fucking retarded fucking advocacy organizations that talk out of shit. I can't remember who's even with them. Transactual. I know. A lot of these people will be like academics and stuff like that, I guess. Nick Onions Kenyon. They, them. Wow. Co-trans and non-binary lead for HSBC, UK Pride. We need to stop lumping in trans and non-binary, by the way. They're very different things. Trans is not just calling yourself a thing. Non-binary is just calling yourself a thing. Yeah. This is a thing. It's gonna be trans inclusive, whatever that means. Yeah. Okay. We'll carry on. The legal problems were highlighted in a letter dated October 2023 from Maya Forstater, co-founder of the human rights charity Sex Matters Here, by gender-critical industry group Scene in HR. Eventually, the CIPD held meetings with both organizations without any urgency or enthusiasm, and the follow-up was sluggish. Okay. The framing was also misleading, presenting a complex political, social, and medical issue as a straightforward requirement for colleagues to provide instant, enthusiastic affirmation and a long list of workplace accommodations for employees' self-described gender identity in order to be inclusive. Activist language was used throughout the document. Employees with gender-critical beliefs appeared to be an afterthought. No mention was made to employees who might be parents of trans-identifying children, or of trans widows, detransitioners, or children of transitioners. Nor was there any mention of the broad range of views held within the so-called LGBT community. I mean, listen, trying to convince people that there is a broad range of views held within the T community, as in the trans community, is its own work. Like, Jesus Christ. Anyway. Shorter, slightly improved guidance was quietly published in November 2024, but the CIPD never said the 2023 guidance should be shredded, so it is likely many employers continue to use it. So there's this video. I don't know if I'll get into this. Tanya de Grunwald. This isn't working, so this is her thing. Maybe I'll look at this at some point. I'm not sure. Did the CIPD back the Supreme Court ruling? Yes, and an interim update was quickly released, advising its members to seek legal advice whilst they worked on new guidance. My god. Sex Matters is a bad name. Hey, maybe. I don't know. These efforts were welcomed by Sex Matters. However, the CIPD has not addressed growing anger from its smartest members, whatever this means, over its failure to acknowledge the fact they were given misleading guidance, and many have made the point that an extensive rewrite should not have been necessary. The CIPD appears to have failed to own up to its own mistakes, seemingly prioritizing its own reputation and covering its tracks over its members' best interests, including around matters that create serious legal risk for member organizations, and distress and injustice for their employees. Hang on. As Neil Morrison, the highly respected HR director for Severn Trent, told This Isn't Working during a recent episode with Maya Forstater, the CIPD got this wrong, and they weren't as explicit as honest as they could have been. Sure. Jesus loves me. Oh, thank you, Lexi. I will bear that in mind, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that. I'm an atheist personally. But hey, if it brings joy to you. Okay. We're getting into the good stuff. I promise. So what happened at Katie Neve's training session for the CIPD? A former CIPD employee has told This Isn't Working how events unfolded. In February 2022, it was announced that the gender diversity trainer Katie Neves would be presenting an online seminar as part of LGBT+ History Month. Around 40 people attended, including Peter Cheese and all the directors at CIPD. I remember before the seminar started, Katie Neves saying, "This training should be mandatory. It shouldn't be optional." And Peter Cheese saying, yes, I totally agree, this should be mandatory. Okay, wow, so, I should be getting paid more. I should be able to go around doing this more often, is what we're saying. And her friend is going along with that. Yeah, I mean, does it not sound a bit like a racket, you know? Oh, the CEO is friends with some trans freakos, so they'll get them to do the speeches, even if it makes trans people look ridiculous. It was clear from the way they interacted, they had met and hung out before. They certainly seemed to be on friendly terms. I mean, they would have had conversations, I would have presumed. They would have coordinated previously, so I don't know how much to read into this. The sexualized, suggestive content started immediately, and my first thought was, hang on, you can't say this at work, but nobody interrupted. It seemed like everyone was under a spell, or just as uncomfortable as you, I'm not sure. I was thinking, if this was just a guy who wasn't wearing lipstick or a woman's outfit, what he's saying would be completely unacceptable. The training lasted for about an hour. Despite Katie's mumsy presenting style, the content was undisputably sexualized in places, and he seemed to particularly enjoy saying the words knickers, naughty, and dirty. Yeah, Peter Cheese is a great name. I'm slightly happier, in general, just knowing that there's someone out there called Peter Cheese. If I ever detransition, I might change my name to that. For all you know, that's my dead name. The session was online, but I felt very uncomfortable. I'm glad we were not in the same room as this person. In terms of employer advice, Katie told us not to say born a boy, but said assigned at birth. This is like petty, like language shit. This doesn't matter. This is like, we had, hang on. I was a letting agent for almost 5 years. We would have this kind of training online about like diversity and inclusion. The kind of stuff it would say things like don't say guys, and then everyone just said guys anyway, and no one gave a shit. One of the things that came up was like, if someone's like quick and good at their job, you probably shouldn't say, oh, that guy's like a ninja at their job. You probably shouldn't say that because that could be racist to Asians. That's the kind of thing that we were being taught. It was utterly ridiculous. Everyone took the piss out of it. No one cared. You know? This like, oh, don't say this word that means the same thing. Use this euphemism instead of that euphemism. Who fucking cares, bro? Who cares? Just fucking speak clearly and ideally concisely. Anyway, we were instructed to allow people to use the bathroom of their chosen gender without question, advice that was legally wrong then and now. Insultingly for some of us on the call, Katie insisted he is a lesbian, as despite transitioning, he remains attracted to women. He also called LGBT Alliance a far-right hate group, which I thought was hostile and divisive. Yeah, you probably shouldn't do this. You probably should remain neutral on things like that. I don't know how much I like the LGBT Alliance, but, you know, what am I supposed to say? Yeah, it's ninja, not ninja. Anyway. The whole thing rested on whether the audience bought into the idea that Katie is now a woman. For those of us that don't believe in gender identity, we were spending time in the middle of our working day listening to a cross-dresser describing his fetish for wearing women's clothing. He was trying to gaslight us whilst we were just trying to do our jobs. We should not have been put in a position where we had to point this out to our employer. Afterwards, I raised a complaint verbally and in writing and spoke to other CIPD employees who agreed that the content was deeply inappropriate at places. But before they could respond, another employee leaked details of the seminar and it all kicked off from there. Okay. One of the attendees leaked clips from Katie Neve's CIPD webinar, that's the word, which we are publishing today because we believe it is important they are seen. Here is Neves on cross-dressing feeling wrong, dirty, or naughty. Okay, so in case anyone doesn't believe what's being said and it's like trumped up and it's insane, we're going to find out today. I've not seen any of this. We're going to find out how trumped up it is. We're going to find out what this person said. And I'm going to tell you as a fucking actual trans person how this makes me feel. And if you're a fucking cisgender retard like this fucking person, you're going to shut up and listen. And you're going to understand how actual trans people think. Instead of talking over us and telling us how we should think, which is the actual transphobia here. Anyway.
Throughout my childhood, I used to secretly dress in my sister's clothes whenever I had the opportunity. And whenever I did it, it felt so right. But then those feelings of feeling right were very quickly overtaken by feelings of guilt and shame and self-loathing. Because what I was doing was wrong, it was dirty, it was naughty. Not what respectable people did.
Oh, it's vomit-inducing. I'm sorry, man. This is what we're doing. Oh yeah, I'm trans. This is my experience. I used to wear my sister's underwear and it felt naughty and like, don't. Why? How do you not hear yourself?
Throughout my childhood, I used to secretly dress in my sister's clothes whenever I had the opportunity. And whenever I did it, it felt so right. But then those feelings of feeling right were very quickly overtaken by feelings of guilt and shame and self.
And doesn't this sound a bit like the fetish kind of stuff? Like, I still remember food shops talking about the POCD stuff and being like, you know, the consuming lolly, part of it was, well, I feel guilt for doing it because it's wrong, but the guilt is like part of the sexual drive of this kind of shit, you know? It sounds like fetish. I don't know that this person has a fetish and that's why they did this kind of thing. I don't know that this person has some kind of crossy fetish and that's why they're trans. But it sounds weird as fuck. And the way this person looks as they talk, like, let's just watch it one more time. The way this person's like face and the way they're saying it is just, it sounds like they got something out of it, you know?
Throughout my childhood, I used to secretly dress in my sister's clothes whenever I had the opportunity. And whenever I did it, it felt so right. But then those feelings of feeling right were very quickly overtaken by feelings of guilt and shame and self-loathing. Because what I was doing was wrong, it was dirty, it was naughty. Not what respectable people did.
If I was in this web seminar as a trans person, I would have complained based on that alone. Think about it this way. Think about, this is someone's like workplace. What if one of the people watching is trans? And the whole point of this is, oh, well, you'll be able to understand trans people better. And so a trans person themselves might have to sit and listen to this. Or the trans person isn't listening. But these people have. He's talking about my message to him. Is he really? Is he really? Is he really? I'll deal with that later. Absolute fucking moron. This is what I mean. I don't care about any of these people anymore. Fuck it. Told him he shouldn't talk about it and he's doing so. That's his fucking problem. Right now. Whatever. Yeah. So you're a trans person, you hear this kind of thing. The whole point is people are supposed to understand trans people better. Through this. And you're a trans person, you hear this and this sounds like crossy shit. And this sounds like, I don't want people to think that this was me. I never wore my sister's clothes. That is fucking weird. Anyway, so that's the first one. Next one is on Neve's childhood experiences trying on girls' knickers.
Earliest memories was of my mum catching me trying on a pair of my sister's knickers. And I remember when I did it, it felt so right. I felt right.
It felt right, your mum catching you wearing your sister's knickers? Your mum catching you?
But then my mum came in, she caught me and she told me off. She told me to take them off. And then for every day of the following week, earliest memories was of my mum catching me trying on a pair of my sister's knickers. And I remember when I did it, it felt so right. I felt right. But then my mum came in, she caught me and she told me off.
No, I'm not complaining anymore. Listen. Here's my perspective. I'm a trans person, I'm sitting watching this. I'm not complaining anymore, I'm quitting. I'm fucking quitting my job right now. Max Carson's video. I do actually want to watch that, yeah. I do actually want to watch that. Yeah, I'm quitting my fucking job if I'm forced to watch this. I'm never going back anywhere near any of those people that I used to work with ever again. Because that's what they're going to start thinking about me now. It's like terrifying.
She told me to take them off. And then for every day of the following week.
And for every day the following week. I wish there was like, I'd love to just have the whole thing. On sexual attention from white van drivers.
People are supportive. Another big surprise, the white van drivers stopped to let me cross the road now. Now that never used to happen. Mind you, I had to get particularly dressed up for that to happen. It has to be a short skirt and boots for that to happen. But when that happens, I just...
Oh, imagine. Fucking 50 plus. Going out in your short skirt and boots. Like van drivers stopping for you. It's so seedy. It's so seedy. It's got nothing to do with why most people transition. I'm sorry.
People are supportive. Another big surprise, the white van drivers stopped to let me cross the road now. Now that never used to happen. Mind you, I had to get particularly dressed up for that.
How is this even related to being trans? Well, this seems to be things that informed this person that they should transition. You know? And the truth of the matter there is that people transition for a lot of different reasons.
To happen. It has to be a short skirt and boots for that to happen. But when that happens, I just put my hand up and I say in my deepest voice, thanks.
Like, so far, I can completely see why, as a woman, you might find this sexist. You know what I mean? This might come across really fucking weird to, like, women. Because more than anything, it's not just that it's terrible, like, representation for trans people. It's not just that it's people are going to listen to this and think that this is what they should base some of their understanding on trans people on. Which is what there's literally the point of this. Literally the fucking point of this. It's not just that, but it's like, how are women gonna hear this and think, this is someone that wants to be one of us? It's just weird.
People are supportive. Another big surprise, the white van drivers stopped to let me cross the road now. Now that never used to happen. Mind you, I had to get particularly dressed up for that to happen. It has to be a short skirt and boots for that to happen. But when that happens, I just put my hand up and I say in my deepest voice, thanks, mate. Really.
Wow.
When you're talking about a trans person, please don't say that they were born a boy or born a girl. And this is a mistake that I made on my coming out video, and I deeply regret it, but it just showed that
I made a mistake when I came out saying born a boy or girl, and I deeply regret it. This whole, like, wokeoid thing, you have to, like, apologize for the dumbest fucking things. It's so annoying. I can never cop to that kind of shit. I can never live my life this way. This would kill me.
When you're talking about a trans person, please don't say that they were born a boy or born a girl. And this is a mistake that I made on my coming out video, and I deeply regret it, but it just showed the level of education I had about it at the time. As I outlined earlier, please acknowledge that we weren't born with that label. We were given it. We didn't choose that label. It was given to us at birth. So it's much better.
We didn't choose this label. Well, you didn't choose your sex either, but that still is what your sex is. I didn't choose to be male, but that doesn't make me less male. I can't just decide because I didn't choose something, that means it's not real, or that I can identify my way out of it or something. It just doesn't work that way. Oh, van drivers have said all sorts to me, but van drivers aren't fucking stopping to let me pass because they think I'm hot. Van drivers are calling me a paedophile. That's what's happening. And it happened occasionally. I'd just be walking home from work or whatever. Someone shouting fucking nonsense at me from a van window. And then driving off because these people are fucking pussios. They're not actually You know, they wanna fuck with you, but they don't want to deal with any of the consequences. So they do it from a fucking moving van. Or it's someone walking past you, and then what happens is they walk all the way past you and wait till you're walking in the other direction and your back is turned to them, and then they say what they want to say. That's the kind of shit you get, you know? What qualifies these people to be advisors for trans people? Coming out as trans and having friends in high places, I think, is the main reason for this person. It's gross to me.
Say that they were assigned male or assigned female.
This doesn't fucking matter. You're still calling someone male or female, bro. You're still calling them fucking male or female. If someone says, I'm assigned male at birth, they're referring to the fact that I am a fucking male. If someone says I was born a boy, that means the exact same fucking thing. I hate this so much. There's like language policing shit. Sorry, we'll do this one more time.
When you're talking about a trans person, please don't say that they were born a boy or born a girl. And this is
And this doesn't speak for all trans people. Plenty of trans people don't give a fuck what you say, how you word their sex. It's an uncomfortable subject for many trans people, whatever you do. So it doesn't matter. Just accept whatever. This like language policing stuff just pisses people off. It doesn't serve any function. It doesn't help to constantly lecture people about like misgendering, because if they see someone as a male, they're probably just going to call them a he. And you lecturing about misgendering isn't going to change that, you know?
Mistake that I made on my coming out video, and I deeply regret it, but it just showed the level of education I had about it at the time.
Yeah, it's all about being educated. Well, educating, to use a different word. That's worthless education.
As I outlined earlier, please acknowledge that we weren't born with that label. We were given it.
We weren't born with that label, we were given it. Well, labels, yeah, sure. But what about the actual underlying truth of the label? Yes, you were born with that. Yes, you're male. It's okay. Just accept it. You're living your life as a woman. You want people to think you're a woman. Fair enough. Do what you want to do. But you are male. That's fine.
Didn't choose that label. It was given to us at birth. So it's much better.
You know, you don't choose your name either.
To say that they were assigned male or assigned female at birth.
Was I assigned whatever my dead name is at birth? I don't know. Plot twist, they call me Mary as a boy, and that's actually why I transitioned. Telling CIPD employees that gender is the sex of your brain. This is actually going to kill me. I'm sorry, listen. It's been nice knowing you all. This is actually I'm just going to drop dead hearing this retarded talking point. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Anyway, you're going to watch someone die on camera.
Gender.
That's a joke. That wasn't suey baiting. Don't fucking clip me. Whatever.
Is the sex of your brain. Gender is the sex of your brain. And it shows itself in how you feel in your head and your heart. You just know what your gender is. You don't need to look at your genitalia to know what gender you are.
Completely unfounded. Yeah, you feel a certain way. What does that actually mean? What does that actually say about you? You feel a certain way. Quite possibly, the reason that people feel this way, and it's going to vary, because again, trans people are not a monolith. To plenty of people, the reason you feel at odds with your sex is because of gender, but gender isn't what's in your head in that way. It's what is socially and like culturally associated with one sex or another. Like certain kinds of clothes being men's and certain kind of clothes being women's. Those aren't biologically male or female clothes. They're designed for what those bodies tend to be like and what those people want to wear, because they have to sell, obviously. And men's and women's fashion is like, it's just kind of diverged the way it has. It's always going to exist, you know. But the gendered brain thing, like gender is not the brain of your sex. The sex of your brain, fuck me, dude. Gender is not the sex of your brain. This works maybe as like metaphor, and that's it. But you don't have an objective gender that is what you are. Like you can't. It just doesn't exist. Objectively, 99.9 whatever % of people are one sex or the other. Like objectively. Objectively, I was male. There was nothing different about me to indicate that I had a DSD or maybe I was female and misassigned at birth. So objectively, I was born male. You know? And like, you can feel however you want, but you might not even always feel that for your whole life. So was that your gender? In the moment, maybe. But then is your gender not just a snapshot of how you feel at any given time, if that's what your gender is? Like, I guess we're talking about gender identity. But gender identity is just a word to express how you feel at the time regarding gender. That's all it really is. It's not like people will say it, people will say that, oh, your gender identity develops at a certain level. Well, at a certain age, you understand that boys and girls exist and probably understand which one you are. I can see how that would get out of whack, but that's not like, you know, that sounds like a problem rather than anything else. And how do we know again that that is not caused by, you know, gendering children? Like, oh, you're a boy, you have to play with this, that, and the other. Your boy child might not like playing with this, that, or the other. They might see the girls' toys and wish they could play with that. And that's the kind of thing that might fuck with their gender identity. You know, there's just so much to it. And there's so many outside factors that affect your gender identity. So we're trying to act like it's some innate thing, and it just is not. And if we're going to start saying, oh, well, trans women have areas of the brain that look different. Okay, wow. What does that mean? What does that show? That could be for lots of reasons. Giving bad legal advice on single-sex spaces. Remember, the audience is staff at the organization that is meant to advise other employers on this kind of thing.
Never force anyone to use a gender toilet that they're not comfortable with. Just assume that most people know the most appropriate one for them to use. No.
What if someone doesn't know the most appropriate one for them to use? What does that mean? Let's say you've got someone that thinks that they should use a toilet that is not appropriate for them. What does that actually mean? What does that look like? Would it be like a man who just wants to use the women's? How do you differentiate them from, like, at least some trans people? Hang on.
Never force anyone to use a gender toilet that they're not used to.
And also, by the way, you can't really force anyone to use any toilet. Someone could just not use the work toilets, you know.
Not comfortable with. Just assume that most people know the most appropriate one for them to use. Now, many trans
So assume that most people know. Okay, wow.
people using public loos for
On why trans women like Neves are lesbians. I never use the word lesbian. Fuck that.
In my case, I've always been attracted to women, and I still am. It's been one of the constants in my life. It's just that for me, the label's changed. So previously, I was labelled as a heterosexual man. Now I'm labelled as a lesbian. It feels...
I'm labelled that. No, you're labelling yourself as. Some people might agree with you, others might not.
No different to me at all. It just feels exactly as it always has done. I'm just attracted to women, that's it. But obviously for my wife, her label hadn't changed.
Wow. Dating tip for cross-dressers.
But while I was going through my first divorce, I then went on to meet a woman who would eventually become my second wife. And I decided to tell her about my cross-dressing, as it was then, on our second date. I thought the first date was probably pushing it. Hello, do you come here often? Oh, look, we've got matching knickers. It doesn't really work, does it?
Nice. Advice that anyone considering coming out as transgender at work should just go for it.
My biggest piece of advice to you is if you're planning on doing something big, whether it's in your personal life or with your career or whatever, and you're...
Gender needs to be abolished. I'll be honest. I have some agreements. I think that gender is, like, inevitable. And I think that where it might be harmful, that's when it should be, like, brought down. You know, that's when it should be, like, you know, reduced in society. I think things like fashion and stuff like that are kind of inevitable. Like, there's always going to be things that are just going to be different, roughly, between men and women. They're going to drive them in different directions and mean that different stereotypes are going to come up. But, you know, where you can identify things that are harmful, then yeah, I do think that I do have agreements there with, like, gender abolitionists. I'm not like a full-on gender abolitionist though. I think gender is inevitable. Why do they keep talking about knickers? Because every trans person is obsessed with knickers, didn't you know? If you're a trans woman and you're not sniffing someone's pair of knickers or trying on a pair of knickers and getting a boner, you're not even a trans woman, you know? Or at least that seems to be what we want people to think.
Fearful of it. Just acknowledge that fear, because that's to be human, is to be fearful of big change. But then go for it anyway, because most people regret things in life that they don't do.
That by itself is not a reason to do something, by the way. I'm not going to punch someone in the face because I might regret it if I don't.
Not the things they did do.
After the session, the recording of the webinar was made available to CIPD staff for a limited period. One employee, not our source, published clips on X, which our source had too, and wrote a piece for The Critic under the pseudonym Sarah Summers, titled What a Load of Pants. Okay, so we read this on my stream. This is me reading this and then watching a Katie Neves video, is why these fucking idiots are so upset with me. Why this person felt the need to send my video to fucking Lucy Hayes to try and make that person look stupid. Well done, you did so. They did look stupid. At one point I say something sarcastically and they're like, why would you even, you know, I said, oh, genocide is when trans girls can't be girl guides. Or why would you even talk about genocide if you don't know what it is? Like, why do you think that's what it is? Like, Jesus Christ, get better friends. She also sent it to President Sunday. I couldn't find the clip, but apparently he wasn't super interested. And he messaged me. Like, I mean, someone like him probably knows what someone like Aiko is like. So I don't know, man. So yeah, the leak, we did that. Redux also covered it in a story called The Trans Educator Describes Arousal Wearing Women's Clothes Denies Biological Sex, which the popular TV writer Graham Linehan, who I really do not like, by the way, I really do not like Graham Linehan, syndicated in his Substack. Although the CIPD was not identified as the employer that hosted the online seminar, Katie Neves was identified. On LinkedIn, Neves expressed distress and anger at the clips being leaked and the backlash, as well as confirming an intention to report the matter to police, and a desire for the person who leaked the clips to lose their job. Here are some of Neves' posts from around that time. This wasn't in public though, Paula. It was a private work setting where I'd created a safe space for the participants to ask me anything. I make myself vulnerable every time I give a talk or deliver training as I tell my own story and divulge extremely personal details about myself. No one's telling you to. No one's telling you to. The safe space and the respect of others works both ways. This employee broke the mutual trust and violated my safe space. Please stop saying safe space. You're 50-something. You're not a fucking 15-year-old fucking trans man. Proto-trans man. Just stop. Also, the copyright in my performance belongs to me. I granted my client the right to record my session to publish it internally for up to 14 days. That license does not extend to individual employees for external publication. They probably are doing something wrong by leaking this, to be clear. I do feel inclined to agree that they did something wrong, legally maybe, in doing this. But the thing is, like, if stuff like this bothers someone, then it's gonna happen. If you're gonna talk about like fucking wearing your sister's knickers in a work seminar, then yeah, someone might do that, unfortunately. You have to think about the things that you are saying that might make other people think a certain way. You know what I mean? You got to consider that. She has incited abusive message to be sent to me in the thousands. Don't really see it. I mean, someone puts something out and other things happen. Like, you know. This is unlawful harassment under the Protection from Harassment Act, 1997. It looks criminal in nature. This is why I'm reporting it to the police as a hate crime. Thanks, Paula. I've already complained to the CEO of the company she currently works for. Report the incident to the police as a hate crime. Don't know why you're doing that. Yet another vile article has been published about me, and hundreds of abusive tweets arrive every day. It's relentless. It's illegal to out someone. I think she'll soon be an ex-employee. I sincerely hope so, Paula. If she is sacked, she only has herself to blame. I'm sure it will release even more bile on Twitter at me if she is sacked, though. She will then be backed up by all the hateful, trans, hostile people who have abused me over the last week. I don't know, man. Like, this is the result of bad, what's the word? Representation. This is the result of bad trans representation. You get people's backs up. You say things that people don't like. It potentially makes them generalize about trans people, whether they should or not. But the thing is, they're being told that this is going to help you understand trans people better. To that kind of person, this person seems like an authority. So if they say it, it's probably true of others because you're being told in an official capacity. So it has to be like good. It has to be right, you know? Like that doesn't excuse like harassment. That doesn't mean that it's technically okay to like leak stuff like this, but it's kind of what you expect to me. I'm sorry. Whilst I thank Rob Jessel for sending his message, Trying to get people fired for saying things that are empirically true is the tactic of desperation. Shame on you. The individual who secretly filmed me, when we say secretly filmed me, we don't mean like DJE Media or whatever, or Destiny. We mean like screen recorded, you know? Someone screen recorded you. Of course that might happen. You have to expect that that might happen. Again, that's why you don't want to say things about like feeling naughty in your sister's underwear. And like having a weird grin on your face talking about your mother catching you wearing your sister's knickers or whatever. Like, Jesus Christ. Published calling me a pervert amongst other things. Listen, I haven't called this person a pervert, but it sounds like fetish shit. I don't know that this person is a fetish. I don't know that this person is a pervert, but it sounds like it. What is being described is like saying 1 + 1 and then refusing to say 2. You know what I mean? Well, I'm not saying 2, I'm saying 1 + 1. Well, what does that add up to, you know? In her article, she wasn't even brave enough to write in her own name. Yeah, I wonder why. She focuses on the section of my story where I describe my mum catching me wearing my sister's knickers. Said I was doing it for sexual gratification, but omitted to say I was age 4 at the time. Well, I mean, I can buy that it wasn't physically possible, but it can form like patterns. If you get like sexually abused at an early age, that can form like patterns that can like fuck you up. You know? And it doesn't sound good regardless. Unless I had a very, very, very early puberty, such gratification would have been a physical impossibility. The individual is deliberately and maliciously defaming me, abused the safe space I created at her place of work for all her attendees to ask me anything. Of course I was going to report her abusive behaviour to her CEO. Was she really stupid enough to think that I wouldn't? Your message, Rob, has convinced me to know that I will also report this to the police as a hate crime, so thank you for helping me make my decision. Wow, wow. Yeah, but it's not clear. Like, it's not that I don't understand. You do a seminar and someone records bits of it when they're not meant to. It's not that I don't understand that part of it. But it just sounds, some of the stuff just sounds horrendous. And to me as a trans person, I just don't like the idea of any of that being presented as something representative of trans people that's going to help educate people. I just don't like that at all. I'm in my right to think that. And if a cis person thinks that I'm transphobic for thinking that, then they are the transphobe. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. It's you. You're the transphobe. This is where things get a bit fuzzy. Was a crime committed? How did the case conclude? It's unclear. Our CIPD source never heard from the police, and Leicestershire Police said they can't help without a crime reference number. Wow. It's weird to shame them for it. Well, potentially, yeah. But it's also weird to talk about how it felt like naughty and like dirty. How do things feel dirty when you're a 4-year-old? What do you mean by dirty as a 4-year-old? Like, what does that mean? I don't know. It doesn't quite add up. Like, if your kid wants to wear fucking knickers, then fucking whatever, you know? It's the description of like the feeling. And it's obviously like carried on. There's a reason they're telling you this, and it's obviously carried on. This person became a cross-dresser, you know what I mean? So well, there, whatever. Fucking sue me for misgendering. I don't give a fuck. This person is saying that it informed them becoming a crossdresser and then a whatever. Shaming sexualize it. Well, maybe. That doesn't make you a woman though. So are we saying if it wasn't shamed, maybe they would have just been a normal ass crossy? I don't know. Or wouldn't have even got into that at all, you know. I'm not sure. But why does it feel dirty, you know? Dirty sounds like, you know, I don't know. And like the expressions on the face and stuff like that. Underwear experience. Yeah, people just don't need to know that stuff. I'm sorry. People don't need to know that stuff. You don't have to try and legitimize your transition by giving evidence of what you did when you were a kid, you know, that was around the age that we're all saying that gender identity forms. It's a bit contrived. And people just don't need to know that, you know. So you're receiving this, you attend the session, join Katie Neves, blah, blah, blah. We saw this already. It was further up. We also know Peter Cheese was angry about the leak. Our source recalls, We were all called into an all-company meeting hosted by Peter Cheese, where he made clear he was furious about the leak. He said it was completely unacceptable that an external guest had been bullied by a member of staff, and this went against CIPD's values. The person... Hang on. Yeah, if he's sexualized it since and is now, like, recounting it to other people, that is, like, fucking weird. You know? And they're focusing on it just being, oh, well, they said I wore my sister's knickers when I was 4. Well, actually, there's more to the story than that. They're picking and choosing stuff that they can make sound more innocent than how things seem to me, at least. But then, I don't know, it's almost like I'm trans and I'm sensitive about how we're perceived. I'm sensitive about how we're represented. Because I think that representation matters and informs how people feel, informs how people think, you know? And the fact that I put myself out there in some ways, that has, like, changed some people's minds, you know? There are right-wing and turfy people that have watched me that have actually become, like, way more moderate. So I don't know, man. It does affect a lot, and it should be done the right way. And people are going to say that whatever I'm doing is not the right way. Yeah, I'm, like, edgy, I say things, I misgender people if I want to. That's just how I talk. My shit's not for you, then fine, but why shame me for it? Anyway. The person who had leaked the clips and story had behaved in a disturbing and upsetting way. He warned us they were going to be getting to the bottom of it, and whoever it was would be facing a disciplinary and the police would be involved. Peter was visibly angry and didn't seem to care who knew. Soon after that, those of us who attended the seminar received the email from the lead of DEI team warning us we were all under investigation by the police. The source also recalls that a subset of attendees are required to attend an additional 3-hour training session on equality and respect in the workplace by another diversity trainer. This is like a punishment. This has to be a punishment, like fucking hell, bro. Saying, it wasn't clear why this group was selected, it was just put in people's calendar. It was weird, but no one asked questions because they didn't want to create suspicion they'd been responsible for the leak, obviously. For an organisation that's supposed to look out for employee well-being, I remember thinking how badly this was all being handled. In my view, they prioritised the wrong person, Katie Neves. I mean, it does make sense that if someone leaks something that wasn't supposed to be leaked, then that'll happen, but... They should have prioritised their female employees, okay, listened to our complaints and apologised for the session. Instead, they scolded those who spoke out about how weird the whole thing was. I'm going to guess it wasn't that they complained, it was more that someone leaked it. But if they didn't really respond to any complaints meaningfully and just essentialized it all into the part where someone leaked it, then I don't know how fair that is. And I would have complained. I would have complained if I was at that seminar, because I don't like that whole thing. We already know that, though. Their response was extraordinary. Why was an organisation that promotes psychological safety terrorising its staff like this? It would have been bad from any big employer, but the CIPD is supposed to set standards for all other UK employers and how to handle difficult situations. Yet they allowed this horrible situation to develop and turned it against their own staff. I've worked at lots of companies and I've never seen anything like it. It was shocking to witness how they let a bad situation get worse and worse. Part 4, a captured culture. Hang on. I think psychiatry botched treatment of gender dysphoria once they prioritized the distress of dysphoria over finding the cause. Hey, maybe. Good to see you too. I'll think about that more. The CIPD's handling of this incident and Peter Cheese's apparently rush to protect Katie Neves suggests the organisation was unable to see this clearly. Maybe. It doesn't sound like they were trying to see both sides. Like, one side did a grievance that, you know, leaking a thing, sure. And that kind of devalues all the rest of the complaints. That isn't necessarily fair, you know? And yet our source had additional evidence that indicates that key staff members were captured by trans ideology. Women banned by comms team. The source says the head of comms was nice, but really, really captured by trans ideology. I clearly remember her saying the word woman must never appear in any internal or external communications. It is not inclusive. I mean, if that's true, that's fucking weird. That's how the CIPD ended up with posts about menopause where the word woman wasn't used once. What? Hang on. Should you be a menopause champion? Blah, blah, blah. 51. Bro. Why is Aiko going after me like a wretched psycho? Because she is offended that I dared to think for myself over Firebat instead of being like her and being in a retarded fucking lolcow cult. Apparently we're going to talk soon. My guess is it's going to be a shit show, but hey, I'll wait and see. Good to see you, Kathy Doyle. Hope you're good. 51% of people experience the menopause in their lifetime. 51% of people. Like, just say women. Just say women will experience menopause. Okay, the odd trans man might experience menopause. Okay, then they know that they're also included. And that they're not necessarily saying that every single person is a woman. It's just easier to say it that way because it makes fucking sense. And everyone understands what they're saying. Female people. Couldn't even say that, apparently. Like, female is inclusive, right? Anyway. And for some, it can seriously affect their ability to fulfill their potential at work. Always been a taboo subject, something that doesn't generally get discussed at work. Wouldn't it make it more taboo to not even acknowledge which sex, like, experiences this? Surely. Here at CIPD, we want to make sure people are comfortable to discuss menopause, give them the opportunity to get support for and address any issues affecting their well-being at work. Recently published a new menopause policy. I wonder if the policy says woman like anywhere. Outline the support on offer. We've created a guide to help people managers offer the support at the right time. Yeah, there isn't anything else super interesting, but the whole 51% of people will experience menopause is fucking weird, I gotta say. I don't know. We talk about erasure, we talk about not being inclusive. Aren't we like erasing like women like this? If we're gonna be like fucking soy about it, I don't know. Doesn't make much sense. Cats experience menopause? Yeah, I bet lots of mammals do. I don't know much about the subject. I'm a male, I'm not gonna experience that in my lifetime. Maya 4 status case completely ignored. Every tiny tribunal was always brought up internally and debated extensively at the CIPD, but when Maya 4 Stata won her landmark discrimination claim in 2022, it was completely ignored, said the ex-employee. I said, this looks quite important. Should we do some comms about it? And they all just shook their heads. It was very mysterious. I mean, if they're going to take a specific case and ignore it, then yeah, that's going to be suspicious, right? The employee was right. 4 Stata's case was pivotal in establishing that gender-critical belief is included under the protected characteristics religion or belief. It is regularly cited by employees who insist that their right to hold and express such views in the workplace, despite being views considered unfashionable, and even unacceptable by some employers. Style guide littered with activist language. Gender, use male, man, men, or female, woman, women, or boy or girl, or transgender man, boy, or transgender woman, girl. Respect the self-identity of individuals that might not match masculine or feminine gender ideas. For example, people may prefer the term trans woman, trans man, non-binary, gender variance, or gender nonconformity. Also use female woman, man, male at birth. Avoid born a man or a woman. Allocated at birth or assigned at birth. So I don't know about this, because like we're saying assigned at birth isn't something we should use. You know what I mean? Increasingly, term cisgender is used to denote a person whose sense of personal identity, blah, blah, blah. I know. Cisgender is a thing that is used. Sometimes it is useful to have a quick word that denotes not trans. I don't think if you're not talking... I do think that if you're not talking about trans issues, there's probably no point in using the word cis. It's really when it pertains to trans issues. I don't actually have a super problem with that, to be honest. But if someone doesn't want to be called cis, then yeah, it kind of goes both ways, right? Please note the CIPD would always refer to women generally when talking about women in the workplace. However, when talking about trans equality, diversity and inclusion, and sex gender issues, cis can be used as a point of clarification. Non-binary, used by people who experience their gender identity and or gender expression as falling outside the binary gender categories of man and woman. This is everyone, by the way. Basically everyone is non-binary. Your gender expression could not match the binary gender categories because you wear like fucking trousers. Maybe not so much anymore, but say you prefer men's clothes. Say you're a bit butch. then you're non-binary. Like, I hate it. I hate it. It's meaningless. It's just meaningless. If it matters to you and it means something to you, then fair enough. But it's not really anything to do with trans. It's a different thing. Like, trans is about, like, actually living your life as a certain thing. And when you're trans, you don't just take the fucking thing off. You don't just take the costume off. That is you now. If you're non-binary, it doesn't matter what you are, because it's just what you call yourself. That's fine, then use that, but don't pretend that that is the same thing. Many non-binary people also call themselves transgender and consider themselves part of the transgender community. Please stop doing this. If you're non-binary and not trans, please stop calling yourself trans. Thank you. Others do not. Pronouns, words we use to refer to people's gender in conversation. For example, he or she. Some people might prefer others to use them and to refer to them in gender-neutral language and use pronouns such as they, their, and zir. How did they get zir into their style guide? That's fucking wild. No one is a zir. No one says zir. People are called zir on like Tumblr and like that one corner of Twitter that no one acknowledges anymore because it's too terrifying. We shouldn't make assumptions about someone's pronouns from their name or appearance. This is completely incongruous with what transsexual people want. If you're a transsexual person, you want people to make assumptions about your pronouns based on your name and appearance. That's the whole point. Like, if me being called a male name had no bearing on whether people called me a he or a she, then I wouldn't have bothered changing my name. You change your name, like, it's a very simple and effective psychological trick. When I talk about Katie Neves, it's just easier to say she in the same sentence as someone called Katie. You know what I'm saying? It does affect things, and it's about, you know, you say what your name is. You don't have to have the awkward conversation about whether you're a man or a woman because your name says so. Your appearance hopefully also informs them in that way. And that's it. The whole point is that you do want people to assume your pronouns. If you don't want people to assume your pronouns, then that's fine, but you're probably not transsexual. And if you are, you don't pass. And the only way you can get people to call you a she is to tell them to. But typically, what you want to do is appear like a woman if you're male. That's what I did. That's what I continue to do. I never tell anyone to call me anything, you know? And the thing is, if you tell someone my pronouns are she, her, you don't know if they see you as a woman or not. You don't know if they see you as how you want to be seen. What you know is that they're calling you what you told them to call you. What you know is that they are capable of playing a game of Simon Says. For a transsexual person, you want people to look at you and you want them to correctly guess that you want to be called she. And if they don't correctly guess, it's probably a problem on your end because you're not passing well enough. That's how it is. And this is what I mean when I say that non-binary and trans should not be interlinked the way it has. Because non-binary people generally want to tell you their pronouns. Because no one's calling you a fucking they, them. Maybe a bit nowadays. Excuse me. But in general, no one's calling you a fucking they, them. They're going to see what sex you are in general. So you want to tell people, you want to wear a badge, or you want to say, you know, we should all give our pronouns and stuff, whatever shit. Transsexual people don't fucking want that. They just don't. I'm sorry. And that's why those two things have different needs and shouldn't be considered the same thing. And people like that shouldn't be using something like transgender because it shortens to trans just like transsexual does. And it means that it just sounds like you're talking about the same thing. It doesn't work. Anyway. That's my rant about that. No quality control over trainers' platform by local CIPD branches. Concerns were flagged more than 2 years ago over the caliber of trainers being platformed at local CIPD branches at events attended by HR professionals from local, often smaller, organizations. Might inexperienced HR people be given the impression that unqualified trainers promoting unevidenced ideas were CIPD approved when they were not. One example was Shay Barnes, now known as Shay Young, who educated members of the CIPD's Gloucestershire, Herefordshire, Worcestershire branches about transgender lions, intersex bears, and gender-fluid orangutans apparently unchallenged. Oh my god. Dare I? Oh my god, okay. Feel yourself.
And I love sharing this information in my
How old is this?
Talks and workshops, and taking people on journeys through things like the natural.
Oh my fucking... I did it again. Jesus Christ. It has this thing. Like, right, I keep clicking on it anyway.
World, looking at intersex bears and transgender lions.
Intersex mammals probably exist, I would say. Just as the reason that intersex exists is because there's enough of us that shit goes wrong occasionally. Because it's chance, you know what I mean? Intersex bears probably exist.
Looking at intersex bears and transgender lions.
Transgender lions do not fucking exist. Shut the fuck up.
And gender fluid orangutans.
What the fuck is a gender fluid orangutan? A social construct is a human construct. When it comes to gender, gender is a human construct. How are you going to apply this to other species that don't have our conception of any of this kind of shit? And as to why they engage in gender non-conforming behavior, it's not clear. You know, it just doesn't make any sense.
The talks...
Like the trans lion thing. The trans lion thing was there was once a lioness with like a mane. That's probably an intersex lion. That's probably a lioness that has more testosterone in them than one would expect. It's not a trans lion. That's ridiculous. What, it just identified as something? So it grew a mane? Like, what the fuck are we saying?
Are all engaging and light-hearted, and I speak to different audiences and also reference cultures from all over the world, so looking at the places where they recognise more than two genders. The most common feedback I receive is gratitude.
I'm bored. Barnes's content was satirised by the popular YouTuber, the EDI Jester, who I fucking don't like, by the way. Absolute fucking loser. But hey, that's another story. A teacher named Barry Wall. Okay, we're kind of out in this person, but okay. In a series of videos, but CIPD never explained how such kooky ideas had come to be platformed to CIPD members under their brand. At the time, it was assumed that a lapse in due diligence meant that CIPD branches were poorly supervised, but now it seems standards may have collapsed within the CIPD itself when it comes to booking external trainers for internal CIPD staff sessions. Yeah, I mean, the way I see it is like... I talked about this before. Like, I think there was this kind of push to rush and integrate trans people as much as possible and just do everything they want, because we had these long as fuck, painful fucking campaigns in order to get gay rights and things like black rights and stuff, you know, recognized and stuff. It's this kind of good person stuff. There's people in there that, oh, we have to be good people, you know. But this isn't good person stuff. Where were we? Oh yeah. If unqualified trainers are filling CIPD employees' heads with strange concept presented as fact, should these people be trusted to produce clear-headed advice for other employers? Okay. We have sent this list to the CIPD. If you have further questions, please email them at presscipd and let us know if they reply. I don't know if this is the best idea, telling people to contact them, but I don't know. I suppose it'll be a public email, so it's probably not the end of the world. Developmental issues in biology happen, still not about gender. Yeah, I agree. They can be gendered, you know, by us specifically. They're not going to be gendered by species that have no concept of gender. But they exist like without. They exist like separate from that gendering, if that makes sense. Like we can gender a female lion with a mane and say, oh, that looks like a male lion. That's a masculine trait in a female thing. But that's us applying something to something that doesn't even understand that concept, you know. What is the nature of the relationship between CIPD's Chief Executive Peter Cheese and the gender diversity trainer Katie Neves? How was Katie Neves selected as a suitable trainer to speak to CIPD staff about gender diversity? Was the planned content scrutinized in advance? Were Neves' strong and public political views considered? What fee did Neves receive for this session? Neves fuck me, dude. Neves misrepresented the law at least once during the seminar, one stating that trans-identifying employees should use the bathroom of their choice. Why was this not challenged, either at the time or after the event? During the webinar, Neves described a history of cross-dressing, including wearing Neves' sister's knickers, and being told that wearing her clothes was naughty and dirty and not what respectable people do. Yeah. So did this happen when this person was 4? Do you tell a 4-year-old that's not what respectable people do? I don't know. There must have been like multiple instances, I would have thought, but hey. Does the CIPD consider that to be appropriate content for a professional training session? Neves referred to LGBT Alliance as a hate group during this session. Why was this not challenged? Yeah, this shouldn't have happened. I'm sorry. I don't like the LGBT Alliance particularly. I do think that they're obsessed with trans issues. And to an extent I get it, but you know, it does look kind of, you know, pathological. But you might have people in that group that are part of LGBT Alliance that definitely don't see it as a hate group. You shouldn't be putting stuff like this out. That's really fucked. I'm surprised that this wasn't a problem. It is understood that a police investigation followed Katie Neves' online seminar. What was the alleged crime? How many CIPD staff were questioned by police? How was the case concluded? I don't know what crime would have been committed. Like, whether you'd consider some kind of copyright breach a crime, maybe. If people had to sign a thing saying that they wouldn't reproduce it, I'm sure that wouldn't that be an internal thing? That wouldn't be a crime. That would be like a employment thing. Oh yeah. Why were staff told not to speak about this incident externally? And why were they not advised to seek legal advice? What is the CIPD's response to the suggestion that this incident was badly handled by the CIPD, including by Peter Cheese, and that staff owed an apology? A number of organizations highlighted flaws in the CIPD guidance published in September 2023. Why was this not acted upon with greater urgency? And why was a broader range of perspectives not consulted when the guidance was being prepared, for example from Sex Matters, LGBT Alliance, and GenSpect? Why is the CIPD still never expressly told members there are serious problems with the 2023 guidance and they should not use it? Does the CIPD know which employers have been relying on the 2023 guidance? For example, have government departments and NHS trusts baked this guidance into their HR policies? Is it true that Maya Forstadter's case was ignored by CIPD staff? And was the word woman banned at any time? Does the CIPD accept that its failure to maintain an impartial organizational culture within the CIPD, as evidenced in this post, led to a collapse in standards around the area of what it has been calling trans inclusion, making it unfit to advise other employers on this topic? Does the CIPD owe its members an apology for prioritizing its own reputation over admitting its mistakes and flagging the legal risk members face if they have followed the CIPD's poor quality advice on trans inclusion? Does the CIPD still consider that the organization is fit for purpose? In light of the evidence presented in this article, will Peter Cheese consider his position as chief executive of the CIPD? Okay. In the last 6 months, Tanya de Grunwald, host of This Isn't Working, has heard from more than 200 HR professionals deeply unhappy with the CIPD. Seems resentment has been building for years. CIPD's unacknowledged failure around the so-called trans inclusion has compounded its members' pre-existing failure over the perceived collapse of inequality of some of the CIPD's output, its overtly political stance on diversity, equality and inclusion, its new obsession with well-being, wherever that is, a business model that maximizes revenue but minimizes value for members. Mac and cheese, fucking. Listen, I didn't know cheese could be a surname. I would change my name. I don't even like cheese. An unpopular, self-appointed leadership body that has failed to maintain standards and impartiality is unsustainable, unhelpful for CIPD to pretend it is the solution when in fact it is a big part of the problem. CIPD now faces a credibility crisis at a time when it is disliked by a large proportion of the industry it claims to serve. In my view, its days of uncontested dominance over the HR industry are over. Members who pay for their own CIPD membership complain that the CIPD's coercive business model that requires them to stump up the substantial annual fee so their CIPD qualification doesn't lapse. Why I don't pay to renew my A-levels every year, said one. Some ask whether it is right that the CIPD has charity status and chartered status. Others are unhappy about being expected to pay to nominate themselves for the CIPD's annual People Management Awards, then have to pay again to attend a glitzy dinner if they're nominated. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. If you're that vainglorious, then maybe you should have to pay. I don't know. Only yesterday, a member posted on LinkedIn to say he was shocked by his renewal fee and considering giving up membership, prompting comments from dozens of other HR professionals agreeing they are losing faith or already left. A straw poll by another LinkedIn user found that 60% of responses about the CIPD were overtly negative. Posted about Peter Cheese's 300k sound like 300k is not. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, obviously this could be about a whole lot of stuff. It's got nothing to do with the trans stuff and nothing to do with Katie Neves for sure. So we should dismantle the CIPD's dominance, blah blah blah. HR Geek Squad. Insisting that using the F word on LinkedIn at work was them expressing their authentic selves. Calling out bad behavior. Oh, so this is just saying it's bad that she got in trouble. Got temporarily banned. For calling out bad behavior. Wasn't she banned for using the F-bomb? Oh, it's Kelly Oliver Dougal person. I know who this is. Oh, fuck's sake. I don't have LinkedIn. And if I did have LinkedIn, I wouldn't be showing it on my fucking stream for sure. Yeah, I mean, saying something like you are banned for calling out bad behavior, that sounds like essentialism. I'm never gonna believe what someone says. That just always sounds like you're essentializing it into something that sounds more innocent than it was. If they were actually saying like the F shit, the slur and shit, which I can't see hard evidence for, but you can kind of understand. I don't know. No, I can't see almost anything. That's fine. And yeah, this person complaining that we're saying that female means biological women. Obviously, female means the female sex. Obviously, it means would produce the large gametes if either. To say, oh, females should include males, that's really retarded. The only time it should maybe include males is if there is a person that can produce eggs but can also produce sperm, which that is 1 in billions people. That is 1 in billions people. Hang on. Wait, John Cleese changed his name from John Cheese. Oh, fuck me. Every time. Fucking hell. At least it goes back to... Oh, hi, Roger Lee. Oh, thank you for watching. It's good to see you. I have to know now. Yeah, his family surname was originally Cheese, but his father thought it was embarrassing and used the name Cleese when he enlisted in the army during the First World War. That's crazy. I didn't even know that. Yeah, his father changed it, and I guess he would have inherited the name Cleese. But yeah, like, I don't think John Cleese was alive in 1923. No, he was born in 39. Wow. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Crazy. I didn't know that. Disappointed. Do better, UK. I hate people like this. I hate people. Don't stick up for trans people. Just get rid of the stupid fucking colours. Stop whining that I am not a female and shouldn't be regarded as such. It's okay. It's okay. I can live with being a male person. I have managed for almost 36 years, you know. Time to bin all the shit from your week. This week, it's the UK Supreme Court edition. Deciding that only biological women are women in the eyes of the law. Well, for the purpose of the Equality Act. A male can still be a woman via GRC. Is it GRC? Gender Recognition Certificate, that's the one. Making a decision about the population, about a population of people without involvement. Like, what does this even mean? What does this even mean? Those women celebrating outside the courts. Wow, incredible. And of course, whatever this is. What are all these like aubergines for? Wow. Hashtag lols. Hashtag funny moment. Crazy. Yeah, that's this person here. The pink everywhere is hurting my eye. If you find me offensive, and I suggest you stop finding me. Okay, shut up about trans people though. What if trans people find you offensive because you're a dipshit trans ally who doesn't know any better? Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. Oh, I would not. Can you imagine what this person's like when they're drunk? Can you imagine what a person like this is like when they're drunk? I bet this person has the worst fucking laugh when they are drunk. I bet this is the kind of person that would have gone to the Spoons I worked at, and their laugh is so fucking unbelievably horrific to me that I'm like hiding in the fucking in the chiller with all the fucking bottles of beer. That's what would happen. Yeah, Quirk Chungus. Quirk Chungus is very accurate. I hate people like this, I'm sorry. Grimwald says, Hartley's domineering, sloppy attitude appears to be something of a social contagion. I frequently see CIPD qualified people on LinkedIn trashing anyone who doesn't share their political views, apparently unaware this is likely to include some of their colleagues. Yeah, shouldn't probably do this. No wonder people are losing faith in HR. In some workplaces, it looks like the standards have completely collapsed, and a CIPD qualification is certainly no guarantee that its holder knows what they are doing, will conduct themselves professionally. In which case, what is it for? Claps while laughing. Yeah, probably. You got rejected at Spoons. Shit. Spoons used to be good. When I worked there in 2015, it started off good, and it just got worse and worse and worse. They prided themselves in being like, above minimum wage. There's plenty of people on shift, and it's not a shit time when you work there. It kind of started off that way. It just got worse and worse. Soon it was minimum wage, and soon they were scheduling like fucking none of us to do every close, and then moaning at us that we didn't do the closes quickly enough. It was not fun, but hey, it paid my way for a while, so I can't complain too much. Also, they wouldn't promote me or anything because I didn't smile enough, and they didn't seem to care that I was basically doing all of their closes for them when no one else wanted to. It was annoying, but hey, listen. Thankfully, de Grunwald discovered a larger, quieter group of high-caliber, conscientious HR people who care about professionalism standards, are concerned that low-quality HR squads are dragging down standards by normalizing bad behavior. Members also cited concerns with the disappearance of essential industry debate, something de Grunwald agrees on. Many of the HR people I heard from noted that many of those speaking at CIPD's Festival of Work conference have sponsored the event. They ask, is this likely to create the robust, high-quality discussion that our industry desperately needs? It is unclear how CIPD's monopoly on training, accreditation, whatever, and publishing could be dismantled, but de Greenwald puts her faith in the notoriously ruthless providers in this space who would love to steal the CIPD's lunch. Okay, it's all like, oh, it's not looking too good. It's not looking too good. Okay, and finally, in the interest of balance, we're able to find one person who enjoyed Katie Nee's webinar at the CIPD. Following testimonial appears on Neve's website. It's the only public evidence we can find that shows that this disastrous training session ever happened. I've had the absolute privilege to listen to Katie's story where she presented her long walk to womanhood. Right. Session at CIPD as part of LGBT+ History Month. I can't say anything less than I'm in awe of her. Katie's story is simply incredible, and her resilience, her resolve, humility, and such an uncanny sense of humor is nothing less than inspiring. This sounds fake, but sure, maybe it's real. Katie's tips on how to be a better ally were a cherry on top. I've learned a lot from Katie already. I'm very much looking forward to working with Katie again, hopefully meeting her in person. Wow, how nice. This employee is still working at CIPD. Oh yeah, and this Barry Wall guy, that's Court of the EDI Jester. I actually don't like this person. I reacted to him once. He seemed very gleeful at the idea that Donald Trump was suing the BBC for millions of, or billions of dollars, whichever it was. Seemed very gleeful about that. I thought it was disgusting personally. I thought it was completely disproportionate. So yeah, I don't know. It kind of got off of Katie Neves for a while, but it's quite interesting, I guess. I don't like this kind of representation. I do think that some of the shit they're saying does hint towards some kind of fetishistic nature. And I would have complained if I was subject to this this training session. Maybe they wouldn't have got trans people to watch this kind of thing because they're trans already. Me, I probably would have wanted to know what kind of thing was being said, because it ultimately affects me. Like, it's even worse in a way if trans people weren't like privy to this kind of thing, and the people that are watching it have trans colleagues who weren't there. They don't even know what's being said, that people are taking whatever from. I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. People want to be offended by my video where I shit talked Katie Neves. They can do so. I don't really care. If I offended someone, then they're welcome to that. Wonder what this has on it. This music is absolutely appalling.
I'm not normally as coordinated as this.
There's a certain amount of audience participation that is required, by the way. I think we need some more gin.
You know, I had a happy childhood. Well, it was mostly happy apart from the lifelong trauma caused by my mum cutting my hair like that. I never forgive her for that. What's she playing at? I literally, the problem, the name of that business caused me later on in life is a top tip. If ever you're going to start your own business, don't call it after your own name. Trans, it just doesn't work. Trust me on that one. And I decided to tell her about my cross-dressing as I thought it was there on our second date. Well, the first date was probably pushing it. She comes here often, oh look, not matching nail polish, it doesn't really work. I want to see if it does. And I remember feeling disappointed at the time because I was naively expecting some sort of light bulb and some sort of big voice. I know! As if to say, this is what you should be seeing. Strangely, that didn't happen. Can't imagine why.
But around about the same sort of time, my gender dysphoria increased dramatically. It went through the
It is very alright, Darks. Yeah.
roof. So much so that I just didn't know what gender I was at all. And I was so desperate to find out, I was even typing into Google, what gender is Martin Neves? I know that's crazy because the answer could only come from me. It couldn't come from anyone else, particularly Google. But I was desperate. And yeah, it's what desperate people do.
Which in this country is about the same number of people who've got ginger hair, but not necessarily the same people, so they don't have skinny fingers or anything. But you get the idea, it's enough to quantify it. So I sent a text to her, and she sent me a text back and she said, that's funny, I was expecting your text. No, she didn't. That's she don't. You're hanging there every word there, weren't you? Sorry, I couldn't resist it. And it was such an emotional session. I cried buckets that day. But it was at the end of that session that I admitted to myself that I'm a transgender woman and I need to change my body. And that was the point that I really felt free.
I mean, do you know what else? Do you know what else does actually make me very sick? feel very sick about this kind of person. It's the talk about like oppressed, marginalized minority kind of stuff. When this person gets paid, clearly he has friends in high places, gets paid to go around just telling their life story. There are many trans people that experience oppression. This person is not one of them. Like, you've no idea what that's like. And there's plenty of trans people who are also not oppressed. There's plenty of fucking white, cis fucking male people that probably do experience oppression. Like if you're homeless or some shit. That's a suggestion that something went wrong.
Well, I really felt that Martin had stepped back and Katie had taken over. So what now? You know, what was I going to do with this new piece of information?
Oh, we're talking about someone called Katie Neves. I've been woke scolded by this utter fucking freak. Because I said mean things about this Katie Neves person. You know, expressing my opinions, which is not, if you're trans, it's not allowed. Otherwise, cis allies will tell you you're the worst person in the world. If you're trans, you have to be like woke and shit, which is annoying. I remember on BBC News, a group of nurses complained about a trans woman colleague using their toilets and weren't taken seriously. Do you mean the Darlington nurses? Because apparently the trans person acted like weird. Like the way I think about toilets and stuff like that, if it's like if you're not passing, you probably should just use the men's if you're a trans woman. You are potentially going to make women uncomfortable. Like, for someone like me, I'm not like that. There has to be like a middle ground somewhere. And like the Darlington nurses thing, I think there was a bit more to it than that. I don't know. I'm not like anti like gender critical, to be clear. I'm not one of those people. Talking to a bunch of middle-aged professionals about oppression. Yeah, as one yourself, you know, as one yourself. Most of these like, you know, late transitioners who already had kids and are already successful and all that kind of shit are like actually kind of super privileged in a lot of ways. And don't, you know, haven't had the experiences of people like me who have like, you know, had to go out there and get jobs like facing the public, working in places like Wetherspoons whilst being very new to my transition and looking like shit and people making it clear that I look like shit, you know, noticing and saying so. These kinds of people don't experience this kind of thing in the same way because they don't transition until they're already doing stuff. Like this person was what, a photographer or something? Had his own business, had their own business, whatever the fucking pronouns are.
Easy away. You know, I had a happy home life, I had a successful business. Could I put all of that?
Yeah, the thing about the Darlington nurses is that the person could have, you know, they could have used a gender-neutral space. And if you don't pass, you should consider doing so. I'm sorry. Even me, I'm not even confident enough in my passing that I should use the women's because I just don't want to make anyone comfortable. I don't want to be that person that causes a business to get fucking complained about. They weren't transphobes, but become so because of people like Neves. Yeah, that's always possible. And listen, I will criticize anyone that looks at any unfortunate trans person, because it's the same with like Lily Tina or whatever. Looks at some unfortunate trans person and generalizes. I think that's a bad thing. I think it's a bit different in Katie Neves' case because she's being brought in as like a authority, like by your workplace saying this person will explain how to be better towards trans people. Like that's a bit different. It's a bit more forgivable that you might generalize because you're practically being told to, you know what I mean?
Definitely just for that new piece of information.
And I remember now my finger nervously hovering over the mouse, knowing that as soon as I make that click to make the video live, my life would never be the same again. You know, I clicked the mouse and I waited. And so I'm here to say, actually, the world will let you in, and it's the key to being happy. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is just to educate everybody else, just to show everybody else that trans people are just boring, ordinary people who just had extraordinary journeys in order to be happy.
Another big surprise, the white van driver stopped to let me across the road now. Now that may be but when he does, I just put my hand up and I say in the deepest voice, thanks, mate.
Yeah, there you go. Fucking privilege. What do white vans fucking drivers say to me? I mean, nothing now. There's fucking loads of trans people around here, and all of them will look worse than me, so I get off scot-free these days. Like, mate, that ain't my fucking experience. They were calling me a nonce.
You want to see that place?
I've been coming to conference for 30 years, and this has been one of the most interesting
Okay, no more simping. We don't simp. We don't do simping. So yeah, this is the kind of stuff they do, which they obviously must get paid handsomely for. I don't like the idea of like HR departments bringing people like this in, because it's just not going to be representative. And when they start talking about wearing their sister's knickers, that is bad representation, specifically. Like, tips for being a trans ally. You know what my tips for being a trans ally is? Don't be a trans ally. Don't put yourself on a pedestal. Don't act like you're trying to save some trans people. Just befriend some trans people and just be there for them. I must have said this a million times now, but I'm also a heinous transphobe according to this person, so I guess that's a very transphobic take to say stop being a fucking ally, stop blowing smoke up your own arse, stop pretending that we are your problem to solve, and just be friends with some trans people. That's probably transphobic to say, to be honest. Extraordinary journey BS. Yeah, I mean, man. I'm just a mentally ill freak at the end of the day. This kind of shit was inevitable for me. I'm not saying that I'm trans because I'm mentally ill, but like, I don't know, it's not as extraordinary as people think. Watching The Edge of Matrix just to see people make him swear. Yeah, he very much sucks at debating. The thing is, a lot of the people that I see countering him aren't actually very good at it. And that's part of why I made my video. Because I'd rather see a better quality of like counter. But more than anything, I just wanted to put some of my perspective about him across. Like the field guide thing was just a conceit, you know what I mean? It's just a way of doing it. Okay, wow. I went to a college. Tell a bunch of 17-year-olds about your sister's knickers. Okay, wow. Jesus. I don't think the same. Oh, there's lots of testimonials, but it's all you know what it's gonna be. You know what it's gonna be. And I've got all this hero of the year, diversity winner. I just don't like this person. I'm sorry. I don't like the representation. That's my right as a trans person. Steve has never once mentioned the Beaumont Society. I need to learn more about them, but I don't know where to go. I don't know where to find out more about that kind of thing. Because you said this person's a member. And didn't they at least used to be like male only? Like it was a crossy thing or something before? Full personality expression. I don't know who Alice Purnell is. Yeah, it started off as a crossy thing. So initially to provide a social network for transvestite people, and it later evolved into being for trans people. Transvestite being crossdresser, of course. What's full personality expression? Virginia Print. There's an organization for heterosexual male crossdressers. So yeah, this started out as like a male thing, you know. Oldest known transvestite organization, formed from subscribers to a magazine, Transvestia. Initials FP were taken from Prince's blend word. Okay. Prince received some criticism for restricting the group's membership to heterosexual, mostly married crossdressers and policing of sexual content. Letters note the comparison between FP and the Empathy Club, whose magazines each cut the other down. Empathy magazine wrote, if a pair of panties is the only article of apparel you happen to enjoy wearing, I'm not going to tell you that you cannot be a part of my club because you're a deviant or just a plain fetishist, not a true transvestite. Jesus. So what, the full personality expression, they didn't want people that just wear panties and nothing else, I guess. Yeah, David Shaler, he said that he was involved in this kind of shit. Did it come up in that interview? Did Shaler mention it, or did they both kind of gloss over it, I guess? CIPD. We did CIPD, we don't need that anymore. Yeah, Stephen Whittle. This person's a trans man who says TRA shit on Twitter. Not particularly impressed by that person, if I'm honest. Society had 233 members, blah 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 blah. So yeah, it must have allowed at least some female people in, because Stephen Whittle is female. In its early years, the society was explicit that it was for heterosexual transvestites, and that overt gayness was not included. Campaign to alter this started in the 1980s. The thing that didn't allow people who are attracted to men. Yeah. Yeah, it seems to have changed at some point, though. Like, until the 80s, it was straight male cross-dressers only. 700, a little over 700 members. By the 1990s, transgender people across a range of sexualities were explicitly included. So at some point it did change, but the heritage is that it was for straight male crossies. Longest running support group, blah 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 blah. Society's annual dinner. I mean, I'm sure you wouldn't get like a list of members or whatever. Whittle got a man story. Yeah, I bet. The Beaumont Bulletin. And then Beaumag, and then Beaumont Magazine. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they have like a website and stuff, but I'm guessing whatever the spicy shit is around this is not going to be involved there. Wait, how come Stephen Whittle was allowed in? Did they think he was male? A radical lesbian. Wow. He was president of WPATH between 2007 and 2009. Fuck me, dude. That's not. I can't say I like WPATH very much, to be honest. Maybe if they left kids alone, and I don't know what else. Came out as a trans man. Where's the Beaumont Society? It was in the 70s, right? So it's odd that they let in this person. But then he's female attracted. Maybe that's more important to them than what sex you are, I'm not sure. Phalloplasty in 2001 to 2003 sounds like it must have been terrifying. Press for change. Is press for change one of those things? People say, you get people that say that a lot of trans rights gains were actually behind closed doors. Is this the kind of thing people are talking about? I know a little bit about that Reed Erickson person and stuff like that. Valor hasn't improved since 2003. I've heard that it has. I mean, I have no idea what he's looked like, and I don't really want to see it, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, fucking someone mentioned Steve. Billboard Steve thought that the old man that talked to him was fucking Stephen Whittle. Quite clearly older than fucking 70. Quite clearly fucking with him when he says, well, you might not find that I'm the sex that you think I am, you know? Very funny, very funny. Katie Neves. I don't have as much else here. I'm in my right to not like this person. I'm in my right to say I don't think this person should be representing trans people. I wonder what qualifications we have beyond just being trans. I wonder if this person got the kind of success they did doing this kind of thing because they know people. Because, you know, connections are everything, ultimately. They have a YouTube channel. Media appearances, blah, blah, blah. This looks absolutely terrifying. They're still on there. The BBC is so transphobic that they platform Katie Neves. I actually know that that suggests to me that there is a level of transphobia there, to be honest. Interesting wig going on. Alright, hang on. Probably behind closed doors by rational people, including trans people. Being ripped apart by narcissists wanting to be praised idols. So there you go. Maybe. I can't remember. They push a lot of stuff that is just patently untrue. They talked about the Darlington nurses thing, which someone mentioned. I don't know. I have some sympathy. Some of these trans people that insist on using women's spaces probably shouldn't be in there. I'm going to be honest. If you don't look right, you're going to potentially make people uncomfortable. Of course, we vlogged in fucking hospital. Wow. This is a Nottingham trans rights protest. They're not going to show them trying to destroy a man's hearing, of course. Because why would you? Doing speeches on trans rights. Like, this person has just, like, fucking astroturfed themselves. And it's disgusting how it's been allowed to happen. Got kids, and one of them did a poem. Wow, amazing. Yeah.
I've just admitted to myself and accepted that I'm actually a transgender woman, and that I need to change my body. So commonly what most people would call as a sex change. Sorry if that's a real shock to you. It's a shock to me as well. But here's a bit of background. I was born 48 years ago with male genitalia, you know, I had a very good childhood, no problem at all. But my earliest memory is probably about the age of about 3 or 4. I started to cross-dress, and I envied the girls. I wanted to be one of the girls. I just, I've always had much more girlfriends than I have male friends. And that sort of carried on throughout my life, really. And I struggled with the cross-dressing, actually. Up until my mid-20s, there was a lot of self-loathing and self-denial, lots of purging, lots of that.
See, this kind of thing does sound odd to me. You can say that telling a story about doing something age 4 and being ashamed of it isn't necessarily indicative of a fetish. And it might be odd to, like, sexualize that. That's fair enough, you can say that. But the problem is it has carried on and become sexualized, and clearly at least somewhat a part of your transition. Like, I don't know. I kind of get the social shame angle. It's just weird the way that they put it, I guess.
Kind of stuff. It was dreadful.
Oh, there's no femme energy. These people are just always wealthy enough that they can force themselves to look at least somewhat like a woman.
But then
this kind of person has had a completely different experience to someone like me. That's all I can really say.
Up until my mid-20s, there was a lot of self-loathing and self-denial, lots of purging, lots of that kind of stuff. It was dreadful. But then by the time I got to my mid-20s, that's when I actually accepted it for what it was and embraced it.
It's like, well, why? So why are we like purging? Is there someone that has a problem with you doing it? Or is it like an internal thing? We just don't know. We just don't know. Like, how am I supposed to say and see, oh, there's definitely no AGP going on here, you know?
It, and I just viewed it as more of as a hobby, but a hobby that I knew that I would always need to do. But I quantified it, and I was happy as a man who needed to cross-dress. I knew that that was what's going to happen. That was fine, sorted, no problem at all. So it's actually come as quite a shock to me that really in October of last year, around about that sort of time, my feelings of gender dysphoria have increased dramatically. I've since heard that it's quite common, and that happens to a lot of cross-dressers, that does happen, especially in the late 40s, so I'm sort of fairly typical from that point of view, but it still came as a bit of a shock to me. So these feelings just increased so much.
Well, like there wasn't loads of GNC stuff going on in the 70s and 80s. Well, yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. I understand that a sense of shame might arise, but it's not like we're privy to why that is. You know?
Around, at the end of last year, I just didn't know what gender I was at all, and I've just been in complete turmoil about it. So much so that I went to see a therapist about it, a counsellor who had got a lot of experience with gender issues, and I had 4 sessions with her.
Affirmed you?
Just went straight in there. She said that a lot of her clients, they'll talk about the weather and all sorts of stuff, but I was just like straight in there. I was just ready to burst. I was just spilt. Anyway, by those 4, at the end of the 4 sessions, that was a natural break just before Christmas. But I felt I got as far as I could with her, and at that point, I felt that I was gender fluid. However, I now, looking back on it,
this has to be a midlife crisis thing, surely. I do think you get a lot of people. I see this in like guys quite often. They get to a certain age, and like just something is like missing. Yeah, this person is currently 48 as of this video, which is 7 years ago. So they're older than that, 55. Yeah, like I see these kind of identity crises and stuff. I have a friend who came out as non-binary recently, and he's like about 40. I don't know, it's like this needing a change thing. I think people are framing it when this happens as discovering some fact about themselves. When, is that it, or do you have an identity crisis? That's not quite the same thing. It's hard to explain what I'm saying, but yeah, I don't know, man.
I realised that was a mistake, because it was there was nothing fluid about it, but also I think it was all my fears of the effect it would have on my marriage and family and everything and my business, just holding me back and just stopping.
Also, already got his own kids, but advocates presumably for children to get hold of treatments that will necessarily sterilize them. You got to be careful with that stuff. I don't know if they ever talk about. Yeah, puberty blockers, the truth.
My name's Katie Neves.
That already has his own children, bear in mind, or their own children. He's a father, fuck it. I'll say he in that instance. Sue me, cry about my fucking transphobia, you sad cunt. Yeah, so these people are always like pushing like child transition. There are always these people, like this person, I don't know if they say they would have wanted to transition as a child. If you did, then your kids wouldn't exist. And you already have your kids, and you already had your life and your successful business. It's a little bit different for like people that transition like young and like have to come up through the world as a trans person instead of becoming successful and then transitioning in a good place, you know?
And I'm a transgender woman. I lived for 48 years as a man while battling with gender dysphoria since the age of 3. And I'm really happy now that I've completed my transition. However, some of the effects of the male puberty...
And I will be clear, by the way, some of it is just vibes. Some of it is just something about this person turns my stomach and it's hard to explain why, you know?
that I went through as a teenager have stuck with me, hence my deep and very sexy voice.
Oh God, stop, please, please stop.
However, it doesn't always have to be like that. Let me introduce you to my friend Teresa. She's also a transgender woman, but she doesn't sound like me. Hi, Teresa.
Hi, Katie.
So why haven't you got a deep and very sexy voice like me?
That's because I was prescribed GnRH agonists.
This is like a sales pitch or something. What is this?
Otherwise known as puberty blockers as a teenager.
And what effect did they have?
They stopped the ongoing changes caused by testosterone.
So your voice didn't break?
Absolutely, and I'm very happy with how I sound as a result.
So you should do. I'm so envious.
I'm so envious. I wish I could have had puberty blockers. I wish my kids didn't exist.
And so what would happen if the puberty blockers were stopped?
Yeah, there's a lot of smirking going on. That's what I can do. I can educate Aiko on the AGP snark. Not the AGP snark. I fucking hate the word snark. I never want to use the word snark again as long as I live. The AGP smirk. I can educate this fucking retard on the AGP smirk. That's what I need to do.
And it would just carry on as it would have otherwise.
Okay, and what effect does that have on the person if you block it for a certain amount of time and then continue it? What if you kind of go out of the window where it's supposed to happen? It just completely just carries on, just as if nothing happened. It's not going to have any effect, stopping at, say, 13 and resuming at 15. That just is difficult to believe.
So it is reversible then?
Oh, yeah, absolutely reversible. Doesn't.
Do either of these people have, like, any kind of medical background to say this kind of stuff? Or have they just read a handful of studies, looking for stuff that confirms their worldview, and come out with stuff that confirms their worldview? Because when you go looking for things that confirm your worldview, you'll find them. Just like, if you decide that you dislike a content creator because they speak their mind and say what they actually think rather than what their little cult thinks, and is not audience captured, you might look at that and not like that person, and so go looking for things that you find offensive so that you can justify writing them off as a bad person instead of just engaging with what they're saying and being a mature adult, you know?
Permanently stop anything.
Because puberty blockers are still being prescribed on the NHS to
non-trans kids who've got precocious puberty. They always do this. They always equivocate precocious puberty with being trans. It's not the same thing.
non-trans kids who have got precocious puberty, aren't they?
Absolutely, and there are a lot more of them than there are trans kids.
Yeah, and of course when they stop them, then their puberty just starts as normal.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, at a normal time because it's precocious. And is that even true? I thought they only prescribed them for a short amount of time because they have bad effects. Are they going to mention that were a bunch of black women in fucking America that, what was it, they sued Lupron or whatever for the effects they had like on their bones and shit later in life because of their own use of it?
Absolutely.
And of course the CAS review has been used to stop the prescription of puberty blockers for trans youth, even though they're still being used for non-trans youth. And yet it's been
different use,
internationally discredited, and
this is propaganda. Peer review doesn't matter. Mein Kampf was peer reviewed.
It hasn't been peer reviewed.
This person is a propaganda outlet. I can't believe that I'm being told that I shouldn't have a problem with someone like this. This is propaganda. They're just spouting the party lines. Oh, the cast review has been discredited. We're not going to even attempt to actually prove that or show that. No, it's been criticized. You know what else has been criticized? Basically every fucking paper ever.
It's also worth pointing out that it didn't actually say they should be banned.
Yeah, they need more research. So what they're saying is, well, we probably shouldn't risk these kids' healths. You know, doing stuff that we don't know enough about. So you're saying it was discredited and then saying actually it's kind of right about something. We do need more research, and we're doing more research. In the meantime, the same thing to do is to stop this treatment that we can't really ascertain any benefit for until we have more research. Like, it's really quite simple.
Just said we should do more research.
Has Katie Donnell said something to you? No. This person here watched my other video about Katie Neves, one of my other ones. I've looked at this person before, and got offended on Katie Neves' behalf and called me a transphobe and stuff, and ran around on the internet telling a bunch of other streamers to watch this video and like hate on me and stuff, because despite being 40 years old, this person is extremely pathetic. Also, this person's content is fucking unwatchable, so I don't know.
Search.
Absolutely. So puberty blockers are safe and they work.
Absolutely.
Non-medical professionals doing this, by the way. It's nasty. Jesus Christ, the more I watch, it's like maybe I did go too far in some ways. Maybe I say things that are like kind of extreme and kind of out there. And I express myself in a way that's somewhat exaggeratory to an extent because this is like entertainment. As much as I want to learn stuff and like develop my understanding of things and hopefully have conversations about this kind of thing, even though the one that I am apparently going to have with this person is going to be fucking shit. Like, it just grosses me out. I know that I'm being manipulated. I know that I'm being told things that I am supposed to think, even though I really have no basis based on this video to actually accept. You know what I mean? It's hard to explain what I mean. But it's like so annoying.
I'm 41 years.
Yeah, listen, is the smirking even an AGP thing here, or is it like this dupest lie? Is it this? Yeah, we're doing this like scripted fucking propaganda piece. Non-medical fucking professionals. But when Helen Joyce does it, it's bad, obviously. When a mathematician weighs in, it's bad.
Years old, living my best life.
Fantastic.
That was very unconvincing.
Absolutely. I'm 41 years old, living my best life.
I'm living my best life. Sorry, I'm smiling too much, actually. Living my best life. This is me living my best life, hanging out with my new friend, Katie Neves. Christ.
Fantastic. Thanks, Teresa.
Thank you, Katie.
That was absolutely ghastly. Jesus Christ. What was the rest of this one?
Keeping me from being...
I actually much prefer this video to the one I just watched. At least with this is just kind of a recount of what this person experienced. The other thing is like blatant propaganda. I much prefer this, honestly. This isn't like pissing me off the same way. I can actually relate a certain amount because I was gender non-conforming. And I've been shamed for it before, you know? But it wasn't like wearing my sister's knickers and feeling like weird guilt and shame and stuff. It was, I wanted to wear makeup and I was told no. I went to uni and fucking did it anyway, you know? I didn't feel weird guilt and shame about it. It was just like, oh, okay, I can do this and no one's going to tell me otherwise.
Who I really am. So the next thing I did, I got a book. It was a self-help book. It was basically a workbook by a gender therapist in the States, and it's basically psychotherapy in a book. So you just
Thank you so much for the gifted membership. Glow in the dark. Thank you.
work all the way through it, and by about 3/4 of the way through
Why
the
am
book,
I dancing with that trans person?
There you go.
I realised that I wasn't actually gender fluid. I was transgender.
I think this can also be dangerous, by the way, having this kind of literature out there, which is going to confirm someone's like biases, rather than necessarily telling them what they actually need to hear. Like if you go for something like that, looking for, like I don't know if they're going looking for it, but it describes something that you relate to. That doesn't necessarily mean that's who you are, and I think, I don't know. It works for some people. I don't know that this person's going to like detransition or whatever, but I definitely think that people would. It's a bit, you know, I worry about some of these, like, the ways that some of these people are coming to these conclusions. And it's one thing, I guess it's less concerning for someone like this who's 48 years old or whatever. You imagine like a 13-year-old kid who's a bit gender non-conforming, reading something like this and relating to it and deciding they're trans now. Well, they might, you know, how they ultimately feel about gender might change, and it might make them take on something that they probably shouldn't be. It's hard to explain what I mean. I don't know. It's always complicated because we're talking about someone talking about why they're trans, and it's not like I know what's in their head. I'm not saying that this person shouldn't have transitioned, to be clear. There's just some stuff in there that's a bit kind of, you know. And it always makes me suspicious when someone transitions in order to then go around and tell everyone else what being trans is, you know. Born with male genitalia. Yeah, it's very strange. The way that these people do, like, distance themselves from their sex. Which clearly they didn't always, you know. I get the cross-dressing and stuff, but, you know, you went as a male name for 48 years. It can't have been that bad. But hey. Dara Hoffman is kind of insane. Means well, but just repeats a lot. Oh, fair enough. I don't know much about them, to be honest.
As a transgender woman. And by the time I got to the end of the book, that hadn't changed. That was exactly the same. But I didn't want to leave it at that. You know, I wanted to explore it a bit more. So I actually got in touch with a clairvoyant that I'd actually seen back in May, just out of curiosity. It was somebody that I'd met at a business networking group of all things. I just sort of got along for a reading with her just out of curiosity, really. And it's funny that the reading that she gave me, a lot of it didn't make sense at the time, but now looking back, it all makes perfect sense. It really does. It all fits into place. But I just sent
her
a text just to say, you know, that I was having these feelings of gender dysphoria, and you know, she suggested that I'd sort of go along and have a spiritual healing session with her. So that's what I did. It was a 4-hour session, and basically all the answers came from me. They didn't come from her. She was just basically asking me questions. I mean, I assume she was getting the questions from spirit, or however she does it. But she just basically, we did some relaxation techniques and some meditation and stuff, just to get me into a state where I could be 100% honest with myself. And it was in that session that I was 100% honest with myself, and it was then when I admitted to myself that I'm actually a transgender woman and that I do need to change my body. It was a very emotional session, as I say, and I felt really wrung out by the end of it. Because then you get to that sort of realization, and then it's okay, well, now what? And obviously big implications for my family and for my business and everything. So what I decided to do is, instead of just sort of hiding away for 5 years while I transition and then come back as female, my transition is going to be very public, very bold, and very out there. So I'm really excited about what's to come and my new life as the woman that I've always been, but I've never been allowed to show. So there's lots going to be happening.
You have not always been a woman. You cannot say that. Please stop saying that. You haven't always been a woman. No one has known you as a woman. You've no idea what women experience. Like, come on, man. I don't know. The way people talk about this is just so weird to me. Listen, whatever. It's not like this video is personally, like, offensive or whatever. The other one was far fucking worse. But I don't know, man. I'm supposed to take this shit seriously. I'm supposed to take people seriously like this. Like, I'm sorry. I don't have to if I don't want to. And I'm not going to if I don't want to.
And there's lots of good stuff that's going to be happening, and I hope that you can be happy with me.
Wow. So yeah, has had a business for a long time. Very successful. Presumably. Looks like they live in a nice enough house. Now they get to just talk about themselves for a living. It's crazy to me. Hanging out with his fucking surgeon. I suppose it's better than Brianna Wu debating their fucking surgeon, but still. I mean, it's not even just young people. Look better as a crossy than trans. Yeah, I agree. Fucking hell. It's not even just young people that struggle with their identity. I think we see that here. We see that, like, I've known lots of guys. You get those guys that, like, they become, like, Christians and shit very suddenly. You know, I think people go looking for missing pieces of their identity, whether they need to or not. And I don't know. It's difficult. I still have a little way to go before I reach middle age myself. Oh, look at me, I got a boob job. Wow. All people trailer. After you already did like 20 episodes. More than 20 episodes. Let's do a trailer when we've done all the episodes. Wow. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about this person. I find them disturbing. We've got pretending to be male in this one. My last 2 days pretending to be male. You are male. That's why you're a trans woman. That's the whole point. Oh, the big night out. Okay, we've got a big... Hang on. This is like an AGP trope, okay? This is a fucking AGP trope. I don't care. I'm someone that can recognize like certain AGP tendencies in myself. You know, I'm female attracted. There's some other stuff. I don't want to get into it too much. It's not fair how these boomer transitioners can get all their surgery straight away because they have a lot of money from their male career. Well, I mean, it's a decision that one has to make. Do you want to, you know, live all your prime as something you don't like being and then transition when you got the money? Or do you want to, you know, be yourself and just kind of make it work? Like, I understand what you're saying. It's like, it just means it's a very different experience. You know, I cannot have my own kids. I didn't want my own kids because I'm far too mentally ill. Whereas I might have wanted to if I wasn't. And I understand like waiting. It is very weird when those kinds of people then wish that they could have transitioned as a child, because that means you wouldn't have had your kids. But it's just two very different experiences. Like most of us don't have this kind of, you know, we do everything successfully and then we transition really quickly because we've got all the money, you know. If they were born a woman, they wouldn't have had a career. Well, I mean, nowadays maybe. This person at his age possibly wouldn't have. And that is something to bear in mind as well. But yeah, I want to see what this is. This is an AGP trope, I'm sorry.
Oh, hello. What are you doing in my bathroom? Well...
Oh, the side smile. This is... Dude. I'm sorry. As a somewhat AGP person myself, like knows like, okay? It takes one to know one. This person is an AGP. I'm sorry about it. It's just true. They don't have a lot of subs. Well, no, they don't need a lot of subs. They go round telling fucking employers how they should regard trans people, like educating normal people on trans people, talking about their fucking sisters' knickers.
Okay, well, seeing as you're here, we might as well tell you what's going on. I'm getting ready for a big night out. I'm actually going to...
Transgender ambassador back in... They literally just start transitioning and they're calling themselves an ambassador. Oh, I hate it. I'm sorry. That's my fucking right. Doesn't matter. If I'm not seeing a huge amount particularly wrong apart from all the fucking lying and propaganda this person pumps out. I just don't like it. I'm sorry. I'm in my right. I'm in my fucking right.
To the Bamboozle charity gala evening. I only managed to get tickets 2 days ago, so it was all sort of forced on me at the last minute. But it's really exciting because it's going to be the first time out that I've been out as Katie in a public event. I've been out many times before for girls' nights out.
Out as Katie, that's very cross-dresser coded as well. For me, it was never like that because I gender non-conformed. It wasn't a crossy thing for me. It wasn't an alter ego. It was always me. Like, you know, but for years before I came out as trans, I already wore like women's clothes and makeup, but it wasn't like this. It was like, you know, it was just my clothes. You know, that was just my look. It wasn't, I'm going out as Mary tonight and I'm going to look very different as to when I went out as insert name here. You know what I mean? It just is very different.
That's just for small groups of people.
But like no one is allowed, okay, no one is allowed to give me shit for calling this person an AGP. I'm sorry. It's not necessarily a pejorative. This person is an AGP, I'm sorry.
But this is going to be a big one for me. So it was all a bit of a panic as soon as I heard that I'd got a ticket. Then it was, what am I going to wear? And now I'm just panicking with my last few bits of makeup because I'm still not that confident with the makeup. But
Panicking last few bits of makeup while standing here yapping at a camera. Bro, haven't you got shit to do? Haven't you got shit to do?
But I'll do my best. So we'll see.
As a man, he must have felt invisible in many ways. Well, he was a photographer. But he must have been successful. He's got a house. He's had two different wives. He's got kids. He's got all these connections. He's able to just show up at fucking charity things. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
See how it goes. Feeling a little bit nervous at the moment, but I'll report back later. See you in a bit.
Yeah, I don't like blue eyeshadow.
This is the bit where I look like a bank robber with the wig cap. See, it's a good look. And now for the wig. So what do you reckon? Done? Is it a good look? That's better. Let's see what I'm doing now.
Wonder how his children... I mean, apparently his daughter wrote a poem about his transition. Hopefully not coerced. Hopefully genuinely from the heart. I don't know. I'm not gonna try and interpret what his kid thinks about it. But that's a video on his channel, so that's nice.
I'll be glad when I can get my ears pierced, because these clip-on earrings can kill you. They're so tight sometimes. Right. I think I'm about there. Here we go. Wish me luck.
Right. This is it. I've just pulled up. It's pouring down with rain, which isn't great. Isn't a great start. But anyway, I'm here. Got my makeup on. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to do my nails, but they still look a lot better than they did 3 hours ago after I was cutting the grass and they were covered in green. But anyway, here goes. Let's go for it. It's going to be a big night. See you soon. Well, what an amazing night that was. I needn't have been worried at all. There were so many friendly people there, lots of people that I know already. Lots of people didn't recognise me. I suppose that's understandable, really. But a lot of people did, and a lot of people actually came up to me who've been following me on my blogs as well. So just coming up to me and giving me a hug and everything, and it's been absolutely lovely. It's been a really great evening. One thing I did notice was that a lot of the men who have always known me as Martin felt a bit awkward about how they were going to be greeting me, and they sort of see some other women and they sort of give them a hug and a kiss and whatever, and I could sort of see the fear in their eyes, thinking, oh no, what are we going to do, Martin or Katie? Oh no! And one even said to me, oh, so.
Can I just ask, how do you have a video that has 24,000 views and 5 comments and 107 likes? Like, that has to be botting. That's either botting or there were a heck of a lot of comments that got removed, probably for being rude. And I disavow that kind of shit, by the way. Don't leave rude comments just because someone's a crossy and it's a bit weird to you, you know?
So what do we call you tonight, Martin or Katie? And I thought, well, what do you think? Let me think about that. Yeah, so there's a few sort of manly handshakes, but I think we sort of compromised on sort of hugs on a lot of them, and that's absolutely fine. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, everybody was absolutely lovely. The only thing I have noticed is that my feet are absolutely killing me now. So anyway, I'm off back home now, but it's been a really big night for me, but very successful. So yeah, Katie is here to stay.
Oh, you are still watching. The third person thing is always interesting. Again, I don't know. It's just a very different experience. I'm sorry. And I'm definitely going to find it weird. I'm definitely going to find it weird that this person is a transgender ambassador, having been trans for like 20 minutes. Making you nauseous. It's alright. I don't know what else. I don't know what else I really need off of this. I'm not trying to portray this as if it's like some sick, disgusting thing. I hope that's clear. I'm sure I'll be portrayed as if I think that this is some sick, disgusting thing. I think it's crossy shit. People can think what they want, I guess, about it. Like, as long as they're not hurting anyone, it's not actually the end of the world. But I don't know, man. I don't think me calling them an AGP in my last video title that I did about them, which was like 3 months ago, by the way. I have things I said 3 months ago that I disagree with now, because I actually change and I actually grow. Some of these people don't. Now I kind of want to watch like more crossies and like see how many of them refer to themselves in like third person and shit. Didn't think it was until you felt sick to your stomach. Well, I don't know.
So yeah, Katie is here to stay.
Yeah, the persona thing is crossy shit. It's crossy shit. I'm sorry.
Bye.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know what else to get from that really. I can see why me going so hard on someone like that. Yeah, maybe I should watch Emma Louise. Although, I kind of remember the last time I watched them, they just started randomly trauma dumping in this video that I thought was meant to be funny. Yeah, Cam, that's the same person that Mischief's talking about. Does that person call himself, like, third person all the time? Yeah, it's this one here. Yeah, all this, like, girls' night out stuff. I'm almost tempted. I don't know. I'm almost tempted. That should read Buck Angel is awful. Okay, fair enough. I can't say I'm a fan of Buck Angel, but if you like him, then fair enough, I guess. He seems... He gets a lot of, like, very basic stuff wrong. He got very, very flabbergasted by someone saying that passing is subjective, which it really shouldn't shock anyone. That's a very normal take. I think he does just kind of bring up, like, freaks on TikTok and, you know, he's got someone to be better than. Yeah, there's a lot of this kind of girls' night out kind of stuff. Friendship test. Yeah, what was it I watched? It got really like crazy at one point. Actually made me uncomfortable. Not because it's a crossy, but like they started like trauma dumping and shit. Oh, it was the coming out video. It got like really it got quite crazy at points. Do pleaser heels live up to the hype?
Hi, I'm Emma Louise, and today we're going to have a look at some shoes. But not just any shoes, pleaser high heel shoes. So I have two boxes here. One is a pair of look-alike pleaser high heels. For legal reasons, they are not marketed.
I don't actually know what pleaser high heels are, by the way.
As pleaser high heels, there is nothing of the word pleaser in the description. But
so like massive, this kind of thing. Okay, right.
But the photos on the website where they came from.
Gonna be honest, I've never worn anything like this, and I don't ever intend to.
They very much look like pleaser high heels. And for fair measure, as we're going to be comparing apples to apples today, a genuine pair of pleaser high heel shoes. Right, let's do an unboxing. Let's open up the lookalike ones first. So just a plain white box, lots of Chinese writing on it. Yeah, you can kind of guess which website I got these from. What is good though, is both heels came in this sort of foam or fabric fleecing to protect them so that they don't rub on each other. I think that's probably standard with most patent PVC. Let's pull this out. The colour is really nice on these. There we go. Let's put them there so you can actually see them on camera. So, yeah, really bright red, patent PVC, and I love PVC. Let's have a look at the genuine pleasers. So this box is very different. Pleasers written on the front. It's got all the information on the side. Pleaser Delight 6 and 9s. I have already made a video about pleaser high heels because I already own a pair in black patent PVC. If you check out this video up there, up in the cards, I did a full unboxing of my black 6-inch high heels by Pleasers. But now for apples comparison, I've got red ones. The same as my black heels, there's a little travel bag as well, because we don't always have room in a suitcase to take the Pleaser box. So they've got a little travel bag to protect, and much in the same way as the other lookalike heels, these are sort of fabric wrapped as well to protect them during transit. So let's pull these out, put the genuine one there, and the other one there. I'll shuffle back just a little bit. I think we've dealt with the packaging, so let's put that to one side. Oh, more packaging. Didn't see that. So look there.
A toe hanger, his feet too big. Did you try one of them on? Sorry, I had to step out for a second. I just rebooted someone's content. Sound test. Where's it get interesting?
Anyway, other differences that I can spot straight off. These two. This is... I think that's all the differences. No, actually, there is more differences. So the straps between these two, we've got a good front strap that goes over the toes there, which is...
Don't run it back. What did I miss? I stepped out for a moment.
Good. That's a good pro point for both. The rear straps look slightly different. Yeah. So the lookalike ones, it looks like I've got to put my foot all the way through.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, we're going to see up there. We're going to see everything.
Like a pair of sandals. And then the buckle goes around the back of your ankle. Whereas the pleasers, and do this, the strap goes around the back of the ankle, and you put the strap with the little holes in front of your ankle and strap it up.
See, you saying that I didn't miss anything makes me think that I did miss something, but I'll just keep playing, don't worry. I'm actually mostly I'm just kind of...
If you've got perhaps a slightly wider ankle.
What is this blush? Like, they look like they got hurt. Like, dude.
So you could make the adjustment on.
There is one way to do blush, especially if you're like white and like pale and stuff. You want to find a pretty like palish pink kind of color, and you want to be very gentle with it. Otherwise you look like a clown or like you got punched or something. You used to do phone reviews or something. It is a bit like that, yeah. There's something very I don't know, I don't even know how to put it. Like you get a bloke that like brings a phone back or something and shows it off, like here's all the components and stuff.
Whereas the pleasers have that adjustment on the front strap already built in.
Can you see a test? I'm sure there's nothing on display.
So I think the only thing I need to do now is to try both pairs on, have a walk around, show them off, and see how they feel to actually walk in. Okay, we'll start with the look-alike ones. So as I said, the foot's got to go through the strap and then through into the front of the shoe.
Oh geez, they are way too small. The feet are like twice the width. I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh at these people. I'm not taking the piss or anything. I don't know, man. I don't know. Lily Tino has a criminal record. Oh, something about harassing a co-worker. I've never seen any evidence for that. Never seen any evidence for that. They don't sell size 17 women. Jesus Christ, man.
Let's do the little foot.
It's like, aren't you? Doesn't your foot? Isn't it supposed to just kind of fit on the sole? Is it meant to be spilling out all around the edges? Is that meant to happen?
I've made that crucial mistake already.
Please do not open your fucking legs, bro.
No. These are not pleasers. My foot has to go through.
I genuinely feel badly laughing at this, but it's just funny.
That way, I am so used to my black pair of pleasers. So this goes round that way. There we go. Okay.
Wait, the toe is going red? Oh my god.
There we go. So now you can see all of me. Well, I've got a little walk around. Yeah, they're all right.
Sorry, I was muted. What did the leg do just there? It was kind of a wobble.
So now you can see.
Or is it like, maybe there's a bit of a kind of, I don't know what the word is for it. Like bow legs?
All of me. Well, I've got a little walk around.
Yeah, it's like, something is like, maybe they're just a bit bow-legged or something. That could be it.
Yeah, they're all right. I could definitely go out in them.
Yeah, they do not even remotely fit. They do not even remotely fit. That's the. So annoyed that men can navigate these damn shoes. I feel like, well, this person is clearly very experienced in this. Like, if I wore these heels, then I would break my ankles and my neck. I could not walk in something like that. I wear like Doc Martens like 24/7. Not 24/7. I wear shoes all the time. If I'm wearing shoes, I literally have like 2 pairs of Doc Martens, and that's literally it.
When it comes to dancing, can I do the ultimate drop and get back up again? Yes, I can. So, yeah. What do you think of them? They look good, don't they?
Okay, no, the ultimate drop.
Yes, I can. Drop and get back up again.
That's the signature move, I guess.
Yes, I can. So, yeah. What do you think of them? They look good, don't they?
Oh, a pleaser heel's literally like designed for like crossies. Oh, I didn't look at this. I forgot to look at this. Okay, basically Katie Neves complained about the sun for talking about J.K. Rowling's tweet about trans people. Wow, amazing. And it wasn't upheld. Wow, amazing. So it's actually a brand. Does it have like women's men? What's the most AGP thing I can think of? Let's just go for the biggest heel and see what sizes they do. They don't even have heels. They even have heels. They're like fucking deer feet or something. They stand on their tippy toes and they've got like little fucking things that don't come down far enough. Go 8 inches. What sizes are these available in? Yes, I'm totally going to buy some of these. I definitely have £90 to spend on fucking shoes. Okay, women's 5, women's 11. I don't know what US are, to be honest. Oh, so these are like stripper shoes. So it's not just like crossy stuff. It is actually like stripper shoes.
They go really well with this nice little red dress I've got. Let's show them off. Let's have a few photos. Show the other one off. Ooh. Feeling a little bit unstable there, actually. Let's try it that way. This is my good side.
US 7 is UK 5. Okay, right. Yeah, so they're not just like men's shoes, I guess. Why did you return to me doing online shopping for skank shoes? It's research. It's just research, okay? It's just research. I don't have a career that I go to when I'm not streaming. I don't strip. No, sir.
Okay, I think it's time that we try on the genuine pleasers and see how they feel compared to this.
He's missing a bit of a trick though. You need to make it more like kind of Top Gear or something. I think that's how you do the ultimate like kind of crossy like heel review kind of thing. That's the difference between 6.1k video views and like 61k views, you know. That's what you gotta do.
There we go.
Wait, hang on. Do these ones fit? The toes are still like... Hang on. Are all of your toes supposed to be visible out of one of these pleaser shoes? Or is it meant to just be like your first 3 ones? Like it looks like the rest of them are kind of crammed in there.
There we go.
Oh, dude, I'm not surprised this got more views than me. I'm not surprised by that. What are the most viewed? It doesn't say. It doesn't say.
Wow. Such a difference with these. I feel so much more confident. I can move around very easily. There's no...
It's still walking weirdly.
I feel so much more confident. I can move around very easily.
Like, I don't know. I don't have to describe what I'm seeing. The way they're walking is like strange.
There's no... my ankle doesn't feel like it's going to... If I can demonstrate, my ankle doesn't feel like it's going to do this. it just feels like it's got strength there. I mean, I can very easily.
Do you reckon he's doing that like frog thing at the club?
I would not.
I wonder. I should find some nights out and see if that's what he's doing on the dance floor.
Not be able to do that in the other heels. So yeah, definitely a win for the pleasers. I knew these would feel like this. Yeah. So let's get into pricing.
Don't watch this part of the dress, by the way. Keep your eyes away from there. Don't watch for any flagpoles. Walking like a man, hey maybe. I don't know. I think he's like a bit bow-legged or something. I don't know. I have something going on, but mine kind of curve out and inwards to the knee and then out and inwards again, which I think is something else, like false curvature or something.
Lookalike ones.
My legs are definitely not like entirely straight, but I don't mind.
So the lookalike ones were a bargain. They were £27 on a Chinese website, but the genuine pleasers, £70.
Oh god, when you see it from the side, like like fully Jesus Christ, man.
If you've got the money, 100% go for pleasers. You won't regret it. If it's just for the bedroom to take a few photos and you don't plan on spending hours and hours,
you know, at least he's honest. At least he's honest. Like, this is the kind of shit you put on to take some pictures and look at them for too long and feel weird feelings deep down. Then hey, listen, can't complain.
On them, like I do when I go clubbing and dancing or whatever have you, then you could get away with these. But I wouldn't want to do a night out on those. As sexy as they look, and as great as they look, I just don't think that... I don't know. I don't think they would last the night. Either they would break, or I would break my ankle in them. I just don't feel like I've got the support out of them. Whereas these, clearly...
Something rattling next to the camera, he does.
I love these heels. So, it is a win on the pleasers. So there we go.
The more expensive shoes won, wow. That's the shock. The real shock. What was this girls' night out thing?
We're in paper butters and they all look fit as
I'm scared.
Fiver towards drinks. Woo! No buying.
All the YouTube. Come on in, just run it around. We'll get a couple of stills together. Model 3. Model 3, so get as close to the wall. Yeah. And then... yeah. Do the Matilda. Yeah, this one's for you, Matilda. Yeah. Right, let's see if we can
Yeah, Matilda's one of the rare ones that actually looks almost kind of okay.
still from that.
It is time to go to the bathroom in a little herd. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being the woman that walks in and there's like 4 of these people just like standing around chatting? Like, Jesus Christ. That would turn a lot of people into a TERF, I think.
Stop pointing fingers! Finger pointing gets us nowhere!
I don't like to half-ass things, you know? If I'm going to do it, it'll be full ass.
Yeah. We're in a travel lodge bar. I don't know why it's funny to me. You go somewhere on a business trip and you go down to the bar because you're not going home till tomorrow, and this is what you see. Yeah. We will. boobs look terrifying. Also, I have to keep telling people this. These are my people. Please. Please do not. I have to keep telling people this. When you do your lipstick, you can even it up around the bottom and instantly make it look 10 times better. Instead of having this weird bit where it sticks out. Or it just being all over the place, you know? You can do that. All the facial shit as well is so funny to me. This constant like I'm gonna be honest, I thought you were a pagan, so I'm really sorry. You'd pick these over Neves. I mean, it's more entertaining. It's listen. This is all extremely like strange to me, but it is entertaining. Listen, you can't knock them for that. I'm not laughing this hard at everything. Drinking wine with a straw? Oh, I suppose, I don't know, lipstick. This one ain't bothering. Jesus, what happened there? Dude, why put this? If I was this person, I would never want to fucking speak to this person again for putting me a picture like this in. I'm sorry. Also, I'm noticing the eyeshadow all the way up to the eyebrows. What are these facial expressions, man? What are you doing? Like, how do you even do that? How do you even do that with your face? Like, I can't do it. I can't fucking do it. This one's at least trying, like they're smiling and stuff. I don't know if teeth is their best option, but hey, listen. At least you look like you're loving life. This open mouth thing is horrendous. Like what is this? What's going on? What is going on? You're supposed to take like fucking 50 photos. Because there might be one or two where you actually kind of look like a woman, you know. I think they literally took like these 3 pictures and that was it. Oh, and of course they've got the one with the riding crop. This is the kinky one, you know. This is the kinky one.
You're being jealous now, Kerry. I just had a little whack on my shoulder. I can hear people doing karaoke already. So I have no idea where Zara is. I can't even remember what Zara's car was. Her 2 minutes seems to be quite a long time. I hope she's not going somewhere else. Oh, there's quite a ditch that side. Yeah, I'm not going that side.
It's a big place, though. This would be a gay bar. It's a big place. The place I went to in Bath when I went gay clubbing, when I was like in my early 20s, was like fucking tiny. And like the place Charlie goes to is tiny as well.
Oh, that's not too bad, actually. Yeah, I fear Zara is gonna...
Wait, why do you need a nose job? You look fine, don't you? I can't remember. I'm sure you look fine.
Miss the early... Amy's on a mission.
You get that impression?
Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, let's get in before they charge us more. Let's just go to pay.
I've got the impression.
Big night out. I've heard things about, like, whenever there's like some kind of trans theme, bear in mind, look at the colours. Whenever there's this kind of trans theme, it's always like full of like AGP crossies. I've always heard about that kind of thing.
Let's just go to pay.
I've got the impression.
You have a huge nose. That's not always bad. I don't know.
Hey?
I've got the impression.
All right, well, next round to mine then. I mean, I still have to get my purse because I got to get my ID.
I'll double check
Hate this filming in public thing. Hey, next it'll be like the Crossy Auditor. Next it'll be the Crossy Auditor.
And then we'll know what.
Yeah.
They're not doing harm. No, I'd agree. It's like kind of embarrassing to watch, but it's kind of funny at least. I don't hate these. I'm not watching this shit because I hate these people or anything, or like I dislike fucking crossies. I just find a lot of it very unfortunate, you know.
Excellent, thank you very much.
These bouncers have seen some things.
Thank you very much. There we go. Mind the steps as we go up.
So the complexion here is concerning. You're not generally meant to use turmeric like face powder, just saying.
These steps are a lot easier now than they will be at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
What was my first public step out like? What, as in like wearing makeup and shit? I can't even remember. I started wearing makeup when I left home. Like going out like that. So I never really had like a I'm going out as something else. I just kind of evolved a certain way.
I didn't call that right. The Jeff said WTF. What?
Oh, yeah, what the? Yeah, I can mute that word. Oh, they've just lit the fire pit as well.
Wow, look at this.
Oh, selfie. Can I get a selfie? Hello. Hello.
What's your name?
Emma, yours?
Hello, I'm Katrina.
Katrina, hello.
Emma, lovely to meet you.
And we have Kerry here as well.
Concluded any trans nightclub bar event is purely for the AGP crowd. Yeah, I keep hearing this. I don't really go out anymore. So much for it being unsafe in the UK. Yeah, everyone fucking does it, man. This is like normal now. These kinds of people are everywhere. That's why I get a pass these days. That's why no one's transphobic to me in the street anymore. I mean, I guess I'm okay with that. But yeah, no, I've always heard like trans nights, they're always like just full of these kinds of people. And like, you know, whatever. I wouldn't want to go to a fucking trans night. I'd have to be around other trans people. Why the fuck would I want to hang around other trans people? I mean, depending on who they are. I happen to know that most of the ones locally think I'm a terrible person, so I probably would get lynched if I went to a trans night.
Right, let me just put a flash on first. Yeah, what we got. We're going to do what we got. What I could do is there we go. That's it. There we go. Okay, we must get in before 10. £5 entry, which means 5 towards drinks. Woo! Not lying.
An awful lot of British teeth going on as well. Oh, actually, okay looking one. It just says that all the time. Yeah, it's true. Dude, I went out just down the high street where I live. I saw at least 2 like trans women, shall we say. They're just everywhere now. They're just fucking everywhere now. I mean, listen, like I said, it's good cover. It's good cover because now I look kind of relatively normal. Whereas I used to be the freak because I've been around for ages. And it was weird back then. Even though I actually used to look like better than I do now. There's loads of them as well. There's like a big fucking gang of them, like 8 of them or something. Also, it's too fucking drunk. Hang on. This one's me. This one's definitely me. This one looks like they're not having a good time. This one looks like they're not having any fun. That's the me of the group, okay? Is this music gonna get copyrighted? That's the photo montage. Okay, I'll turn it back on in a minute. Wow. The worst you have are some non-binaries. Ah, fair enough. There's loads of those around here too. I don't always mind them. It depends who they are. You'd be the redhead. Yeah, I don't know. The most miserable looking one is me. And then I'm probably kind of constantly trying to stay away from like the riding crop one who keeps wanting to do weird shit on camera. There's like so many. How many different people have we seen? It's like 10 plus. More in the background. One of them's called Violet. Jesus fucking Christ. Of course. Why wouldn't they be? Yeah, this one's me. This one is not. This one is not having fun. This one is here because they've got nothing else to do. This looks like stock footage, but like really, really, you look at it for any length of time, it's like, why do they all look like that? Yeah, listen, I'm feeling this one on the left. I'm kind of feeling this one's energy. This one doesn't want to be here. I would be exactly the same. It's not because of the people. It's just going out is just that's what I'm like. I'm like, rather go home, to be honest. I'd actually rather just be home.
Are you ready for a selfie? Yeah. Yeah? Let's go. No flash on this one now. Kerry, come on. There we go. I did anywhere near enough content for my video, so we're just going to get a little bit.
Yeah, this one's almost passing in a way. The hairline isn't great, but you know, yeah, you can't expect much at that age, I guess.
There we go.
Did I see Aiko personally requested Lucy Hayes to cover you? Yeah, I saw. Yeah. They watched my video. That Lucy Hayes person. I said something sarcastically and they took it completely genuinely. I don't think they actually understood a single thing that I said in my video. What I think happened is that Aiko is actually quite transphobic and wants to turn trans people against each other and wants to find like kind of special needsy trans people to watch like shit like mine and get offended over it and not really understand it properly and make a fool of themselves. I think that's what happened. I don't know. Like I said, we're supposed to be talking, so I guess we'll have it out then. But I don't know when then is. So it depends on Parry, I guess. Kimber, Kimber. Is that a name? Okay, is it gonna be like loud music the whole time? I mean, I guess it must be. I could give stalker vibes. Yeah, I agree. I think she's very strange. Okay, I can't really, I don't really know what's going on here. Drinking pints again is so heavy ale. Yeah, listen. I'll say one, it would be a bit of a trip if like a bunch of these people came up and you work in bar and they're like, "Oh, love, I'll have 4 lagers, yeah." That would be a trip. Also, there's not much point in me critiquing their dancing because whatever dancing they're doing is going to be way worse than mine. We don't need the music, do we? Like, what are you supposed to do with your arms when you're dancing? Like, serious question. What are you supposed to do with your arms? Like, everyone just kind of does this kind of stuff. And to me, I feel really stupid doing that kind of thing. I've never understood dancing. I'm going to be honest. I've never understood it. Maybe someone needs to teach me one day. But I'm used to having like a guitar and stuff. Ooh. And what I should do is like find this like this club on like Facebook or whatever and see if it's like always crossies or if they ever got other people in there. But this is the trans night, I'm guessing. So. There's no way they're white, no reason to critique their dancing. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I cannot dance. I just feel embarrassed. And I don't get the point. Do you know what? I actually just don't get the point either. Maybe part of the problem is I'm not really into dance music. And I'm not really into any of the music that they play at clubs in general. So it's like, well, I could move around a bit to like shitty fucking music that I don't like very much, but that just doesn't sound very enjoyable. I don't know. I'm too in my head to cut loose and dance. Maybe, yeah. The thing is, if I was cutting loose and dancing, I'd just be like fucking going insane. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Dancing is just like, it just goes over my head. I don't know what I'm doing with it. And when people want me to, it's just like, okay, I'll move around for 2 minutes and then I want to sit down again. I don't know. I just don't understand it.
It's
looks absolutely plastered.
3 in the morning.
3:30 in the morning. Jesus.
It's 3:30 in the morning. A little bit drunk.
Just casually pulled the wig forward.
Food time. We're at the food.
Dude, someone has to like, I don't know, is that the worst thing ever? Maybe it's not the worst thing ever, like cooking like burgers in a club or something. I've never seen this before though.
What do you order, Daniel? Double cheeseburger and chips. That is the way to go. You know me, guys, girls, and non-binaries. I always order a
guys, girls, and non-binaries.
Cheeseburger and chips. So yeah, and there we go. Look, Zara's ordering some food.
Moshing. I don't like moshing either, to be honest. Whenever people start moshing, I leave the area because I don't want to get hurt.
Phoebe's ordering food.
I also don't listen to much music that you would mosh to, believe it or not. I don't know. Maybe if you rewind to the start of my stream, you disagree, but. Like, dude, if I go to gigs, I am the person that is stood at the back, looking unimpressed, even if I'm actually enjoying myself. When I used to do gigs, like I played bass in an indie band for a while. And like when we used to do gigs, like we'd watch the other bands and stuff because, you know, occasionally it's nice to have local musicians that aren't assholes and actually watch each other. But like, at least one time, I was like watching some band that were on like before us. And like this woman just came up to me and be like, oh, smile, have fun. I'm like, I'm just watching the fucking band. I'm listening. What do you want me to do? I'm sorry if my face is not fucking doing what you want it to do. But yeah, I don't know. I don't understand dancing.
Get some food. It's alright, it's all in the morning. We are pretty much ready back for the hotel.
Let's take a picture, guys.
That's alright, it's all selfie stick. We're doing the video. Thank you, gorgeous. You're gonna get in the...
Could try Irish dancing. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll understand. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll understand.
You'll get in the video anyway.
Not an arms folded. What's wrong with that? What's wrong? What's wrong with being the person at the back of the venue watching the band just being like... What's wrong with that? You know what? It just gives the band on stage someone to like... to push them to do better because it looks like someone's not enjoying themselves. So it just gives them someone to like push them to try a bit harder, you know what I mean? Try and put a smile on my face. Get me to like unfold my arms or something. There's nothing wrong with that. That's being helpful. Someone has to take one for the team and be the arms folding guy in the venue.
There we go. Wait for the video.
Hey!
Hey!
I'm with these
Oh, an actual woman.
stunning ladies.
Very, very kind person as well.
You say that like you don't know where you are.
I don't.
I feel like having a fire like this in a club is a terrible idea, but I guess they mustn't have had any issues yet.
It is because, yeah.
You're too cool to dance. Yeah, me too. That's actually what it is. I'm too cool. You stand at the front, arms folded. See, I'm not that brave. I'm not that brave. I can't be asked to look like I'm having fun like ever. But I'm not gonna stand at the front like, what the fuck's this then? I don't know, man. I miss doing gigs. It's been a long time. It's kind of stopped being fun, but maybe one day again. This is the nicest person in the entire world. Jesus Christ.
I will definitely have to mute that because it's for YouTube.
Oh, you just like paying in it. You just like looking paying.
So, you heard it there first.
You guys look great.
Thank you, babe. You look stunning as well. So, it's 4 AM. We've been here for quite a few hours. It's time for home. Well, hotel. We're going back to the hotel. So, who pulled my hair? Right, so...
Do you think they get separate rooms or like share them? I don't know.
From me, from Kerry, from Zara and Amy, it's good night.
Listen, Zara is a mood. I'm gonna say it. Zara is a mood. She doesn't give a fuck.
Kerry, from Zara and Amy.
Can I stop smiling now? Can you see the look on her face? Zara is a fucking mood. I relate to this person.
Good night. We'll see you for another video real soon. Bye. We love you all. Hearts. I can't do hearts. I'm not doing the stick.
That was amazing. Listen, I don't even care if everyone is like fucking off because I'm just watching crossies at a club at this point. I don't even care. What has happened to my frame? Hang on. Let me just fix this. I don't know. The green one scares you. Oh, the one with the terrible like foundation. Zara is my spirit crossie. I think so, yeah, I think so. Whichever the one is that can't be bothered to pretend that they're having a good time, that one's me. Because that is me everywhere. Like, if you want me to show enjoyment, you have to earn it at the end of the day. That's how it is. Yeah, that I'm one of the girls. Okay, that's much better. That's much better. There we go. Yeah, this one has loads of them. This person has loads of them. There's one in November. They go to this place a lot, I think. Listen, there's a part of me that's like, you know, I'm glad this person is living their best life. I'm not going to stop making fun of what they look like. But that's my right. Listen, as a trans, I am their superior. I get to do that. Comic Sans in the thumbnail. Oh, they do get to know us. Maybe I should do some of that. I don't really know what the fuck I'm doing anymore. This has become the dumbest stream of all time, and I don't even care, to be quite honest. Charlie isn't even back for like another hour and a half. Okay. I don't know. Let's see.
Hi, I'm Emma. And I'm Nikki. And we're besties. Yay! So today we're going to find out just how well we know each other. We chose these questions independently, and there is some overlap, I can tell you. Oh, really? Yes. I've just realised they're getting free feet content here. Oh, yeah, here we go. I'll have to crop it out. They're going to pay for it.
They're not so unfortunate you feel bad for them. Well, I mean, it's hard to feel bad for them when they look insane but are still like going out and having fun anyway. You know, there's a part of me that respects it. Are they trans or just cross-dressers? Well, apparently this person is a gender fluid cross-dresser. I don't really know what that means, but yeah, is what it is.
Who's most likely to lock themselves out of their own home?
Oh, this has happened.
Yeah, yours is a lot bigger than mine. You can spot yours a mile off.
Are we talking about...
I'm not really interested. Like, hang on. I wanna know about their crossy questions, not about which one is gonna lock themselves out, you know?
Looking forward to this.
They aren't bad people, just nutty. Yeah, it seems that way. I'm not doing this to hate, it's just funny. It's entertaining content. They should be glad they made content that's entertaining, that's how it is.
Who is most likely to survive alone on a desert island?
It is actually just really dumb questions.
And you did introduce me as the Cookie Monster.
Yeah, they have loads of these, like, nights out. They went to Leeds. The Fredham Quarter. I'm gonna guess it's not actually called that. It's like all different ones. There's so many of them. It's like crazy.
The Cookie Monster, who was already eating her free cookie before I could even get the camera switched on. Cheers!
There we go, straight up.
Yeah.
That man is trans now.
Thanks for the tube as well. YouTube. You get one for the YouTube, you know.
Dude, can you imagine? Like, does he know these people? Can you imagine someone coming up? Oh, say hi to YouTube. No, get away from me.
Only in Leeds do you get a Greggs inside Primark. Sorry, that's the first time
We're in teasers. It's over a minute. Listen, I've done some too long intro. I can't.
It snowed overnight. That means the entirety of the UK has ground to a halt. Flights will be delayed, trains will be cancelled, schools will be closed, and everyone will rush
It's
out
like a very serious intro.
and panic buy bread and milk. That is rather inconvenient for me, as today is LFF, Leeds First Friday, and it is a 2.5-hour drive up north to Yorkshire. Brave or stupid?
Okay, we're in Leeds. I didn't film the drive up here.
Breaks your heart is when you find out they're divorced dads with adult kids. Yeah, I don't know. That makes it funnier in a way. That makes it funny. Imagine this, how you find out your dad is in one of these. Yeah, listen, I'm really sorry. If anyone is like between about 20 and 30 and is British, you might see your dad on here, I'm just saying.
Yeah, because it was a bit boring. Although there was some snow on the when I came over the Peak District on the M62. Cookie Monster there has already devoured her cookie. I'm about to have mine because we're in the Hilton and you always get a free cookie.
Ooh, Hilton. I lived in a Hilton once for about 2 weeks.
Okay, so outfit reveal. You've never seen this outfit before. Ooh, look at you! Ooh, yeah, look at me. I'm in PVC again. What a surprise! It's cold out there. I'm gonna have to be wearing another jacket. But there we go. I'm wearing pattern tights though. And I am not alone. So I have my bestie with.
I got it. Like, I hate the collar. You don't need the collar. The collars are like fucking dreadful.
Me. Hello. And a friend as well, who shall remain anonymous. I suppose a person. Yeah, anonymous person.
I'm Zoe. Nice to meet you.
No longer anonymous.
Hi, YouTube.
Fair enough.
Hi, YouTube.
Subscribe and like.
Oh,
hello.
You're a YouTuber, aren't you?
I'm not a YouTuber, but I know the algorithm.
Oh, yeah.
I'm only a game
Yes,
YouTuber.
the algorithm.
What was that?
A YouTuber, but I know the algorithm.
I'm not a YouTuber, but I know the algorithm. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm only a game
Yes,
YouTuber.
the algorithm. Push my video. Right. We're gonna go out and get food and.
Okay, this one's a gaming YouTuber. They didn't even like link their channel. It's a bit harsh. A bit harsh. What if I want to watch their channel?
We're gonna hit the bus.
Get murdered.
Get murdered. Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Yeah, that too.
Oh, God bless.
Yeah. When is it acceptable to stop saying Happy New Year?
People hate watch this, probably. That's not what I'm doing, to be clear. But I mean, I don't know. It's hard to hate watch because whatever you're saying and however insane they all look, and like all these like old men are telling them that they want to whatever, all these like chasers. It's kind of hard to like, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I couldn't like hate watch this kind of thing because it's like, well, you know, they're having fun, whatever, you know. They seem nice enough. I'm sure they're lovely people and that.
End of January.
End of January?
End of January.
I mean, are the people that are still saying Happy New Year in August?
I hope not, because they're idiots. Maybe they're thinking of next year. Happy New Year.
Bringing the New Year in early. Right, we're going to get food and we're going to get pissed. See you in a bit.
Here we go, straight up.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, I can hear it. Being January, some of the places are really quiet, so we're going to try the new penny.
It's January, it must be fucking freezing. we need to like pluck. I know it's painful. Yeah, Foggy, you're completely right. I feel like I'm showing myself up next to these people. I know it's painful, but just pluck, like on the inside. You don't need to do the top bit unless any of the hairs are like really out of place. Just yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I'll make your eyes water. I might make you sneeze the first few times, but trust me, it helps. You like the music? That's fair enough. I am worried that I'm gonna get in trouble, but I don't know. I'm not crying anymore. So.
It's 2 a.m. I'm in the loo in fibre. The last 2 hours.
Everyone pillory this person. They're recording in the toilet.
In Hamlet. I'm a little bit drunk, but considering it's been quiet, it's a really good night. I am looking a little bit worse for wear. Yes, I'm on the loo right now.
Yes, I'm on the loo.
Yes, I'm on the loo right now.
Glad we know this. I'm back at the hotel. That's usually more interesting.
Come on, Nikki, get it out, get it out. And we're back in the hotel. It's pretty much 4 a.m. Well, that pretty much concludes LFF Friday. But hey, my feet hurt. I failed. I put my rolling shoes.
She cheated.
I cheated. Yeah, I did not walk home in my heels. I walked back.
Oh, those are the pleasers. Did we see these earlier?
To the hotel in flats. And these things, these roll-up shoes.
And now
heels.
A cup of tea.
You knew on a Friday night I'd be watching a cross-dresser going out clubbing. I know, right? Jesus.
It's time for a cup of tea and to go take my makeup off.
A few moments later.
Hi Samantha, you asked about my legs. Yeah, I'll go in front of the mirror. There we go. I am wearing pattern tights as well.
And she looks amazing.
Thank you. Hope you like. I'll see you tomorrow for part 2. Okay, it is Saturday. Finally got up. It's about 2:30 in the afternoon. I've been reliably told there was a charity shop selling fishnet tights really cheap. So, as I wear a lot of fishnet tights, that's what we're going to go for. Only in Leeds do you get a Greggs inside Primark. Sorry, that's the first time I've seen somebody use cutlery in Greggs.
Wait, they're actually eating a Greggs with a fork. Sure.
There we go, that's the way to do it, girl. Okay, night 2 of Leeds. This is the outfit.
I'll be honest. How can they afford like £80 shoes and shit like that? But like their wigs are like so horrendous. I think this person needs to fundraise for some decent. Get a double bed. Jesus. Scary. Hang on. Yeah. I don't want to know what happens in that.
Okay, night 2 of Leeds. This is the outfit. Cash and comfy, as Nikki's saying. That's the outfit.
Right, we're going to meet Zoe at the Indian restaurant where we're going to go for food. Try and get a bit of footage in a bit.
Okay, is this racist? Is this technically racist? I don't know. I suppose it's not quite that one song that everyone plays whenever it's like Indian stuff. Sponsors. Well, they need a sponsor that's a fucking wig company that makes wigs that aren't made of plastic. Oh, it says copyright-free audio. Okay.
And we are now at the top. What? We're now at the top. Yeah. So the end bar is through there. In the alleyway. And we are coming down to...
I'm not Tunak. Hang on. No, I don't. I'll get in trouble.
Obviously, the Freedom Bridge. So, where on here do you want to go?
To the busiest place, shall we?
Okay.
Hang on. No, the one I'm thinking of. The one I'm thinking of is this one. That one. I feel like that would have been racist. Maybe it's okay when it's not that one. I don't know. Wait, they went to the same club twice. Indian food is good. I like Indian food. I like most kinds of Asian food, honestly. I don't even know. I don't even know what I'm fucking watching anymore. I'm just a bit reticent to end stream because I've got nothing else to do until my girlfriend gets back home, which is not for well over another hour. I don't know. It's like it's a look into a different world, right? You'd assume that this is all very familiar to me. It really kind of isn't.
It's 5:30 in the morning.
They got back at 5:30. Jesus.
So much for a chilled, easy night on a Saturday. Again, I'm going to get a few hours sleep before I have to go home. If you've liked this video, give it a thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe down below.
Apparently they did a... Oh wait, hang on. Didn't someone... Fuck, I'm sure someone told me about, like, First Fridays in Leeds. Fuck, I can't remember who it was. I used to kind of get, like, trans people come and go, like, through my server. Probably because I used to say a lot of transphobic shit, to be quite honest. And sometimes I'm like, you know, I wish more of those kinds of people stuck around, because I actually would rather meet more trans people, you know. Hang on, I'll just have a quick look at this one, because I don't know what the fuck else I'm watching, so... Apparently this First Friday thing in Leeds, if I'm remembering what I think I am, it's like, it's meant to be like for trans people or something, but it's like pretty much always crossies, apparently, and I can't remember who told me this, so if it was you, then I don't know. Remind me so I can credit your take, I guess. But apparently this one got out of hand, so... Oh, crossdresser and trans, here we go.
Sorry, I'll do that again, I fumbled that. At least we got an outtake.
And somebody's about to come in. Somebody's locking the door.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Matilda.
Wait, we got that wrong. Hi, I'm Bon Jovi.
And I'm Dusty Springfield.
Yay!
Shall we do it right this time?
Yeah, should we try it again?
Hi.
Actually, I actually despise this wig, I'm gonna be honest. This angle is like criminal.
I'm Emma.
And I'm Matilda.
And we're going on a night out.
An LFF! Woo! Alright, Emma.
Hello.
Somebody put this under the door for you. It's got your name on it. I wonder what it
90% AGP type. Yeah, I'm sure. Like, yeah, I don't know who it was. I can't remember.
is.
Oh, there's a letter in it. Emma, your recent LFF video.
Imagine if my audience was 99% sycophants who mostly commented they never know I was trans. Yeah, sure. I can't really imagine. I don't know. I used to get the odd person that's like, oh, I didn't even know you were like male and stuff. It's like, nah, you knew. Come on, you knew. It's okay. You're trans and you're cross-dressing. Is that you dressing up as your OG gender? I don't know.
From January was very entertaining. Lots of selfies and video clips. We found it funny when some of your drunk friends said, hello YouTube. It made us laugh. Your challenge for this LFF is to get as many people as possible to say hello YouTube on camera.
I gotta be honest. I would like, if people were going around doing this and I was out somewhere. That's what Blair White comments are like. I'm not surprised. It's mostly like fucking chasers, I bet, that watch her. Fucking middle-aged men with stiffies. I voted Trump, but you know, I wouldn't send you to the gulag. That's a joke, by the way.
To help you with this challenge, we've included a little something. We wish you luck, your loyal followers. There's a little box.
Oh my god!
Way!
Nice.
I dropped the charger, but there we go. Got a nice little selfie light. And with that, we've got to get moving because we've got a night out.
And we're late.
Yes. Yeah. In true Emma fashion, I'm running late.
Oh yes, please tell your therapist about this.
I'm in Georgia.
Okay, this one might... I reckon this one is trans. And it looks okay. Fair enough, you know.
I'm in Georgia.
This one is probably also trans. You can tell because they're trying to dress more normally.
Georgia. Hello YouTube. Well mate, you're not number one.
That's me, by the way. If I'm out somewhere and someone's doing this, I'm like, okay, fine, but you have to promise to fuck off as soon as I've said it.
I'm in Georgia. Hello YouTube.
Georgia is a bit of a mood, I gotta say.
Well mate, you're not number one in the challenge on this one, but you're gonna do it anyway. Hello YouTube.
Hello YouTube. I have my own channel, link in the description. Now you have to do more work. There we go.
Yeah. Okay, I'm with Tammy.
Hello YouTube.
Hello YouTube. I'm doing well so far. That's 5, 6, 4. I can't count.
Oh, we got the brick lipstick going on. I didn't even know. Jesus Christ. Black lipstick is horrible.
After a few more gins, you won't count at all.
No, I won't. Come on, Zoe, say it. Hello, YouTube.
Hello, YouTube.
Oh, that's brilliant.
She's buying all of them.
Right, I'm with my friend Abigail. Hello YouTube. Hello YouTube. And we're in Bridgeton Social and it's really warm in here. Hello Emily. Oh my goodness. Hello. So I have a challenge. I need to get as many people to say hello YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Hello YouTube. Hello YouTube.
Oh, that was the other thing. Fuck. I'm sure someone told me that, like, someone I watch on YouTube or used to watch on YouTube, like, shows up at these kind of things. I wonder if I'll recognize anyone.
There's going to be that many times I'm saying it. Esther, hello.
Hello YouTube.
Hello YouTube.
How are we going to know that we're beautiful?
Oh no, we are a beautiful girl. We are. So I've been set a challenge to get as many people as possible to say hello YouTube.
Hello YouTube.
There we go. Okay, so Bridgend Social, and I am with
Susie May, Andrea,
Rachel Rose. There we go.
I need to get a second name.
You do.
Somebody think one up, please.
There we go.
First name?
God, it's so warm in here.
It's that well. I'm in take my fur off.
Yeah, take your fur off. That's keeping you warm. I think the poor animal. I love it. I love it. I'm freezing. So somebody else that follows me on YouTube, I have a challenge.
You let a woman in. Yeah, true. All right. Hang on.
Set. I need to get as many people to say hello YouTube.
Erica Kirk. I didn't even think of that. Holy shit, man.
Challenge set. I need to get as many people to say hello YouTube. So hello YouTube. Hello. We love you, Emma. Oh, thank you. That's coming from Bridgend Social.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So where are you going after this?
We're going here. We're just heading that way.
Heading that way. So you've got Bridge Bar.
See whatever goes. Yeah, we're not going Bridge Bar.
Okay, so you've got Revolution to Cuba. Yeah. You've got the new Penny, but that gets busy later on.
Yeah.
You've got Viaduct to Fibre. Yeah. The end bar is Tony's DJ. No, Tony's DJing at midnight.
We're going there last.
12 till 3. They kick you out at 3, and then you either go to the new Penny or Fibre if you're still standing.
Yeah. We'll go anywhere.
Yeah.
Anywhere that happens.
So I think after this we're either Bridge or Viaduct.
Yes. Okay.
But good. I shall see you at some point. Yeah. Absolutely. It's crab apples. Crab apples, yeah. Hey, do you want to have these crab apples? Oh god, I've never lived in that. What happened? No, you're just glad that I didn't catch what you said on camera.
It's like that. Yeah, I'm just going to get played with alcohol. Camera whore.
I am.
I mean, is it
I haven't got you saying the line yet, have I?
Do you think they coordinate with each other? So you've got like the blue one, you've got the green one, you've got the purple one. I wonder.
What's that? 80.
Okay, I'm with my bestie.
Hi YouTube.
Hello YouTube.
I should check this for you.
And we're still in Bridgend Social.
I do treat her like a baby. Yeah, she's looking good tonight.
Could you book us a table?
And as are you.
Thank you, Steve.
The finest restaurant.
We're both in corsets.
Come to bloody Beats Pride. To be fair,
I'm just too lazy to get my selfie stick out.
Who's most likely to use a selfie stick?
Yeah, I wonder. As you asked me that question, I had a selfie stick on the sofa next to me.
Sure that was a selfie stick?
No.
Why? What do you think it was, Zoe? There we go. So I am with Natasha. We're in Bridgend Social. I have been set a challenge. I need to get as many people as possible to say hello YouTube.
Hi YouTube.
Hello YouTube. It's taking a little bit of time, but she will be here soon. Because I will not remember people's names after a few drinks. So we've got Ellie and Jess here.
Yes. Hi.
So we've got Jess and Ellie. There we go. I'll put your names on the video. There we go. Thank you.
It's a video.
It's a video. So I've got a challenge for as many people to say hello YouTube as possible. So hello YouTube.
Hello YouTube.
Hello YouTube. Okay, hello YouTube.
Oh yeah, I see. Like right at the bottom in the corner. It's like that's bad. That's actually like coming out.
Hello YouTube. Yeah.
Literally. Jesus.
Actually, if I go up too high,
There's like so many of them as well. It's crazy for me.
it's boob tube. Yes, it is boob. So I've been challenged to get as many people to say hello YouTube on my channel. You're not going to say hello, you.
That's very instantaneous whiplash there.
Wounded.
Alright.
Oh. That's the most serious somebody said it.
Yeah, that one's me. This one's me. Okay, this one's me.
That's the most serious. Oh. That's the most serious somebody said it.
Didn't even like smile afterwards either. Like, really not in the mood.
Hello.
Okay, there we go.
Hello YouTube. Coming from Bridgend Social. Hello YouTube. Hello YouTube.
No, this one's someone else. She was in one of the other ones. I can't remember the name.
Oh, it's Jean. Hello. Jean, how you doing, girl? Oh, I've been challenged to say, or to get as many people as possible to say, hello YouTube. Would you like to say that?
This video is a two-parter. Jesus Christ. It does get a bit repetitive with the hello YouTube thing, I gotta say.
I'm with the legendary Jean. Your reputation precedes you. Everybody knows. Okay, I'm with Alison, and a little video for YouTube.
Wardrobe malfunction.
Hello YouTube. Hello YouTube. We're here at Bridgend Social. Will somebody else say hello YouTube again? I'm not going to get more points for a second. No, that's black and orange YouTube. And this is the bit where I insert that certain drum beat. Okay, I am with Alexa in Bridgend Social. We're about to go across the viaduct. My challenge, to get as many people as possible to say hello YouTube. Hello YouTube. Hello YouTube. Oh, by the way, subscribe to Alexa's channel. I'll put it down in the description. Okay, I am with Zara, another wonderful viewer of my channel. She wanted to join me for an hour.
Yeah, there's Zara. There's Zara.
She is very different. She's looking stunning. Thank you, girls. So, my challenge, to get as many people as possible to say hello YouTube. Hello YouTube. Hello. And with that, we've got to move. We're going up to Viaduct. We shall see you there. Bye.
I feel like there's some gurning going on here. I think this one's on something.
With that, we've got to move. We're going up to Viaduct.
Like what's the mouth doing here? Maybe Mandy. Maybe that's what it is.
We shall see you there. Bye. Hello YouTube. I'm Annabelle Thomas, and we are.
What's the fascination with being women? I don't know, man. I couldn't tell you. I should understand very well. But this is a different kind of thing, you know.
I'll let you sort it out first.
What's all this? I'm watching cross-dressers go to clubs. I don't even know how to explain. I don't even know how to explain.
Oh no. I can edit it out, don't worry. Wonders of YouTube. Can't edit my
fringe. Oof. This one's definitely trans, okay? You don't have a fringe like that unless you're trans.
Hang on, fringe is the right mess. I'll let you sort it out first. Oh no. I can edit.
Probably 2 years max in. We'll almost certainly have grown this out by next year. It's just a rite of passage. If you're a trans woman, you have had an awful fringe at some point. It's a rite of passage. I've had several.
Edit it out, don't worry. Wonders of YouTube. Can't edit my fringe. Okay. So I'm with Isabel.
What happens is, like, trans women have, well, males in general, like, your forehead is like bigger and like bulkier and like sticks out more. And you fall into this trap of thinking, well, if I just cover it in hair, it'll work. But then your hair also starts like further forward. So it just kind of accentuates it, you know?
And Kate and Nikki in the background. One of my challenges tonight is to get as many people to say hello YouTube.
Is that Sophie Molly? Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
Hello YouTube. Hello YouTube.
Yeah, listen, I respect the AGPs in a way. They're very able to have a good time, and that is certainly not true of me. So you know, I can't hate.
Everybody in Bridget and Social is just going around like, say hello YouTube. I watched your video, the most recent one, the other day. Yes, the car one. Yeah. Isabel Fox. Subscribe to her on YouTube. Don't. Jack's rubbish. Don't. If you like cars, subscribe to her. If you like lesbians in dungarees. Well, maybe they do.
Lesbians in dungarees. Wait, some of them actually have. I've seen this Matilda person before. They collab quite often. Okay, still got the fringe. This is from like a month ago. Of course they still have the fringe. You know. Didn't used to. They'll grow it out soon enough. Yeah, this one I think is trans.
There we go. Oh, there we go. Yeah, thank you. So I got my set. I got my.
I think they might be gurning as well, though. To be honest, there's you just kind of sense the kind of tightness in the jaw, you know.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, thank you. So I got my set. I got my lighting tech doing the lighting for me. And we're invited.
Cars is an AGP thing too. I've known quite a few trans women that are like super into cars. Revolution 60. Is that the Brianna Wu thing?
Peekaboos. Oh, peekaboos. Peekaboos. Cheers. Cheers, ladies.
So we're going to the M Bar where I love a little bit of dance in the house. So yeah, let's do it. Hello. We're going to do the M Bar instead, and hopefully the others will join us. But if not, oh well. Never mind. Woo. Hello YouTube. Hello YouTube from the M Bar. Woo! Hello YouTube, you gorgeous lady. Woo! Woo! So we're in the M Bar, and I am with Alex. I'm with Alex. Woo! Hello. Nikki's here in the background again. I'm just living on you bring on my YouTube channel.
Oh, this one's female. Jesus Christ. Who let this one in? Who let this one in? Go away. No female women. What the fuck am I doing, man? What am I doing with myself? How is there 40 people still watching? Is this entertaining? Is this entertaining? I don't fucking know, dude. Oh, this one is loving life. This one might actually be a woman as well, to be honest. These people live better lives than you. Listen, I don't really know how to have fun. These people clearly do. I'm not knocking them. At the same time, all of this is like my idea of hell. Like, if I'm out somewhere like this, I want to go home. That's just how it is. Yeah, there's a few too many women here, to be honest. I thought this was First Friday. To be fair, if anything, I'd imagine at least some women probably want to go where the crossies are going, because they're probably actually far less likely to get groped by them than just the dudes, I would have thought. Zara again. Zara is a mood. Look at her, she don't give a fuck. She's not even pretending. She's not even pretending to have fun. Though we're seeing them around more. Oh, bloke's trying to fucking cut in then. Is that... and cut him off. Wow. Wait, what was that? Hang on. No discriminating, no thick ties. No caps, no C-words, no solo entry. Solo entry? You can't go there by yourself. No drugs, no sportswear, no airports, no leaving before sunrise. Wow. You're not allowed to go by yourself. In a way, I think I understand.
It's 20 to 5 in the morning. Woo! I'm still awake. What is happening?
You don't have the shame thing. Again, listen, I can respect that. This is what I mean. This is what I mean.
My God.
I can sit here and be like, they look fucking ridiculous and shit, but hey, you know.
Yeah, some of the girls have gone home.
It's the ones that cross over and try and become like trans rights advocates. That's when it becomes a problem. When they're just going out, living their best life, getting fucking wasted and shit like that. Like, you know, that's all good. It was an air bubble. I don't know.
Zoe! Hello, Emma. Zoe! Come in. Zoe is looking for taxis. So, still going strong. We have Zoe, we've got Nikki, we've got Matty, and Alison. Everybody else has gone.
Matty's had a pot noodle. Zoe and Nikki have gone to bed. It's 6:20 in the morning.
Why are you still awake?
Oh, yeah, why are we still awake? Yeah, we were in Fibre for a while. Really good night. We've got the taxi back here. So I'm going to call it a night.
No chasers, yeah. There has been, when I've been out semi-recently, there has been like the odd lone man who I've kind of noticed kind of around. I think I get it.
Like, subscribe.
That means no women. There were women there though. You miss seeing your garden variety cross dressers. Yeah, listen. They're a fruity bunch.
Down below. We're continuing on with the next video. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now. Just a couple of plays.
Windmilling.
Right, we're going to the kitty cafe to see some little kitties. Meow meow. Meow meow. Oh, no.
Standing up gets harder when you get older. Alright.
Number one rule.
Cheers, ladies. But she's if you keep saying taxi, that'll start thinking people are calling them down.
Is it like Beetlejuice? If I say taxi 3 times, I will summon a taxi.
I'm going in the blokes, just hiked my skirt up at the front and just wazzed into a U-Royal. Yeah. If you're going to pee in the sink, at least remove the plug first.
No. The rule is, if you're going to pee in the sink, at least lift the plates slightly.
You completely missed my my comment of plug.
Plug.
Wow. Wow. Man, what fucking time is it? It's like fucking... I don't know. I don't know. I'm getting tired. It's... These people go out and get drunk and stay up till like fucking 6 in the morning. I'm like done at like fucking 10:30. I stay up for like hours anyway. Airing your nuts, that's what you gotta do. What you gotta do. Yeah, I don't know. That's about it. I think I should probably stop. I probably should eat something, to be honest. I'm getting hungry. I don't eat on stream because I don't like when others do. So, I don't know. Yeah. Thank you for watching. If you haven't checked out my new video, make sure you do. I love you all. Have a good day. Have a good evening. You await the return of Parry. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Have a good day. I'm gonna stop now. Have a good one. I love you all. Bye.